Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable, see playlist for other chapters and novels. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 743 8 Gods of Disorder 1. Open hollow corner bracket Hermes. While dutifully awaiting his orders, Hermes raised his head once he heard Yi and Wu's voice suddenly enter his mind. Yes. Open hollow corner bracket send your forces out and have them check the coordinates that I'm sending to you right now. They're the potential sites where the Monkey King and Great Sage may be. Without waiting for Hermes to respond, Yi and Wu gave out the coordinates. While Hermes was bewildered by this sudden, out-of-the-ordinary order, his past experiences in traversing between the heavenly world and lower world allowed him to quickly recognize and store the potential sites in his mind. He quickly ordered the gods under his command to move immediately to each potential site. Where will you be going? If Athena was considered Yi and Wu's representative, Hermes was often seen as Yi and Wu's secretary. Everyone within Olympus knew the close relationship Hermes had with Yi and Wu. Thus, even without Yi and Wu mentioning anything, Hermes immediately noticed that something had happened. Open hollow corner bracket a bit far away this time. Yi and Wu responded briefly, I'm going to bring back your grandmother. Quote exclamation mark quote, open hollow corner bracket so, before I come back, find the great sage and make sure everyone is ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. You won't be able to reach me for a while. After stating those words, Hermes' channel with Yi and Wu abruptly cut off. Open hollow corner bracket are you going back to the darkness? Kronos posed a question to Yi and Wu, who was preparing to move. It was less a question and more a confirmation on whether it was time to smack Sage silly, as Sage had feigned ignorance in regards to Jung Wu. No, not now. I'm going to avoid the darkness and take a more roundabout path. Open hollow corner bracket why? Because it doesn't seem that Sage has yet found the fragment of the dream where Jung Wu and Mother are. Even if he found it, he hasn't been able to awaken them from their forced hibernation. Open hollow corner bracket is there any reason to think that way? If Sage had found it, I would have known. Open hollow corner bracket okay. That sounds about right. Kronos nodded. The Black King's egos usually had no secrets amongst each other. Although each ego possessed different ideas and characteristics, they had always been part of a larger community that stuck together and drew out a single opinion. The influence they had on each other was great, and they also shared their thoughts as a largely singular mind. Of course, they deceived Yi and Wu by insinuating that they did not know anything regarding Cha Jung Wu, but that was a lie that would eventually be found out someday. Thinking along these lines, if Sage and the other demonisms who followed Sage had found Cha Jung Wu and Rhea, there was no way Yi and Wu would not have known. Moreover, Yi and Wu had spent an exorbitant amount of time searching for their souls in the darkness as well. If their souls were truly floating around in the darkness, and Yi and Wu had not found them, then he was disqualified as a son and an older brother. So, I'm going to make a detour and go to the space where Jung Wu is. Open hollow corner bracket is there a way to do that? Yes, luckily, there's a good way. Open hollow corner bracket what is it? Night I intend to find the resident of the border. Open hollow corner bracket, Kronos widened his eyes. The resident of the border is a being who exists above numerous boundaries, and can enter them at will. That is the meaning of his existence. Space-time, cross-sections or fragments of dreams, the boundary between day and night among those places, there's a high probability that there's an illusory world where Jung Wu is currently in. Open hollow corner bracket but if you look at it another way, doesn't that mean there's a good chance that the illusory world will be a dangerous place for you? Yi and Wu nodded. No one knew what was contained within the fragments of abandoned dreams. Maybe the world within was completely ruined, so entering one of those ruined worlds would cause damage to Yi and Wu's existence. Moreover, Jung Wu had applied his quirinal powers to prevent anyone outside his space from properly locating him. No one could locate the space from the outside, and those on the inside could not get out and since he was part of the Black King, Yi and Wu had to practice caution. There must have been a good reason why Sage had yet to locate and recover Jung Wu and his mother. Right, but we have to go, right? Open hollow corner bracket yeah. Besides, I need to settle accounts with them at some point. Additionally, to face the Bull Demon King, I need to reinforce my side. And as long as there's Sage, the darkness is not completely mine. Thus, I need to bring Night over to my side first. Open hollow corner bracket alright. It's your decision, so I'm sure you'll make the right calls. Kronos proudly looked at Yi and Wu. A deep sense of trust could be seen in Kronos' eye, a father's boundless trust for his elder son. Then let's go. We can't keep your brother and mother waiting. The Black King's ego is descending. Yi and Wu traversed through various dimensions and arrived where Cha Jung-woo's vestige spirit body was located. It was the boundary area between the world and the universe where day and night had constantly collided after the tower's collapse. It could also be referred to as the end of the world. And when such a lofty existence appeared, naturally, all eyes focused on Yi and Wu. Day Eros recognizes the Black King's ego. The godly society, less than Malik greater than, wants to move to the place where the Black King's ego descended. The demonic society, less than l'infernal greater than, is about to appear where the Black King's ego is. Night Nox is closely paying attention to the Black King's ego. In an empty field, Yi and Wu raised his head. In the distance, he could see blue daylight on one side and dark midnight on the other with a solid line dividing the contrasting worlds in the center of the sky. On the day's side, many beings were descending. However, on the night's side, no one showed up, as those of the night were all focused on further observing Yi and Wu. Those of the night were probably gauging how to respond based on Yi and Wu's actions. Yi and Wu knew this as well, so he did not look towards night. For now, it was urgent to meet his younger brother's vestige spirit body first. Michael is descending. Uriel is descending. Raphael is descending. Those of Malik are descending. The first to make their appearance in the empty plain were the Archangels, who led Malik on behalf of Metatron. It felt like someone heavy and important was descending. I see it's a very great person has descended. As in their first meeting, Michael was not hiding his competitive nature. No, on the contrary, it seemed that Yi and Wu's further change and development had fueled an even greater competitive spirit within Michael. On the other hand, Uriel and Raphael, who did not have much of a repertoire with Yi and Wu, did not hide their vigilance and wariness. Yi and Wu seemed to understand why they were reacting like this. Although they were all essentially on the same side, from their point of view, Yi and Wu was now a part of the Black King, a being they detested and had no choice but to oppose. It was only natural for them to act warily. Additionally, by association, Yi and Wu was responsible for the loss of their longtime leader, Metatron, so they had no choice but to see Yi and Wu and what he represented outwardly as their enemy. Though understanding the overall situation that Yi and Wu was in, it was still difficult for those in Malik to embrace Yi and Wu. Open hollow corner bracket these little brats. Shouldn't you do something about them? Kronos was dissatisfied with the Malik members' response of open hostility towards his son. In the first place, it was Yi and Wu's mercy that saved them all from the collapsing tower. He added, if things took their natural course, these brats would have been flattened under the collapsed tower. Did they even know who they're bearing their fangs at? Kronos hated those who ran wild without knowing their place. Although his personality had grown softer around the edges relative to his active years, his temperament as a previous king did not completely disappear. Whoosh. As Kronos revealed his true character as a god king, the expressions of Uriel and Raphael hardened. Open hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. Naturally, Kronos, who had grown stronger than what he was in his prime, was not someone they could contend with. It would have been impossible for even Metatron if he were alive. Thus, it was impossible for the beings below Metatron's level to withstand Kronos' fierce momentum and aura. Having fought against the Night for over 10 years, the members of Malik thought that they had become much stronger than before, but they soon realized that they were nothing compared to Kronos. A cool sensation ran down the backs of their necks. They felt as if an invisible blade had suddenly been placed against their throats. All the while, standing behind Kronos, Yi and Wu looked upon the unfolding scene with an indifferent gaze. The members of Malik were reminded that, during their entire battle with the Night, Yi and Wu had looked down upon them from a higher perch. They were no match for him. Just as the stars embedded in the sky were untouchable things for human creatures, Yi and Wu had become the same existence for them. Open hollow corner bracket get rid of your wary gazes. Or else, I'll start twisting necks. In the end, the Archangels of Malik, who were already pushed back in the battle of momentum, had no choice but to back down in a cold sweat. Foo-foo. How about we stop at this point? In front of Kronos, who was itching for them to make a silly move, Michael stood up and spoke aloud. Bam! The whirlwind of aura that wrapped around and covered Malik was instantly extinguished. In an instant, one of Kronos' eyebrows twitched. A corner of his mouth twisted upward. Oh, so you have some skill. I do fight a bit, yes. Open hollow corner bracket. I heard that there's a crazy dog under Metatron that only knows how to fight. You must have been the one who was rumored to have been willing to bite his master if he hadn't been holding onto your leash. Though Kronos' words touched Michael's sore spot, Michael maintained his composure. Your words are harsh. I'm just doing the best I can to carry out the duty I've been given. Open hollow corner bracket. Now that the mad dog escaped from its owner's leash, it's clear what will happen to Malik fortunes in the future. I'll take that as something to reflect on. Kronos furrowed his brows with a look of displeasure at Michael's smirk and curt reply. At that moment, Agares is descending. Visago is descending. The members of Less Than L'Infernal Greater Than have arrived. Fenrir is descending. Like Michael and the others of Malik, various demons appeared in the empty plain area, starting with Agares, who was the new leader of L'Infernal. In the end, even beings who had absolutely nothing to do with Wu started to appear. Bark, bark, bark. Fenrir wags his tail, saying it's nice to meet a friend he hasn't seen in a long time. Open hollow corner bracket. Have you already forgotten what I've repeatedly stated? Do not covet what is mine. Agares, still in the form of a little boy, sat on top of his puppy, Fenrir, while babbling seemingly nonsense. Bark, bark. Open hollow corner bracket. What? If you lick him first, then he's yours. This guy, even cold water has varying levels of degrees based on height, you young bastard. Bark. Open hollow corner bracket. You're telling me to stop acting like an old fogey. Do you dare speak that way to the leader of L'Infernal and the ruler of the East? Bark, bark. Open hollow corner bracket. You're going to steal my dentures. You devour my food and consideration, and you pay me back with this bullshit. Like Michael, there did not seem to be any significant change in the two. Even though Agares seemed outwardly angry, it did not seem like he had any intention of coming down from Fenrir. If there was a difference, it seemed that their words towards each other were much more ferocious and biting than before. This probably meant that they had spent the past decade fiercely bickering with each other non-stop. Soon, Athena is descending, Ram is descending. The Olympian guards, Dis Pluto, have made their appearance. The guards all at once bow to the master they haven't seen in a long time. Boom, Dis Pluto, led by Athena, appeared in front of Wu and knelt down on one knee all at once. Your familiars are back. Death Lord Shannon has returned. Death Lord Hanryong has returned. Archlich Bu has returned. As Wu's shadow stretched out, it swallowed up his familiar's shadows. Open corner bracket. Ahoy! The atmosphere maker, Shannon has appeared. My master, have you been bored without my presence? Shannon, and his poignant words that scratched at Wu, seemed the same. Bu, who had gone through multiple developments, loyally bowed his head. The successor of the day, Eros, is descending. Cha Jungwoo's vestige spirit body finally appeared. Jungwoo, open hollow corner bracket. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? As if feeling a little awkward to openly state how happy he was to see his older brother, Jungwoo grunted and put in a slight remark about his brother's expression. Originally, Wu would have returned the favor, but now was not the time for that. Wu cut to the chase and spoke in a serious tone. Let's go find Mother. Chapter 744 8 Gods of Disorder 2. Open hollow corner bracket. Mother. Cha Jungwoo suddenly looked at Wu with an expression that seemed to ask what absurd nonsense Wu was talking about this time. They had just met after a long time, so he didn't understand what was this about seeking their mother. Still, Jungwoo's eyes gleamed with a strange light. The fact that his father had been found and recovered but his mother had yet to be caused a lingering stigma to remain in his mind. Your half is there too. Open hollow corner bracket. Isn't that expression a bit strange? If Ananta were to hear what you just said, it might cause a misunderstanding. Anyway, tell me what the hell happened. Fighting a war with night for over 10 years as the successor of day, Jungwoo could not help but feel frustrated at not having his soul. An existence was basically composed of the soul, which could be represented as the skeleton, and the spirit body, which would represent the skin. In the absence of one of these, only half of an existence existed. Although his spirit body had achieved a breakthrough based on the achievements he had accumulated in his past, Jungwoo was not yet able to reach complete transcendence. This was because there was no soul to be the subject of transcendence, so there was a limit to his rise in power. Of course, in the case of Rebecca, Yin Wu's familiar, she had been able to gain divine status. However, that was only possible because Cernunnos, who was the god she originally served, provided Yin Wu with a steady stream of blessing, which Rebecca was essentially able to feed off of. Jung Wu's spirit body, an independent existence, did not have that option. He was currently like a sandcastle built without a skeleton. One wrong move and he would collapse entirely. But now, Yin Wu was stating that they had finally found Jung Wu's skeleton. If he were to recover his soul, Cha Jung Wu would be able to complete his existence. If he were to complete his existence, Jung Wu would no longer be the successor of Day but the complete ruler of Day. In addition to this, he could also save his mother. Naturally, Yin Wu's words lit a fire within Jung Wu. Yin Wu calmly began to describe the thoughts of Rei's vestige, which Yin Wu and Kronos had seen. Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. Jung Wu remained silent for a while. Once he heard that his mother had come to find him, Jung Wu crumbled onto the ground. Yin Wu close hollow corner bracket. What? Open hollow corner bracket. What did I ever do? Quote. Open hollow corner bracket. You and father and now, even mother. How come everyone is suffering because of me? Jung Wu's sorrowful voice rang out. If his vestige spirit body was able to shed tears, Jung Wu would be crying a river. Kronos could not look directly at Jung Wu's face, so he turned his head to the side and tried to calm his trembling heart. However, Yin Wu still had a calm expression on his face. No, to be more exact, his expression was somewhat cold. Hey. Open hollow corner bracket. Don't change the subject. Flinch. Those curse words you said in front of mother, those were the exact words that you used whenever you played video games. But in front of mother, you said I used those words. Are you serious? Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. A very brief silence ensued. And then poof. Jung Wu's vestige spirit body disappeared in an instant. Poof. Yin Wu's figure disappeared almost at the same time. Open hollow corner bracket. Wondering what the hell was going on, Kronos tilted his head to one side with a face full of bewilderment. In the distance, Kronos could see Jung Wu's receding back as he ran away with his sky wings fully unfurled. Yin Wu was closely chasing after Jung Wu. Open hollow corner bracket. Stop. It's not my fault. What do you mean? Open hollow corner bracket. I didn't say those things. My soul said it. So, you shouldn't be blaming me. Your soul is a part of you. Jung Wu continued to protest, stating that he was being unfairly treated, but Yin Wu's fist was not willing to heed his brother's words. Bam. I don't bother to curse. I just respond with my fists. Clap, clap. Yin Wu lightly dusted his hand together as he spoke coldly. Kronos looked at his two sons with a blank expression. Open hollow corner bracket. Damn it. I don't get how you're my older brother. Jung Wu, with a black bruise around one of his eyes, groaned while pouting his lips. Do you feel you've been unfairly treated? Open hollow corner bracket. Of course. I didn't do anything. If you're upset, then go to your soul and ask him why he said such things yourself. Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. Jung Wu was barely able to hold back the curse words that were about to exit his mouth. So, you think you've been unfairly treated, huh? Open hollow corner bracket. What? I wanted you to resist a little more. I thought you would be stronger by now. It seems you've lost some backside. Open hollow corner bracket. Damn it. You know as well as I do that resisting any further only means more pain. That's why I'm a little disappointed. Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. Shake. Jung Wu's fists trembled. He wanted to smack Yin Wu. Though Yin Wu was his older brother, Jung Wu thought he could give anything to smack his older brother. This singular thought kept running through Jung Wu's mind. However, Jung Wu knew this was an impossibility. In the end, only he would get hurt. Although he came to fight the war as the successor of Day, Jung Wu could not compare to his older brother, who had struggled every day as the Black King's ego. It was most likely that his older brother was stoking Jung Wu's anger to set an intentional trap and release some of his pent-up stress. Just as Jung Wu expected. So, you're not going to come at me, huh? Sheesh. Open hollow corner bracket. Father. Older brother is tormenting me. In the end, Jung Wu sought Kronos' help. Kronos pressed his index fingers onto his temple as if his head hurt. Even though you guys are older, you're still acting like little kids. In fact, even when they were on Earth, Kronos' two sons quarreled often. Siblings who were only 1 or 2 years apart in age tended to fight a lot, so how quarrelsome would it be for twins born at the same time on the same day? The funny thing was that, even though they fought like this all the time, their friendship was solid. While Kronos was having these thoughts bark, open hollow corner bracket you found Cha Jung-woo's soul. Agaras approached the brothers with Fenrir. Unlike Fenrir, whose eyes were filled with innocent intent, Agar's eyes were burning brightly with lust. Then, you must take me with you. Jung-woo frowned. Why do you need to come with us? Open hollow corner bracket because that soul belongs to me. What other reason would I have but to obtain what is mine? Open hollow corner bracket that soul is mine. Open hollow corner bracket everything that is yours is mine. Open hollow corner bracket Bark, bark. While Jung-woo and Agaras were arguing, Fenrir panted while wagging his tail cutely at Yi and Woo. Fenrir seemed to be saying that he wanted to tag along as well. Yi and Woo nodded as if to express that he understood and approved. Fenrir barked loudly at Yi and Woo's approval. Seeing this unfold, Agaras could not help but shout aloud. Me too, take me along as well. His actions and appearance were just like a petulant child's. The demon lords of L'Infernal, who had followed Agaras, quietly turned their heads to the side in embarrassment. Based on what they previously experienced with their new leader, it was best to just pretend they didn't see anything. Meanwhile, the archangels of Malik, including Michael, were quickly exchanging channel messages amongst each other with serious expressions. They exchanged messages in a channel that belonged to Malik, so it was a private conversation. Open hollow corner bracket Michael, if Heaven Wing finds his soul, his existence will become complete. Once that happens, he'll be in total control of day. Open hollow corner bracket right. With a common enemy in the night, we've been working towards a common goal, but what will happen afterward? If he becomes subordinate to Night and the Black King's ego, what will happen then? We have to make preparations. Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. Despite Raphael and Ural's urgent concerns, Michael only smiled quietly and did not respond. At that moment Yi and Woo looked at the three and smiled coldly. Unable to understand the meaning of Yi and Woo's sudden smile, Raphael and Ural's backs snapped straight up. Yi and Woo should not have been able to hear their communication, but they could not shake off a feeling of insecurity. Only Michael smiled back at Yi and Woo's gaze. Athena, guard this place. If the channel on my side is cut off for a while, don't worry too much. Yi and Woo gave Athena an order to lead the day in Jung-woo's stead. Athena, who had wanted to see Yi and Woo, whom she had not seen in a long time, felt a little crestfallen at not receiving some praise for her hard work. I can follow you and focus on protecting. Open hollow corner bracket make sure to pay attention to Michael. Athena's eyes widened at Yi and Woo's following channel message. However, just as quickly as her eyes widened, she regained her composure. By that, you mean close hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket Jung-woo, Malik, L'Infernal they have no shared interests or common ideals, so they formed a loose alliance because of the legacy and dying will of their predecessors. Moreover, the existence of a common enemy allowed this weak alliance to be maintained up to now. However, if Night does not present an issue anymore, the story will be different. Open hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket based on my assessment, Malik will be the first to make a move. Infernal is still wary of Agaras and is relatively loyal to him. But this is not the case for Malik. Moreover, it doesn't make sense for absolute good and absolute evil to continue holding hands when it no longer provides any benefit for them, right? Open hollow corner bracket if they act suspiciously or act hastily, I'll react without delay. Instead of answering, Yi and Woo nodded. He did not expect Michael to make a move right away. Michael wasn't stupid enough to make a move without having a certain level of certainty. However, Yi and Woo still thought it would not be a bad idea to keep a close eye on Michael. Yi and Woo and his party soon came upon the boundary line that separated day and night. Entering this boundary space, Yi and Woo felt that it was not all too different from the feeling of swimming through the darkness when he entered Chronos Legends to make scythe. Actually, there was almost no difference. This was probably because this boundary space was originally a realm ruled by Olympus during Uranus's time. It was one of the early places that existed during the universe's creation, when the war between day and night was in full swing. You have entered, Night knocks. All laws have been warped. Eye of the heavens and ear of the heavens have been activated. The activation has corrected your shaking senses. A correcting calibration has been achieved. The world is revealed. Open hollow corner bracket I always feel like shit whenever I enter this place. Jung-woo nervously shook his hand at the overwhelming sensations bombarding his senses. Jung-woo had gone in and out of this area several times during the war, but it seemed that he would never get used to this foreign feeling. There was nothing more unpleasant to a being than the overwhelming power to devour existences and break laws. Agaras and Fenrir must have felt the same as their impressions soon hardened. They were preparing to open their magic powers to counteract the external influences. Additionally, their vigilant eyes were directed toward the various gazes scattered throughout the realm of night. Whoosh! The polluted source bows its head at the appearance of the Great Father. The unborn being shakes its head and states that that is not their father. The one who awaits the outside world states that the being may not be their father, but it possesses similarities with their father. Thus, it raises the question of whether they should regard the being as their father. The eyes of the childish soul is unable to decide. It rolls its eyes before carefully looking around. Night knocks as confused. They are not able to come to an agreement on what to do regarding the new existence, which they had never come across before. Dancing Green Flames proposes that they first have a conversation with the being and then make a decision. Darkness from the Stars nods his head saying that the proposal seems reasonable. Blood-drenched God agrees with Dancing Green Flames' proposal. All eyes in Night Knocks are focused on the Black King's ego who suddenly appeared. Originally, once an intruder entered their area, waves of uncontrollable senses would have rushed in from all directions, causing the intruder to face a state of sensory overload. However, Yin Wu's level of achievement was much greater than those of the night, and above all, Yin Wu's foundation was close to that of night, so it was easy to understand the night's confusion and subsequent cautious approach. Of course, Jung-woo and the others who tagged along with Yin Wu were still in a vertigo state of mind. Since those within the 8 gods of disorder, who essentially led the night, had shown their agreement with the proposal, the confusion within the night camp seemed to have momentarily subsided. However, Jung-woo saw a green flame briefly appear above Yin Wu's head, as if returning to Yin Wu's side after doing something and stating, "I did good, huh?" Then, the green flame quickly disappeared. Jung-woo wondered if he was mistaken by that sight. At that moment, the resident of the border has opened his eyes. The highest-ranking being amongst the 8 gods of disorder, and the head of the night, appeared. As if a door opened, a huge pupil made its appearance in front of Yin Wu as it cleared away the darkness of night. Jung-woo and Agaras were startled by the leader's sudden appearance and immediately took defensive postures. However, Yin Wu extended his hand to calm them down. The resident of the border did not pay attention to the two. They were not beings who he needed to consider. The resident of the border focused solely on Yin Wu. "You have come. I told you before that I'd be returning soon." Yin Wu did not hide his powers and completely revealed his existence. From now on, Yin Wu had to be recognized as the Black King. Rumble. The space that made up the night's area shook. Jung-woo, who was standing next to Yin Wu, looked at Yin Wu with a nervous expression. All beings of Night Knocks look at the Black King's ego with admiration. The resident of the border looks at you with widened eyes. We have not come to a conclusion, and have not made a choice. The content of the resident of the border's words meant that Yin Wu had not yet been acknowledged by night. One of Yin Wu's eyebrows twitched as he stood with his weight swayed on one leg and his arms crossed. "Why? You're not complete. You're blocking the end. Unfulfilled requirements." Yin Wu had not yet become the main ego of the Black King. Furthermore, he was delaying the ending of the dream. "So what? Are you saying you won't accept me?" Yin Wu curtly replied. There was a chance he would have to fight against these beings and use up his remaining reservoir of the law of causality. However, Yin Wu could not afford to show any weakness. Need. Show. Proof. Eligibility. Proof of father. The resident of the border was stating that Yin Wu had to show proof that he was the Black King in order to get their approval and be recognized as their father. "I don't know any father who needs to prove his existence and get the approval of his children." Yin Wu snorted and said in an arrogant tone. "But fine. If necessary, I'll show you." Green Flame is paying close attention. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young eagerly stares. Nameless Mist is eagerly watching. The source of uncleanliness is focusing. Harbinger is closely observing the unfolding scene. The eyes and attention of the night and the 8 gods of disorder were fully focused on Yin Wu. The world around Yin Wu changed. Chapter 745 8 Gods of Disorder 3. Scenario Quest Dull-Witted Father has been created. Scenario quest Dull-Witted Father. Description. The rulers of Night Nox, including the resident of the border, have been unable to clear their doubts about your claim as the Black King. Although they can sense the powers of the Black King in the Aura project, you have not yet become the main ego. Moreover, they cannot help but doubt your claim based on your questionable intentions of delaying the long-awaited end of the Black King's dream. But they are all too aware that it is impossible to completely ignore your claim as the Black King. In the case of Green Flame is convincing its colleagues that you may be the one who will finally remove the curse that has been placed on Night Nox. And many of the beings of night agree with his assessment and have formed a large group. Of course, there are still many who are skeptical about your claim, so they have not been able to come to a conclusion. So, in the end, they will test you under the conditions set by the resident of the border to see if you can be called their dull-witted father. They have decided to conduct an evaluation. This evaluation offer has been offered to you, and you have accepted it. From now on, the 8 gods of disorder will test you, one by one, on behalf of night. Go through these tests and successfully pass them to prove your position as their dull-witted father. Time limit. Restrictions. Black King's ego. Requirement. Complete all 8 quests. Note. 1. If you fail to successfully complete even one quest, you will fail to be recognized as the dull-witted father. 2. If an ambiguous result is observed, the subjective opinion of the god who gave the quest shall take majority consideration. Reward. Proof of credentials. Currently, 2 of the 8 gods of disorder, the Crawling Chaos and Lord of the Pole, are absent. The Crawling Chaos exhibited a precedent in acknowledging you as the Black King's ego and the Knight's dull-witted father, so the Crawling Chaos acknowledgement counts as completing one quest requirement. Current progress, 1/8. Since it is judged that Laplace, your familiar, is the successor to the divine seat vacated by the previous Lord of the Pole, Laplace shall be acknowledged as exercising the voting right for Lord of the Pole. Laplace voted for acknowledgement. Current progress, 2/8. After several messages popped up, one after another. Do you want to proceed with the next quest? A message prompted Yan Wu to ask if he wanted to proceed with the test. There was an existence who was very angry about this entire evaluation process. Arranged by Ogant. Fools. Bu appeared from Yan Wu's shadow as Inferno sight blue flames whipped about furiously. Bu's body had already grown several meters in height when he was with Yan Wu, but he seemed to have grown a few meters taller again during their time apart. The aura and momentum Bu exuded was not far behind any of those of the 8 gods of disorder. In fact, the damage that Bu had inflicted upon the night during their war had not been small. This was because Bu was pioneering a new realm while combining the powers of order and chaos at the same time. Open corner bracket who dares test master. Bu blatantly showed his hostility. As Yan Wu's familiar and loyal servant, Bu felt that the 8 gods of disorder should have fallen to their knees, bowed their heads, and begged to be accepted as Yan Wu's sons. Bu was disgusted at the utter ignorance displayed by the 8 gods of disorder. His merciful master had said he would gladly accept their arrogant evaluation process, but Bu could not condone it. Bu was determined to correct their flippant attitude. With that in mind, Bu took out his book of laws. Seeing Bu take these actions, the 8 gods of disorder immediately took on an aggressive stance as they unleashed their ferocious auras. It seemed as though a clash was imminent. Open corner bracket oh ho ho. I feel the same way too. Have the 8 gods of disorder become dumb over the course of time to act so ignorantly? As if to support Bu, Laplace materialized into his true form, adding to Bu's overall aura and momentum. Open corner bracket what? Are we battling again? I thought it was going to be a little quieter now. Wow, our master just brings a party wherever he goes, doesn't he? Open corner bracket stop spewing nonsense. Just raise your damn sword. Open corner bracket close corner bracket. Shannon, Hanryong, and Rebecca appeared one after another and stood next to Yan Wu. Sir Nunnos blesses his apostle. The aura and momentum emitted by Yan Wu's primary familiars were already amazing as singular entities. Their show of collective force seemed to explain how Day was able to contend and resist night during their war without collapsing. As Yan Wu raised his powers through countless struggles and battles in the darkness, his familiars benefited from Yan Wu's continuous growth. As the scene unfolded, the 8 gods of disorder were put in an awkward situation. Whoosh. They tried to pressure Yan Wu, but on the contrary, they were feeling the pressure. While expressing their displeasure, they hurriedly shifted their gaze towards the residents of the border, wondering if they should prepare for battle. Everyone, stand back. At that moment, Yi and Wu spoke to his familiars, who were blocking his way, with an irritated voice. Open corner bracket but, Master, those ignorant fools don't know. I told you to stand back, right, Boo? Since when have you talked back? Or are you planning to ignore my will from now on? Boo sensed the displeasure in Yi and Wu's voice and quickly knelt on one knee while bowing his head. Open corner bracket I would not dare forgive me. Knowing that Boo was blindly loyal to him, Yi and Wu wondered if he had reacted a bit too harshly. He passed Boo without saying a word. On the other hand, the 8 gods of disorder showed signs of being somewhat surprised or shocked by Boo's attitude. They had suffered greatly under Boo's attacks, so Boo's actions spoke volumes. Thus, they had no choice but to think more highly of Yi and Wu. I feel like he knew this would happen. Boo, that guy, he's smarter than I thought. After having this thought, Yi and Wu shouted out, who's first? Fire guy, you first. He looked at Green Flame. The god in the shape of a huge flame was the one who mediated when the beings of night were wavering and unable to come to a conclusion about Yi and Wu. Green Flame was the one who first proposed starting a conversation with Yi and Wu. In addition, in the scenario quest's description, there was an explanation that Green Flame viewed Yi and Wu relatively positively. This was why Yi and Wu approached Green Flame first. Green Flame says he will not step forward. Green Flame reveals the truth. It states that it already thinks of you as its father. You have completed the quest of Green Flame. Current progress 3/8. Rumble. The green flames blazed even more brightly around Green Flame. The warmth emitted from the flames was palatable. His will to accept and obey was also carried in his flame's emittance. Yi and Wu quietly nodded and turned his gaze to the others. Then, who's next? The Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young reveals its intention to go first. Good start. The Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young says that there is something it wants to ask the Black King's ego before starting. What? The Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young had a bizarre shape with countless black tentacles and slimy jaws all over its body, which was covered in a dark red mist. The Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young power was as strong as the stench it gave off. It occupied the second rank among the 8 gods of disorder, second only to Resident of the Border. The various mouths on its body started clamoring excitedly as it accurately spoke in a human language. You say you want to be our dull-witted father. You say you want to be our dull-witted father. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? Yi and Wu nodded. I know. No, you don't truly know. No, you don't truly know. I do know. You don't know. You don't know. I know. Utilizing open speaking, Yi and Wu sent a message that only the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young could hear. It means I will lose my name, right? Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. Open hollow corner bracket. This should be enough to prove I know, right? All of the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young mouths closed shut at the same time. And then, the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young raises the question of whether Yi and Wu can handle the effects of being the dull-witted father. It warns you that your action is as foolish as the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young destroying all of its gathered achievements. That's up to me to assess. You should just decide what quest you want to give me. The Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young looks at the Black King's ego with narrowed eyes. The Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young wants to check whether your decision is real or not. Fine. The power fantasy world is revealed. The 4th quest begins. Bam! Yi and Wu fell into a fantasy world created by the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young. The sub-quest Illusion of the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young has been created. Sub-quest Illusion of the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young. Description: the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young grants fertility to creatures, but it is known to be full of insidious and vicious intentions. From now on, free yourself from the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young's fantasy worldview. If you are unable to get out, you shall become fertilizer for the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 Young. Fertility, goddess. Yi and Wu raised himself while fighting off a tremendous headache. The sunlight that was coming in through a window was warm. The unusually soft and comfortable bed was diametrically opposed to his head-splitting headache. Yi and Wu felt that he had dreamt a very long dream, but he could not remember what it was about. Then, Yi and Wu, hey, Yi and Wu. Can't you hear your mother telling you to get up and eat? A door swung open and Yi and Wu's mother came into the room. Though it was a face that he had seen countless times, Yi and Wu felt his mother's face seemed strangely nostalgic. Mom, were you up all night playing games again? Didn't I tell you to go to bed early? You're already a senior in high school. His mother wore an apron and had an angry expression for some reason. Yian-woo wanted to ask why she was so angry. That's right, I stayed up all night playing video games. Somehow, Yian-woo remembered clearly what he had done throughout the night. However, he couldn't quite remember what he did until just now. It was as if his memory was waiting to be recalled. Was he still not fully awake? Come outside and eat breakfast. Dad and Jung-woo are waiting for you. Okay, and, just so you know, the internet is going to be cut off starting from today. Mom, what no? Yian-woo was startled and tried to stop his mother, but his mother had already gone to the kitchen without bothering to listen to her son's reply. As Yian-woo went out of his room, he saw Jung-woo, who had narrowed his eyes in disapproval of not being invited to play games together last night. Yian-woo also saw his father, who had put down his newspaper to strike a conversation with his mother. Oh, honey, suddenly cutting off the internet, can you please reconsider? I'll make sure to keep an eye on the kids. How can you say such a thing in a situation like this? It's all because of you that the kids don't study and play all night. They're already at an age where they're finishing up high school. No, wait, why are your sparks flying at me again? You don't know, you're living with the computer by your side as well. You're the children's father, but you don't have the wherewithal to create an atmosphere conducive to their studies and learning. That's because it's not because I want to. I have no choice but to use the computer because the people at the company keep asking me for help. Yian-woo's father babbling quietly trailed off as he looked at Ray's fiery gaze. Sorry, I'll shut up. Anyway, starting from today to the end of Yian-woo and Jung-woo's university entrance exam, all computer and internet access privileges have been taken away. Okay. Honey, I have an important raid that I need to conduct this week. Mom, what about my online courses? You yourself said that I'm a senior in high school. It's not good for my studies if I can't access critical information on the web. Husband, shut up. Jung-woo, I'll lend you my laptop. His mother's laptop was so outdated that the only game that could be played on it was Minesweeper. While Jung-woo silently screamed internally. Drop. For whatever reason, Yian-woo could not hold back his tears as he watched the family's common morning routine. Chapter 746 8 Gods of Disorder 4. Breakfast was delicious. Mixed grain rice, braised mackerel, seasoned root vegetables, fermented Napa cabbage kimchi, soybean paste stew. Jung-woo grumbled and complained about having to get up from bed and being forced to eat breakfast, but, all the while, he was shoveling food into his mouth. Their mother's culinary skill was quite famous, as Ray's dishes were even well known amongst Yian-woo and Jung-woo's schoolmates. Yian-woo's father was crestfallen at the thought of not being able to use the computer, so he took out some of his frustration on the soybean paste stew in front of him, swishing it wildly with his spoon. However, he was soon scolded once more by Rhea. In the meantime, Yian-woo just quietly ate. He wanted to soak up as much of this daily life as possible. He chewed the food his mother made him and listened to the random conversations around the breakfast table. And then, where did the time go? Mom, I'll get up first. Take your packed lunch. Didn't you say that your school's cafeteria is being remodeled and that lunch won't be served? Oh right, I forgot. Thanks, Mom. Jung-woo urgently glanced at the clock before putting his bag on his shoulder and running to the front door. I'll go too, honey. I'm expecting a business associate to visit this morning. All right, have a good day. So, because of the business associate, I need access. No, moreover, if you secretly bring a LAN cable from work, understand that your allowance for next month will secretly disappear. Yian-woo's father drooped his shoulders in front of his mother's soulless smile and biting words. Why is every day so crazy? After seeing everyone off, Rhea returned to the kitchen, sat down across from Yian-woo, and then sighed. How great would it be if everyone was as courageous as you and did their job well? I know, right? Yian-woo smiled softly in reply, then quietly put down his spoon. His rice bowl and the side dishes on the table had become empty. You've already finished eating breakfast. It was delicious. You've finished everything. You must be stuffed full. You didn't feel forced to eat, right? Absolutely not. All right, that's good. It's good that it suits your taste. His mother still had a warm expression on her face. While Yian-woo was looking at her silently, Rhea asked him a question. Are you going to leave now? Ray's words carried many questions beyond its simple interpretation. For a short time, Yi and Wu did not answer, then he nodded his head heavily. Although he had been caught up in the fantasy at first, he knew it was not reality. Yi and Wu knew exactly who he was. This place can also become a dream, depending on how I set my mind. Yi and Wu had gone through many dreams while fighting with various egos in the darkness, so he had already relived several lives. Some of them were based on real lives, while others were just fantasies or imaginations. But when one was in them, they were all real. Countless dreams existed in the darkness, and each dream represented a new world. Anything could happen in those dreams, and as far as one was concerned, everything one experienced within a dream was reality. It was the same case for Yi and Wu right now. Even if this scenario was a fantasy created by the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, it was a world reconstructed based on Yi and Wu's happiest memories. In reality, around this time in Yi and Wu's life, his mother was already in the hospital and his father had long ago gone missing, so the atmosphere in the house was depressed. Yi and Wu's wish to return to a peaceful daily life, which he had yearned for and kept in the heart at that time, was what was materialized. Of course, this could have become his reality and another replay of his dream, depending on Yi and Wu's actions. That was the power of the darkness. For a being who is in a deep state of sleep, a dream could be something that could appear at any time and recreate any scenario. It's okay if you decide you want to go back. Also, no one will fault you for staying a bit longer and enjoying this iteration. It wouldn't hurt to enjoy life a little before going back, no. However, I'm sorry. Yi and Wu calmly shook his head. What I want is not a dream. What I want is reality. Is that so? I guess that's too bad. I wanted to spend more time talking with my son. A faint smile formed on the corner of Ray's lips. It won't take long for that to become reality, Mother. Okay, take your time. Don't rush too much. Don't get hurt. SS's. Little by little, a static noise began to creep into the mother's appearance, creating a digitized shaking of sorts. The fantasy world shook. But, strangely, his mother maintained her bright smile. I'll be waiting here. Crack, boom, the world surrounding Yi and Wu shattered like glass. You have successfully completed the sub-quest Illusion of the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young. Current progress, 4/8. The Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young quietly expresses concerns about the choice you made in the fantasy. The Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young says it understands the answer you just gave. The vestige thoughts emanating from the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young were full of positivity towards Yi and Wu. It learned that Yi and Wu's answer to losing his name, and all that entailed, was truthful. The fact that Yi and Wu pushed away the greatest wish that he longed for, even though it was right in front of him, and returned to his original path illustrated Yi and Wu's determination and firm resolve to plow forward. Who is next? The resident of the border looked at the approving Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young before blinking his eyes and turning to the other gods. While he was considering who should go next. SS's. A hazy mist slowly rose in front of Yi and Wu and the resident of the border. It was an existence that had no form at all. Nameless mist comes forward. Not personal, just confirmation. No bad intentions. Nameless mist states that it just wants to know whether your claim as its father is valid. Nameless mist says it wants to know what the Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young saw in him. The resident of the border pondered for a moment. The resident of the border wondered if he should call upon the Nameless Mist next. The Nameless Mist was the most secretive of all the beings of night. Since the absence of a name also meant that its existence had not been established, everything related to it was unclear. The Nameless Mist possessed its own will, but even that was vague at best. It was questionable whether it was truly alive. However, for that same reason, the Nameless Mist was fundamentally the closest to chaos and in resembling the beginning of night. In other words, the Nameless Mist most closely resembled the dull-witted father amongst the 8 gods of disorder. Having this natural disposition, Nameless Mist showed blind and unconditional loyalty towards its father. Conversely, this also meant that it was the most hostile towards Yi and Wu, who claimed to be his father. This was also the point of concern for the resident of the border. Now, although they were collectively conducting an evaluation to determine whether Yi and Wu could really be called their father, it was still not proper to show any form of malice. The resident of the border was concerned that the Nameless Mist may be swept away by its emotions and possibly act irrationally. Not all divine beings were rational. Rather, the beings of night usually acted emotionally or got swept up by impulses because their thoughts were not standardized. In other words, they did not share a common basis of understanding. This could be seen in the crawling chaos, who had always made the resident of the border's life tough. Among the 8 gods, the crawling chaos had accumulated the most knowledge and was aware of day, but the crawling chaos could not give up his impulsive habit of moving out of curiosity. Thus, the crawling chaos ended up being devoured by Yin Wu. The nameless mist was even more unbearably impulsive in this regard, so there was a high possibility that it could show malice towards Yin Wu. However, the nameless mist asks if its rights have been taken away. Fine, you go next. The nameless mist had never expressed its opinion to this extent, so the resident of the border had no choice but to take a step back and allow the nameless mist to be the next god to conduct its evaluation. Eventually, a fog filled Yin Wu's surroundings. The 5th test began. The sub-quest of Nameless Mist begins. Sub-quest pieces of Nameless Mist. Description: Nameless mist is a being composed of numerous fragments that have been dismantled like droplets in a fine mist. The divine name, Nameless Mist, was given temporarily by beings who have observed its existence. It cannot be said to be the real name that defines Nameless Mist. From this point forward, you are to give a name to Nameless Mist. This time around, the world surrounding Yin Wu was a place wherein time and order seemed illogical and impossible to understand. A man was seen crossing the street while holding his young daughter's hand. An old man, watching this scene from afar, suddenly screamed and fell dead. While a boy was playing with his friends, a small sparrow flew over and grabbed the boy by the head and kidnapped him. The boy was soon seen with amputated limbs. The boy's corpse laughed merrily as if it was infinitely happy. A dragon killed by a zombie, a revenge story of a 9-headed man, an elf who was doing push-ups with 5-meter-long arms. All these observations were hard to comprehend. No, it seemed like the stories were made so that they would be completely impossible to understand. However, is this all part of the Nameless Mist? Yin Wu could somehow feel the divine power of the Nameless Mist in all things. They were fragmented forces without form. These are all my story, my legacy. As if it read Yin Wu's thoughts, the Nameless Mist's vestige thoughts echoed in Yin Wu's mind. Yin Wu lifted his head up. The randomly thrown out vestige thoughts gradually merged into one. Open hollow corner bracket. These are the stories of beings who vanished in vain once their dream reached their end. They were not able to join the absolute dream. Reality, truth, all these comprise what I am. Not all of the dreams dreamt by the Black King became worlds and created universes. It was just like the finiteness of dreams that mortal creatures dreamt every time they slept. Those dreams would become established and end within a finite period. Some of the Black King's dreams end before they even begin, and sometimes they progress without a hitch before abruptly coming to an end. There were many dreams that felt illogical because a foundational baseline was never established. Whenever this happened, the beings within those worlds cried out from insufferable pain. Those dreams would quickly fall apart and disappear as ephemeral illusions. The leftover things were shaken back and forth and piled up upon each other, layer by layer. They mixed with each other while calling out in different voices. It was very easy for these waste products to be put together since they had no shape to begin with whatsoever. These things formed a cluster and gradually began to express one intention. That expression became the Nameless Mist. A mixture of garbage that did not have a name in the first place. The reason it was referred to as a mist was because it had no established form. It was born with the Black King and existed like a parasite, wholly dependent on the Black King. It showed blind allegiance to the Black King because it could also be called an alter ego, a fragmented piece, or a remnant shadow. But, in actuality, the existence wanted to have a name. It always lived quietly, but at the same time, it had a longing. They longed to become complete. Thus, open hollow corner bracket, give me a name that will unite me and all who comprise me. If you are my real father, no, if you can be called our father, you are more than capable of giving me a name. How can I name you? Open hollow corner bracket, our father created us and gave us life. Thus, if you are him, you should know how to name me. What father doesn't know how to give his offspring a name? Yin Wu replied with a snort. If that's the case, it's easy. One corner of his lips curled up. I'm pretty good at naming things. Chapter 747 8 Gods of Disorder 5. Open hollow corner bracket master. Nike, who had returned to Yin Wu's shadow like all of Yin Wu's other familiars, spoke up. Now that he had almost assimilated into his flame attribute and had matured greatly, Nike had greatly matured. Its voice had become much firmer and more serious. Wondering why this usually reticent being was suddenly speaking up like this now, Yi and Wu simply replied, "What? Open hollow corner bracket, do you possess a moral conscience?" Momentarily, Yi and Wu was at a loss for words. Open hollow corner bracket, it's nice to hear our Nike asking the right questions. Nemesis spoke up right after Nike. They seemed to find the conversation funny as they started chuckling out loud. A deep crease formed on Yi and Wu's forehead. He could not understand what was so funny. Although he knew they did not like their given names, Yi and Wu wondered why Nike and Nemesis disliked their names so much. Maybe they just had different tastes. With that thought, Yi and Wu decided not to pay any more attention to the two. Open hollow corner bracket, it's just like our master not to listen to anyone else's opinions. Still hearing Nike's snide comments, Yi and Wu turned to Nameless Mist. No, to be precise, Yi and Wu looked towards the fragments that made up the Nameless Mist. A part of Nameless Mist screams. Rumble. Part of Nameless Mist screeches for Yi and Wu to hurry and end the process. Whoosh. Part of Nameless Mist asks you to bring an end to this if you are the father. Part of Nameless Mist begs to become complete. All these fragments from past dreams did not become part of a proper world and disappeared into the background. They should have disappeared long ago, but since they were incomplete, they had not been able to disappear completely. Screams continued to wail from the direction of the Nameless Mist. The screams were filled with a sense of pain and sickness. The compilation of these individual fragments of resentment made up the Nameless Mist. Yi and Wu took a step towards the fragments. The Nameless Mist flinched for a moment, not knowing what Yi and Wu would do, but Yi and Wu just ignored the reaction and entered the misty fog. Open hollow corner bracket, please, end this, please. The first thing Yi and Wu saw was a man with limbs bent in bizarrely awkward angles. The man looked straight at Yi and Wu. In a world that looked like it was made of useless, thrown away fabric scraps, the man complained of his pain and could not even finish his sentences properly. It seemed like he was asking for an end to the never-ending hellish bondage he was suffering under. In front of the man, Yi and Wu knelt on one knee. Then, meeting the man's eyes, Yi and Wu stretched out his hand. The man also held out his hand and grabbed onto Yi and Wu's hand, thinking that Yi and Wu was extending a helping hand. And then boom, the man's body popped and exploded like a balloon. SS's. In addition, the black and red flames emanating from Yi and Wu ignited the world where the man was previously standing. In the middle of the Nameless Mist, a hole appeared, which sucked in its surroundings and created a suction of wind. Burned, black ash started flying everywhere. Open corner bracket, wow, is expected of our master's temper. Blasting away such a poor and helpless sentient who was just asking for help. While Shannon commented, the Nameless Mist screams erupted. Rumble. The Nameless Mist protests wildly, asking why Yi and Wu took such violent measures. A Nameless Mist squirmed about. It tried to stop Yi and Wu from attacking it without giving it a name, but Yi and Wu had already raised his magic powers. Sky wings. Dark red flames started whirling around Yi and Wu. All the screams, screeches, and yelling fragments of past worlds started burning. The fragments that did not become proper dreams, and continued their existence as mere mirages were thoroughly shattered and incinerated at once. Nameless Mist writhes in pain. Nameless Mist wants to reveal its true power. It fails. Nameless Mist wants to resist the Black King's ego. It fails. All the beings of night are greatly surprised by the sudden attack. The members of the 8 gods of disorder are stupefied. The source of uncleanliness is hostile towards the Black King's ego. The Harbinger wants to release its power to save the Nameless Mist. The Black Goat of the Woods with 1,000 young suggests that the gods do not intervene. Green Flame warns the beings of the Night Nox who are bearing their hostility and arrogance to reign in their emotions. Night Nox is descending into confusion. Night Nox is in a chaotic uproar. Night quickly fell into chaos. The Nameless Mist writhed in pain while still engulfed in Yi and Wu's black flames. There were those of the night who wanted to try and save Nameless Mist. There were also beings of the night who prevented anyone from attacking Yi and Wu recklessly. The situation turned into an unstable powder keg with both sides ready to explode at any moment. The atmosphere became tense as childish taunts and jeers were tossed towards each side countless times. However, the reason why no conflict arose was because Yi and Wu, the Black King's ego, was still a burdensome, overbearing existence. Moreover, the residents of the border had not given any reaction. Because of this, the beings of the day and Yi and Wu's familiars, who were between Yi and Wu and the night, were put in an awkward position. The day and Yi and Wu's familiars did not know what Yi and Wu was thinking, but they did know that Yi and Wu was attempting to win over night onto his side. For some unknown reason, it seemed that Yi and Wu had already won over some of the night. Open corner bracket. What the hell is going on? How come our master only knows how to make situations more explosive? Open corner bracket. Stop bickering so much and hold your line. A sword strike might come from anywhere at any time. Open corner bracket. Don't worry. Shannon and Hanryong stood in front and behind Yi and Wu respectively. Rebecca hovered above Yi and Wu's head. Further behind, Bu was commanding an army of ghost giants while ferociously burning Inferno sight. Roar, rumble. The ghost giants gave off wild shouts, threatening the beings of the night. Moreover, the two dragons of death widened their eyes menacingly. All Yi and Wu's familiars surrounded him. They focused on protecting Yi and Wu so that no one could approach him. The resident of the border looks at night knocks. The resident of the border carefully observes the Black King's ego's actions. The resident of the border quietly closes his eyes. The resident of the border issues a decree to night knocks stating that no one should approach the Black King's ego. The resident of the border had closed his eyes tightly and immersed himself in thought. When he reopened his eyes, the confusion and anger stemming from the knight's side instantly stopped. The resident of the border says this is a test to evaluate the dull-witted father. The resident of the border states that everyone must continue observing. The source of uncleanliness is dissatisfied with the resident of the border's decision, but is unable to express its thoughts. The harbinger glares menacingly at the Black King's ego. Black goat of the woods with 1,000 young remains silent. Green flame burns its flames more brilliantly. All beings of night knocks fall into silence. While all the beings of night, including the 8 gods of disorder, continued to watch Yi and Wu's actions. Many of the broken dreams that made up the nameless mist have been incinerated. Nameless mist gasps with its last breaths. The nameless mist, which boasted a huge size, was now left with only a scrap of its original fragments. The last remaining fragments were being incinerated. Naturally, its thoughts were filled with anger towards Yi and Wu, who suddenly attacked it without warning. The nameless mist also resented its colleagues for not coming to its assistance in the end. Nameless mist wanted to resist Yi and Wu, but the difference in their power levels had grown too wide. It had lived a life almost as long as the Black King, so it had been relatively strong. However, in the end, the nameless mist was the shadow of the Black King, so it could not resist the Black King's ego, Yi and Wu. Is. When Yi and Wu reached out with his hand, the ashes that floated in the air were immediately sucked into Yi and Wu's hand. The pieces of ash piled up, one after another, and were recompressed. The recompressed ash soon formed into round, marble-shaped beads. The marbles shone gray like nameless mist's previous form. Each marble was very clear and transparent, yet one could not see what was inside. This was likely the remains of the nameless mist. Nameless mist glares at you. You told me to give you a name, right? The nameless mist is furious and wondering what nonsense you're going to spew this time. This is my answer. While saying this, Yi and Wu poured the marbles into his mouth. The power, Hades, spirit-eating sword, devours a huge amount of vestige thoughts. The soulstone, Superbiagula luxuria, reacts violently. Nameless mist looks at the Black Kings with its fading, dying eyes. Whoosh! Hades, spirit-eating sword, which had not been activated in a while, devoured the nameless mist's vestige thoughts greedily. The more it devoured, the greater Yi and Wu's shadow fluttered. Yi and Wu, looking intently at the fading eyes of the nameless mist, spoke out. Cha Yi and Wu. Nameless mist's resistance suddenly stops. All eyes of night knocks are focused on the Black King's ego. Didn't you say that you lived as the shadow of the Black King all your life? You said your existence consisted of the dregs and scraps that were left behind. Since this is the case, you are also a part of the Black King, aren't you? Then, not a part of me. Open hollow corner bracket. I will become the Black King. Furthermore, I'll give you my name, so live your life no longer as a shadow. Come back to your origin. Open hollow corner bracket. But you close hollow corner bracket. The vestige thoughts of the reunified, nameless mist shallowly spoke out. Open hollow corner bracket. Didn't you state that you will lose your name? Do you know why the darkness is darkness? Open hollow corner bracket. It's because the darkness is always present. Open hollow corner bracket. It's always present. Just because a name disappears doesn't mean its existence disappears, right? Just because there is no name for a father doesn't mean that the father doesn't exist, right? Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. Return. Back to your origins. Yi and Wu's eyes softened. I am you, and you are me. And because I am me, the darkness will soon become me. One corner of Yi and Wu's lips rose. Or you can just think of it as returning to your father's embrace, no. Open hollow corner bracket if it's like that then I guess it's fine close hollow corner bracket. SS is. The last remaining vestige thoughts of the nameless mist were crushed and absorbed into Yi and Wu's shadow. Yi and Wu could feel something big dwelling in him before fully merging into his being. The various imperfect fragments completely melted into the darkness. The fragments started filling in their missing gaps with darkness until they attained completeness and perfection. And little by little, they scattered and disappeared into several dreams. Open corner bracket thank you. Open corner bracket our father. Open corner bracket our dull-witted father. Open corner bracket thank you for embracing us. It was the same as absorbing demonisms, albeit one that had existed outside the darkness. Rumble, rumble. With the sudden intake and increase of power, Yi and Wu was able to fill his law of causality reservoir. He opened his eyes and looked around. The beings of Night Nox look at you with eyes filled with shock. The resident of the border silently looks at you. Yi and Wu was able to see the various beings of the night, including the resident of the border. Yi and Wu's words stating that he would become their father and embrace them, kept running through their minds. Didn't I tell you, I will be your father? It is a father's job to relieve you of all your curses, resentments, and dire wishes. Yi and Wu looked back at the source of uncleanliness and Harbinger, who were now watching him with a quiet gaze. Then who's next? At those words, the source of uncleanliness bows its head. The Harbinger prostrates itself before the Black King's ego. If you are willing to embrace us, you must be our father. The two bowed their heads completely at Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu had embraced the nameless mist, who hated yet loved the Black King. The remaining beings of night stood still at the unfolding scene. Whoosh, whoosh, you have successfully completed Nameless Mist's quest. The source of uncleanliness has acknowledged you. The Harbinger has decided to call you its father. Current progress, 7/8. All beings of Night Nox bow their heads to you. Night Nox has become subservient to the Black King's ego. The sight of all the beings of night, the seemingly untouchable existences from another world, all offering respect and worship toward Yi and Wu presented a magnificent spectacle. Open corner bracket these guys went crazy as a group. They've ruined their lives no, their new lives they just walked in of their own accord close corner bracket Yi and Wu's familiars were stunned by the sight. Shannon clucked his tongue in disgust. However, Yi and Wu looked at the night as if their decision was natural and nodded. He then turned to the resident of the border, who had not yet decided. The resident of the border's eyes were still fixated on Yi and Wu, who said, "What is your answer?" The resident of the border is silent. The resident of the border finally speaks. Chapter 748 8 Gods of Disorder 6. Still, not, made, decision. After the resident of the border finished his words, Night fell into silence. The resident of the border had directed and led Night so far, so his opinion carried the most weight. The scale of opinion had no choice but to lean towards whatever he decided. The resident of the border was aware of this fact, so he withheld his final answer. However, you've already made a decision. Yi and Wu instantly recognized that the resident of the border had already made his decision. He felt that the decision had already been made before the start of the quests and the evaluation process. Although Yi and Wu had an inkling, he could not be sure, so he remained quiet. However, the more Yi and Wu conversed with the resident of the border, the more Yi and Wu observed him, and after Yi and Wu accepted Nameless Mist and increased his powers, it became easier for Yi and Wu to understand the resident of the border's decision. After the last quest, the last quest begins. The sub-quest resident of the border has been created. Sub-quest observation of the resident of the border. Description: you have begun to receive the absolute support of Night Nox. There are some who have not yet made their final decisions, but they are paying attention to you and are willing to follow the majority trend. However, the resident of the border still hasn't given a definitive answer. The resident of the border is a being who always walks and watches only on the edge of any and every border. He totes the line and observes the cross-sections of life and death, past, present, future, and the broken and newly created dream. His vision looks beyond the law of causality and reaches the far, unfinished end of the apocalypse, the end of days. While the resident of the border viewed all of this, he had never told anyone of what he saw. He always remained silent whenever the other beings of night Nox asked when their dull-witted father would finally arrive, wake them from the dream, and embrace them once more. And there was something the resident of the border had not mentioned to anyone. It was the fact that the apocalypse, which existed beyond the law of causality, had already arrived right before their eyes. The moment when their dull-witted father would awaken had come, and the resident of the border knows that you are the one who will make it happen. But the resident of the border does not know for sure whether you are going to become the awakened dull-witted father himself or if you are simply the trigger that awakens the dull-witted father. This is because your future, as seen by the resident of the border, is shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to see the exact process and results of your actions. So, the resident of the border wants to know where you stand. And he wants to see it with his own eyes. He wants to see how the end of the apocalypse will draw near, and how his dull-witted father's awakening will be completed. This strong desire is what the resident of the border has had since time immemorial. From now on, take actions to reveal your true aspirations for the resident of the border to come to a decision. Yian Wu burst out laughing while looking at the description in the quest window. Yian Wu seemed to understand the resident of the border's sentiment when he mentioned he could not look into Yian Wu's future. Even the tortoise on Three God Mountain once stated that he could not see Yian Wu's future. Although Yian Wu was a mere mortal at that time, the tortoise stated that Yian Wu's future was shrouded in mystery. The heavenly demon also once said that Yian Wu was shrouded with a peculiar singularity. Even in the visions that Brahm and Athena saw of the future, Yian Wu's appearance had always been fogged and shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, when the resident of the border mentioned how he could not clearly see Yian Wu's future, Yian Wu could not help but laugh aloud. Maybe the wheel of my fate was always meant to turn in this way. To be precise, Yian Wu had decided to turn this wheel of his own accord. In any case, it seemed that the resident of the border planned to observe from the sidelines a bit further before making any decision. Of course, Yian Wu did not have time to wait around for the resident of the border. I understand everything else that you said, but how am I supposed to prove my aspirations? Are you telling me to go back to darkness and defeat all the remaining demonisms? If you do that, take too much time, right? I plan to do that someday, but not now. Yian Wu had finally figured out where his brother, who Yian Wu had been looking for so long, and mother were. Thus, he could not help but feel a sense of urgency and impatience in being held up in this space. I believe your side is just as anxious and time-constrained as well. The resident of the border glanced at the beings of the night. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young urges the resident of the border to quit stalling and quickly decide. The source of uncleanliness is urging the resident of the border to verbalize his opinion, as it is immensely curious about the resident of the border's thoughts. Green flame is burning its flames ferociously as if stating that its father will surely awaken. All beings of night Nox urge the resident of the border to decide. Even though the beings of night tried to urge the resident of the border to make a decision, none of them tried to intimidate or coerce him. Even if all of them were to work together, they would not be able to overcome the resident of the border. Even though he was classified as one of the 8 gods of disorder, the resident of the border was markedly different from the other beings. I will rumble. A mournful sound came from the resident of the border. A deep resounding sound that could not be expressed in words. Not get in the way, whatever others decide. Black goat of the woods with 1,000 young is astonished at the thoughts of the resident of the border. Source of uncleanliness asks the resident of the border if he truly understands the weight of his words. I know. Black goat of the woods with 1,000 young takes a deep breath. Source of uncleanliness is engulfed in great shock. All beings in night Nox have fallen silent. Night shall be disbanded. Black goat of the woods with 1,000 young shouts out $%$% at. Source of uncleanliness cries out in astonishment $** and caret. System error. System error. Unable to interpret. The exposed information cannot be interpreted. Temporary translation is also not possible. Night Nox is full of unstructured vestige thoughts. The whole world was filled with the screams of the beings of night. The space was filled with confusion as the vestige thoughts could not be read or guessed, and screams abounded. Countless letters popped out and disappeared, and the state of confusion showed no signs of stopping. The impact of the resident of the border's words and decision was too great. While the wheel turned countless times and brought about a seemingly infinite number of changes and dreams, the night had always existed as a singular constant, always working towards and awaiting the Black King's awakening. However, the declaration of dismantling such a night brought a tremendous shock and instability to the beings of night, who had grown used to living stable, static lives. This was also the case for Yi and Wu's side, or to be more precise, Jung Wu's vestige spirit body. The successor of Day Eros is so startled that he is unable to speak. Agaras is silent, Fenrir is silent, Day Eros has become unstable. It was a natural reaction from Day since its members had long fought against Night so that Night could not interfere with the dream. Metatron and Baal had maintained this status quo for Day and had passed it on after their passing. Open corner bracket. What's going on? Why the hell did we fight so hard all this time? If I had known that this could be resolved so easily, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort and time fighting. I could have taken it easy and played all this time. Shannon screamed as he grabbed his head. Open hollow corner bracket. Hung. What's going on? Close hollow corner bracket. Jung Woo looked at Yi and Woo with a trembling gaze. He couldn't help but wonder exactly what his older brother was thinking. Having led Day, albeit briefly, Jung Woo could largely understand and foresee the result of the unfolding scene. What Yi and Woo was trying to do right now was strange. It did not seem like Yi and Woo was simply trying to bring Night onto his side. It was clear that the meanings contained in Yi and Woo's dialogue with Night were profound and far-reaching, but Jung Woo could not bring himself to ask Yi and Woo what the meaning and intent was behind all of it. However, amidst the chaos and confusion, only Yi and Woo remained calm. His expression was unreadable. Yi and Woo released his overwhelming aura and power towards the beings of the night, who were roaming around in a state of panic. In an instant, the commotion ceased after being enwrapped in Yi and Woo's whirlwind-like aura, and all the beings of night who stated their loyalty to Yi and Woo no longer looked at the residents of the border but at Yi and Woo. Yi and Woo looked upon them one by one. He embraced these beings with his aura and shouted out, "Come to me." Those words were a signal. Soon, all the beings that made up night, including the 8 gods of disorder, rushed toward him at once. It was a terrifying scene to behold all of these giant beings moving all at once. However, Yi and Woo stood with his arms wide open, welcoming the incoming beings. Yi and Woo unfurled his sky wings and cast a wide shadow. And above the overlapping layers of space, Yi and Woo's true giant demonic divine draconic body appeared with its widening vertical golden eyes. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young reached Yi and Woo first. Like nameless mist, black goat of the woods with 1,000 young vestige thoughts was shattered and absorbed into Yi and Woo's shadow. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young vestige thoughts were filled with excitement, hope, and anticipation. The night, which had always existed with a sense of gloom and despair, suddenly drifted into the whirlwind that Yi and Woo created with a sense of anticipation and bliss, something they had never felt before. Rumble, scream, you, are, Father, please, lead us down the correct path toward the throne. Green flame was absorbed into the shadows while still emitting its thick flames. Soon after, Harbinger and Source of Uncleanliness revolved around Yi and Woo before entering his shadow. Afterward, the various otherworld gods followed one after another. And at the same time, Night, which had been steeped in disorder and chaos, began to crumble. As if slowly tearing a blackened piece of paper, Night was being torn away in the same manner before being sucked into Yi and Woo's shadow. Whoosh! Yi and Woo accepted everything that made up Night. Existence and laws, as well as thoughts, time, and settings. He absorbed everything. Clack, clack. While this process was going on, Yi and Woo could feel the numerous laws of causality reset in his body. The amount was much larger than when he first came out of darkness and opened his eyes. With this amount, Yi and Woo thought he would be able to safely finish the work he wanted to do in this dream, and reach the conclusion he hoped for. Countless voices could be heard in his shadows. They were not standardized, and each had their own voices, but every single one of them was full of praise and worship for Yi and Woo. With this much I should have enough to compete with Sage now, right? Yi and Woo had these thoughts while the world of night was being torn down and disappearing. Yi and Woo looked upon the resident of the border, who had been quietly observing the scene, and asked, "You say you'll keep watching, right? That is what I am supposed to do, to observe. My last responsibility." The resident of the border's manner of speech was polite, like a son speaking to his real father. "You can look forward to it." After stating those words, Yi and Woo turned around. As the emptiness opened wide beneath his shadow, all the beings of day, who had accompanied Yi and Woo, passed through the emptiness towards another space. They were headed to the outskirts of the darkness where Jungwoo's soul and Rhea were present. The resident of the border looked at Yi and Wu's receding back, which quietly disappeared. The resident of the border slowly closed his large eyes. Darkness came, and soon, night completely disappeared. The real night soon took its place. Chapter 749 8 Gods of Disorder 7. When the resident of the border slowly reopened his eyes. Back already, he had arrived in an entirely different place. He was a being who had walked on every boundary line. Thus, he could open his eyes wherever he wanted. Oceanus was standing in front of the resident of the border. While speaking calmly, Oceanus gave a bitter smile. Yes, back. The vestige thoughts that the resident of the border uttered was very brief. It seemed as if the resident of the border did not want to have a long conversation with Oceanus. Oceanus' bitter smile became a frown. In the end, your answer was this. Just like when he visited regarding Vimalasitra, Oceanus had sought out the resident of the border once more. It was to ask the resident of the border if he would be willing to join Oceanus' side. Oceanus' side was composed of beings that were left behind after each iterating dream, and they pursued a different goal than the resident of the border did, namely, they wanted to create a dream that would never disappear. Though they pursued different objectives, Oceanus still visited the resident of the border. The resident of the border told Oceanus to stop speaking nonsense, but Oceanus stated his suggestion regardless and told the resident of the border to consider it. Oceanus mentioned that their goals were not very different. And now, after meeting Yi and Wu and stating that he would withhold his allegiance, the resident of the border had decided to disband Night. By that act alone, the resident of the border had given an answer to Oceanus' suggestion. I am father's son. The resident of the border was the son of the Black King, so he would never betray his father. Yes, you were the Black King's most cherished child. You're also the child who most fervently pursued after the Black King. However, didn't you think that being cherished has put you in an unreasonable position? No, since it's you, you probably already knew. Oceanus let out a resigned sigh. Isn't it true that you hated the Black King as much as you admired him? A deep silence ensued. The resident of the border stared at Oceanus silently but did not say anything. A dull-witted being who always acts as if he is waking up yet goes back to sleep, and whenever he does wake up, he is indecisive, unable to decide which children to seat next to him. Aren't you the ones who give unconditional love but never receive anything back in return? To remain so faithful even in such a situation, I can't help but say your devotion is amazing. Another long silence ensued. That's why we decided to reach out to you. Just like us, you were abandoned in the dream, and thus separated from your father, putting you in the same position as us. Perhaps you were seeking a new dream that would never end, at least, that's what I felt. Furthermore, I can see that you desire this as well. He is my father's alter ego. Just like your side, we also have a father that we follow. Don't you think it's stupid and useless to use that as an excuse? Oceanus cut off the resident of the border's words. The resident of the border was about to say something more, but in the end, he thought it was unnecessary. His large eyes just narrowed. There, many fathers, but those fathers are not real. You're saying the father on my side is not real? No way. To be honest, he exists at the very top of the darkness. Moreover, he controlled and dictated the will of the Black King up to now. He is the closest being that could be called your father. No, this time the resident of the border cut off Oceanus' words. This being is real, father. Do you know what your words mean? Doesn't that mean that you're going to subjectively choose who your father is? Oceanus made an exasperated expression. If you pick and choose whatever ego suits you best, then you are the one who does not know what a father is. Not that kind of existence. Father is father, regardless of wheel or dream. Father just exists. That is why he is father. The resident of the border that his decision had nothing to do with the number of egos that comprise the darkness. It did not matter when an ego made an appearance. It did not matter from what dream an ego originated from or what purpose the ego had. In the end, someone was to become their real father. The resident of the border was stating that it was Yi and Wu. The resident of the border was also stating that all the other candidate beings were just momentarily filling and occupying that empty space. It seems you saw something. Oceanus sighed lightly. His expression was filled with a sense of deep frustration. In the past, Oceanus had tried to convince Vimalasitra, but that did not work out, and in the end, the demonisms suffered a defeat. It seemed that the resident of the border was unwilling to follow their will as well. Is it because of that? When Oceanus raised his head, the aura and momentum surrounding him had instantly changed. Oceanus still had a sad expression on his face, but the divine power that he exuded in waves was full of life. Then you must have also seen something like this in the future that you observed. Oceanus placed his hand on the scabbard hanging from his waist. To be caught and dragged away by us, right? Ignorant, fool. The resident of the border expressed displeasure at the fact that a young spring chicken, who had not lived very long compared to himself, would dare to provoke him. As the two's divine power collided, the world shook violently. Bam! Whoosh! Open corner bracket master. What? While Yian-Wu was passing through a wormhole with his younger brother and familiars, Yian-Wu suddenly heard Shannon's whining voice. Open corner bracket. These things are so noisy. Can't you do something about them? The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young screams that, if given a chance, she will one day reveal her father's greatness. The source of uncleanliness claims that he is the one who will be loved the most by father. The harbinger says that he has just finished a hymn for his father and wants to sing it. Green Flame insists that he will dance alongside the hymn for his father. Black goat of the woods with 1,000 young replies that she too will show off her skills. Source of uncleanliness says it will not lose out. The night knocks that has blended into the shadow roars loudly. They are very satisfied to be reunited with their father. Yian-Wu's shadow fluctuated non-stop as the countless number of vestige thoughts spread out from within. Considering that night had always been filled with silence, it was weird to see such a different image. After such a long wait, they must have been very excited to finally meet someone who they could call their real father. In addition, when this father woke up from his dream, he declared that he would always be by their side from now on, so of course, they had no choice but to be excited. Of course, these thoughts and feelings were unfamiliar to the beings of day. Even though Jung-Woo was rationally aware that there was no need to worry anymore about the night since they were now completely on Yian-Wu's side, Jung-Woo still could not help feeling uncomfortable. Even though Jung-Woo had seen the entire scene unfold before his eyes, he still did not understand how Yian-Woo had been able to bring the night onto his side. It seemed like it would take quite some time for Jung-Woo to get used to this new normal. However, it was Shannon and the other familiars who screamed bloody murder. They had resided in Yian-Wu's shadow the longest, so they were frustrated at having to share their space. To be precise, the most vocal voice was Shannon. Hanryong and Rebecca were not the types of people who cared much about the surrounding noise. Rather, Hanryong and Rebecca maintained a wary state, preparing just in case the beings of night changed their minds and decided to attack Yian-Wu. This went for Boo as well. On the other hand, Shannon, who was the most vocally outspoken, was different. For him, the shadow space he had been prancing about like a king was suddenly filled with a bunch of savage familiars who he could not find endearing, no matter how much he looked. Thus, Shannon had tried to tell them to be quiet, and he also tried to gain sympathy from Yian-Wu. However, the beings of night were undeterred from any of Shannon's actions. Open corner bracket. That's right. These newbies don't know their place. If they don't go quiet, I'll round up all those below me and give them a piece of my mind. Laplace, like Shannon, vowed to take this opportunity to exemplify his seniority over his perceived juniors, who were not listening to him. Green Flame states that ugly people should stay quiet. Laplace's words were met with insults. Open corner bracket. WW, who are you calling ugly? I'm being called ugly by something that looks like a squid that's only been half cooked. Green Flame shouts that, if that's the case, then Laplace looks like a rat trapped at the bottom of an outhouse. Open corner bracket. A rat. Apologize. I'm definitely a cute and adorable rabbit, yo. Green Flame laughs at the hairless rabbit. Open corner bracket. Hey, I have a lot of hair. Green Flames makes fun of Laplace, saying that Laplace's head is barren. Open corner bracket. Hey. Green Flame tells Laplace that he should trim his bald head. Open corner bracket. I'll kill you. Ah. In the end, Laplace, who could not stand it any longer, abruptly climbed out of the shadow. Laplace, wearing bunny ears over a shiny skinhead, roared with a flushed red face. I dare you to come out. Green Flame states that he is blinded by Laplace's bald head and cannot possibly fight in these conditions. Green Flame declares surrender. Open corner bracket. This squid-like guy. Laplace squeaked as he bit his rabbit ears, but he could not stop Green Flame from continuously teasing him. The more he was teased, the louder Laplace shouted for Green Flame to come out and play. Laplace was the successor to the Lord of the Pole. The Lord of the Pole and Green Flame were originally like ice and fire, respectively, so they did not get along very well even when they were in night. That was why things had progressed up to this point. Yianwu felt something strange when he saw Laplace, who had always acted brazenly and made Yianwu frustrated, getting served his own frustrating medicine. It was doubly strange that this was being done by Green Flame, who was absolutely faithful to Yianwu. Green Flame had always bowed deeply to Yianwu and showed tremendous respect after joining his shadows. I'm glad everyone's getting along well. If Shannon heard this thought, he would have protested fiercely, saying that Yianwu was once again spewing nonsense. However, it was true that Yianwu was concerned that the beings of night may conflict with his existing familiars. After all, they had been fighting each other tooth and nail just moments before. However, Bu, who was the representative figurehead of his familiars, did not seem to care much. Moreover, the ghost giants and dragons of death did not seem to mind as well. Open corner bracket master. Stop laughing and do something. Shannon. Open corner bracket what? By the way, aren't you always wearing that same helmet? Is it because you're bald as well? Open corner bracket what are you trying to say? You should just shave your head as well instead of hanging on to those few scraps. Open corner bracket this damn master. You have reached your destination. Open hollow corner bracket hung. Yeah, Yianwu returned to reality after receiving the message that he had arrived beyond the darkness border. Shannon kept screaming, but once Yianwu turned off the channel, Yianwu heard nothing. Yianwu quickly scanned the world where countless fragments of dreams swirled around. Open hollow corner bracket there. At the sound of Kronos' urgent cry, Yianwu turned his head. There was Jungwoo's soul asleep with his mother. They were nestled together and enwrapped in Jungwoo's huge sky wings. Chapter 758 Gods of Disorder 8. Open hollow corner bracket mother. Jungwoo was the first to shout out. He had finally found his mother and the soul he had been longing for. Less than sky wings greater than. Jungwoo's vestige spirit body spread his sky wings and flew to the place where his mother was. Kronos followed suit. Although Kronos did not scream out, the way he jumped to action and his tense facial expression illustrated just how earnestly he wanted to reunite with Rhea. Agaras was also very excited. Let's go. Hurry. I should retake what is mine. Bark. Open hollow corner bracket what? Don't think of disturbing them. What are you talking about? I'm going to retrieve what is rightfully mine, who would say anything about that? Bark. Bark. Open hollow corner bracket I'm not meddling in their family reunion. Why am I even talking with this bickering dog? Agaras was unable to do anything as he contended with Fenrir's stubborn objection not to interfere. At that moment, Jungwoo's vestige spirit body and Kronos reached the barrier where Jungwoo's soul and Rhea were located. Just when they reached the barrier and extended their hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, they felt a strong wave of energy being condensed from below them. Boom! A sword thunder strike flew their way. The power behind the strike was so overwhelming that it chilled their spines. Open hollow corner bracket hung. What are you doing? Jungwoo was startled by Yianwu's sudden action. Immediately, he and Kronos split to the side and shouted out at Yianwu. However, they soon realized that Yianwu's gaze was not on them but on something that stood right behind the barrier that confined Jungwoo's soul and Rhea. Yianwu's sword thunder strike soon reached the area beyond the barrier. Rumble. Boom. Through a tear in the emptiness, something black suddenly descended downward. Feeling an overwhelming pressure and countless gazes, Jungwoo could not help but straighten his back. This is. Open hollow corner bracket could it be the darkness? Kronos opened his eyes wide. A dark, gloomy it was the darkness. Darkness is descending. Many demonisms are descending all at once. The apocalypse is beginning. Father. Father. Yianwu's shadow started to greatly sway. The otherworld gods became excited when they saw the demonisms that possessed similar qualities as Yianwu. However, this did not cause any of the otherworld gods to leave Yianwu's shadow. Even though they could see the darkness, they were already in Yianwu's darkness. Moreover, they had already recognized Yianwu as their true father and the ultimate owner of darkness. While all this was going on, the surrounding world turned black, and many demonisms appeared. As the fragments of the dream were shattered into pieces, they were completely absorbed into the darkness, and the space that was originally outside the boundaries of the world became the realm of the darkness. Everything in the world was covered in darkness. The space soon became filled with demonisms. Yi and Wu enveloped his party in his shadows so that they would not be injured by the darkness. He further formed an illusory barrier to repel the oncoming curses and other negative influences that were inherent in the darkness. Jung Woo glanced at Yi and Wu to show his appreciation before spreading his sky wings to quickly approach the barrier that enclosed his soul and his mother. Boom! Open hollow corner bracket, damn it. However, the barrier did not seem to acknowledge Jung Woo, so it forcefully repelled him. Jung Woo thought he could merge into one with his soul as soon as he touched the barrier, but apparently, that was not the case. Jung Woo angrily swore and tried to find a way to somehow break the barrier. However, though he knew that the barrier was created based on his sky wings, he could not crack through. Choir-inale. It was because of the power of choir-inale. Since the soul formed the barrier while reading and processing his mother's data, Jung Woo's vestige spirit body, which did not possess any qualities of a choir-inale, did not have the authority to access the barrier. His soul and mother were so close yet so far. The reality of not being able to do anything about the situation made Jung Woo grind his teeth. Such an interesting scene. So many fun things to see. I can see many things that originated and branched out from me. Oh ho, it looks like the me over there is now a match for the me over here. No. Letters started circling like crazy around Jung Woo as if to tease him before they started forming sentences in front of Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu fixed his gaze on the being that positioned itself above the letters. Compared to the other demonisms, the being's size was much smaller. The being did not exude overwhelmingly great power, rather, it was full of contradictions, a kind of power and presence that overwhelmed all the other demonisms. Sage sat cross-legged as he looked at Yi and Wu. Although Sage did not have clear facial features, one could sense that he was smiling. It doesn't seem that long ago when you left the darkness. I didn't expect that we'd meet each other under these circumstances. How did you find the coordinates to this location? Yi and Wu was able to locate this location due to the vestige thoughts left by his mother, Rhea. However, Sage did not have this luxury, so Yi and Wu was perplexed on how Sage was able to locate Jung Woo's soul and Rei's body. Furthermore, Sage had not been able to locate the position for a long time. It seemed that Sage had constantly searched for Jung Woo's soul and Rei's whereabouts but had not made any headway. Thus, Yi and Wu could not help but feel perplexed by how Sage was able to find the location, especially right at the moment when Yi and Wu arrived. I was lucky, very lucky. Aren't you now a part of us? Since we have a similar basis, I constantly searched in the places that I felt a familiarity in. That's when I happened to stumble upon the scent of a choir-inale. I also sensed that you were headed in this direction. That's how I was able to stumble upon this place. I was lucky. This meant that Sage had deduced the location while narrowing the scope he needed to search based on Yi and Wu's directional movement. Through observation and extrapolation, Sage had triangulated the location of Jung Woo's soul and Rei's body. Yi and Wu frowned and clicked his tongue. As long as he was entangled and affiliated with the darkness, it was impossible to move independently without the other beings of darkness noticing. Though he tried to block the outflow and limit any information from leaking as much as possible, it seemed that he could not completely avoid Sage's watchful eye. However, didn't you want this outcome? Hearing Sage's comment, Yi and Wu gave a wry smile before bursting out into laughter. Apparently Yi and Wu could not hold back his laughter. I thought this might happen. However, I wasn't too sure that you'd actually come. Yi and Wu coldly smiled before taking a step. In an instant, he appeared next to Jung Woo's vestige spirit body. Open hollow corner bracket hung. Jung Woo's gaze trembled as he looked at his older brother. You can release the barrier later. For now, take mother and get out of this area. Open hollow corner bracket. All right. Jung Woo did not even consider offering Yi and Wu help. It was because Yi and Wu, who had his eyes squarely fixed on Sage, felt particularly cold. It seemed that Yi and Wu was doing all he could to actively suppress a fit of simmering anger that was coming from within. Jung Woo felt that it was not the time to get in his brother's way. Thus, without another word, Jung Woo quickly retrieved the oval-shaped barrier that enwrapped his soul and Rei's body. Clang! Scythe's blade suddenly flew in and smashed all the approaching tentacles. The tentacles, made up of darkness, had been shot out by Sage. Whoosh! Open hollow corner bracket. How dare you approach my family? Scythe's words reverberated throughout the space as Scythe placed itself in Yi and Wu's hand. Kronos, deep and resentful aura influenced Yi and Wu, and in turn, Yi and Wu's anger was conveyed to Kronos. The two emotions, resentment and anger, mixed together, and soon, unity was achieved. The father and son would not forgive those who messed with their family. Rumble, whoosh, the intense aura emanating from Yi and Wu began to forcibly push away the darkness that was starting to surround them. Kikiki, so much fun, we knew it. It was getting slightly boring for that. Me, since there was no one to challenge that. Me, but now there seems to be a me who's up to the challenge. First, the rest of us will take our leave. The other Black King's egos conveyed a message before retreating. They had no intention of harming Jung Woo's vestige spirit body or the beings of day. It seemed like a good opportunity for the demonisms to finally drive their adversaries, who constantly obstructed them, into a corner, but on the contrary, they made their exit. They did not want to garner Yi and Wu's hate since it was possible that Yi and Wu may become the executor and the Black King's main ego. Anyway, they felt and thought that the position of me would be decided as soon as the match ended. The vast darkness soon divided into two sides and started giving off slightly different properties. At the center of each darkness were Yi and Wu and Sage. Like an elderly man slowly getting up and raising his body, Sage got up with a slumped back. His arched back soon straightened as he stood up and his narrow shoulders extended out. The moment he proudly raised his head was raised proudly, the darkness surrounding him started to explode into a frenzy. It was a scene that Yi and Wu had seen before. Monkey King. It was the same aura Yi and Wu had felt from Sage before. It was the aura of the heavenly brackets 5 elements mixed in with the properties of the darkness. The aura soon reverberated throughout the space and roared loudly. Rumble, rumble, it was not my plan to face you here. But this works as well. Flash, Sage laughed and flew toward Yi and Wu. Night Nox spreads. Yi and Wu swung scythe at the approaching Sage. The sword thunder strike was mixed with black-red Gubatera. The strike took a direct line at the approaching opponent. Two egos collide violently. Darkness is mixed. Open hollow corner bracket, damn it. How am I supposed to open this? Jung Woo could not help but feel a growing sense of nervousness. From the moment Yi and Wu and Sage's clash began, Jung Woo tried to break through the barrier that bound his soul and his mother. However, it was easier said than done. Just as Kronos was able to ascend to the God King throne based on his Pneuma power, the Quirinale's power, which was comparable to Pneuma's, was not easily bypassed. Access to the target is not possible. You do not have access to the target. Jung Woo's vestige spirit body attempted to make the barrier recognize him as the same entity as the soul that resided within. If he was able to successfully do this, Jung Woo might be able to find a detour and gain access and control over the barrier. However, Jung Woo was finding no success. His failure was largely due to the barrier recognizing his vestige spirit body and soul as two completely different beings. The two were acknowledged as completely independent entities. The soul had already acquired divinity while interpreting the power of Quirinal. Similarly, Jung Woo's vestige spirit body acquired demigod status based on his past achievements, so it was understandable that the barrier would judge the two as completely different entities. A divine existence was singular. Thus, the position on which Jung Woo's vestige spirit body stood was a completely different level and entity from his soul's. But still, that is me. I'm also me. There must be a way. Jung Woo utilized all the divine power he had gathered as the successor of Day while maximizing the output of his sky wings. Jung Woo's perfect adaptability became more sensitive than ever. His senses were heightened to the extreme. Jung Woo felt like his head was overheating. Jung Woo endured the extreme heat, which seemed to want to burn his eyes, as he tried to connect with and read his soul. Just as his soul had used draconic eyes to read Rhea, Jung Woo sought to somehow read his own soul through draconic eyes. Although the barrier kept blocking his access, Jung Woo persevered. If he could not access and read his soul, Jung Woo was planning to break through the barrier by force. Jung Woo would consume and burn his divine power. And if that was not enough, he would consume and burn his legends. And if that was not enough, he would consume and burn his divinity. He was willing to consume the entirety of his holiness, faith, and divinity. If only he could reach even a little bit of his soul that resided just beyond the barrier. If only he could stimulate his own soul. With that singular thought, Jung Woo poured all the vestiges that made up his own spirit body and focused it all into his draconic eyes. As he did so, the light distribution that glowed like a halo around him gradually grew dim. Unsuccessful. The target cannot be read. Unsuccessful. The target cannot be read. Unsuccessful. The target cannot be read. Skill, Sky Wings, is overheating. The effect of Sky Wings strengthens the character of draconic eyes. It will now be easier to detect and understand divine power. Skill, Sky Wings, has been infused with divine power beyond its limit. Caution. The skill, Sky Wings, has exceeded its limit. If the forced injection of divine power continues, the skill may be damaged. Warning. The connection between the skill, Sky Wings, and your trait, Perfect Adaptability, has gone far beyond the allowable range. This may lead to the collapse of your legends. Warning. Your divinity is in danger of collapsing. Warning. Your divine position is in danger of collapsing. The divine power has exceeded the limit. Your powers shake dangerously. Your light distribution has become clearer. The light of day Eros splendidly illuminates the world of darkness. Open hollow corner bracket wake up. Jung-woo was clenching his jaw and fists. He had poured out so much of his divine power that his body began to shake precariously as if it was about to crumble and collapse at any moment. His limit, which had been reinforced when he achieved exuviation, was in jeopardy of collapsing. Open hollow corner bracket wake up you bastard. Jung-woo screamed at his soul. He just needed it to awaken. However crack. A sound, which originated from the center of Jung-woo's vestige spirit body, rang out. A small crack had formed on his spirit body. Open hollow corner bracket damn it. You're not some sleeping beauty you asshole. How long are you going to have me do your dirty work while you rest? Crack, crack. The light emanating from Jung-woo continued its heightened output non-stop and overheated. Soon, cracks spread all over his body. The cracks were spreading at an alarmingly high speed. The numerous cracks covered his upper body and reached the area under his eyes. Open hollow corner bracket because of you, I was unfairly beaten by Hung. I'm so embarrassed. I couldn't even fall asleep because I was so upset. Damn it. Pop. The lower half of Jung-woo's vestige spirit body disintegrated. Soon, his right arm and the left portion of his face followed. His body parts burst into powder and scattered. It was sublimation. Like the martial king in the past, Jung-woo's vestige spirit body was being incinerated from within, burning everything that remained. Now all that was left was part of his left arm and right eye. Jung-woo's already red, bloodshot draconic eyes were fixed on his soul, which still had its eyes closed. Open hollow corner bracket wake up. And again, open hollow corner bracket wake. Before he could even finish his words, Jung-woo's right eye disintegrated. As the powder helplessly floated into the air, it lost its shining divine light and disappeared. No, it was in the process of disappearing. At that moment, bam, 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 from somewhere, the sound of restraints, which had been tightly bound around something, breaking could be heard. Crack, crack, boom, the barrier that had been holding firmly exploded into pieces like firecrackers. Amid the explosion, Jung-woo's soul raised his upper body, opened his eyes, and reached out toward the place where Jung-woo's vestige spirit body had just sublimated. As soon as Jung-woo's souls touched the powder with his fingertips, in an instant, all the data contained within the powder was sucked into Jung-woo's soul. It was only a fleeting moment, but that was more than enough time. Jung-woo's soul accepted, restored, and merged with all the memories that his vestige spirit body encountered while his soul was asleep. In one part of his mind in an infinitely white world, Jung-woo's soul and body came together and were having a brief conversation. Open hollow corner bracket hey, did Hung ever find out that I sold him out to mother? Open hollow corner bracket what do you think? Open hollow corner bracket so I guess Hung knows. Open hollow corner bracket yeah. You better get ready for a beatdown. Open hollow corner bracket damn it. Open hollow corner bracket I have nothing to do with it, so take care of it yourself. Jung-woo's body smiled and disappeared after stating those last words. Flash. Jung-woo's soul, which had been blurry, now became Cha Jung-woo. A sense of life and vigor returned to his eyes. However, despite waking up after a long time, Jung-woo frowned. Maybe I shouldn't have woken up. After stating his complaint swoosh, Cha Jung-woo spread his sky wings, which were shining brighter than ever. The surrounding dark world was filled with light and became bright. In an instant, it seemed to have become a bright day. The sun of day Eros has risen. Day Eros spreads. Chapter 751 Day and Night 1. Crash, crash, crash. Yi and Woo and Sage clashed endlessly. When Sage stretched his fist out, Yi and Woo struck back with scythe. And when Yi and Woo attempted to strike with sword thunder, Sage exploded with lightning strike. Darkness stained with their colors crashed into itself, repeating strike after strike. As if two cogwheels that were spinning in opposite directions had given off sparks after crashing into each other, the darkness was in pandemonium. It was an intense battle, making it hard to tell what was where. Pahahaha, I didn't think the battle would be this tight. It's interesting to see the one dominating over me fighting me like that. Yeah, fight. Continue fighting each other and lose stretch. Who knows, maybe both of them will become exhausted and we can take them for ourselves. Kikikik. Our greedy ones won't stay still if we get that buffet. Who cares? Even if I die here, I'll still be a part of me. The demonisms standing far away from the battle were clapping and laughing in amusement. They didn't care who won because both were egos of the Black King. Rather, they were glad the Black King's ego would become stronger. In fact, they could also attack if either Yi and Wu or Sage began to show weakness. Although they were all sharing the same fate, they were all looking for the opportunity to kill each other to become one. The egos of the Black King considered the fight between Yi and Wu and Sage to be a part of a long-standing tradition. It didn't matter who won. On the other hand, Yi and Wu, who was still more independent, wanted to put darkness at his feet, and Sage, who had ruled as the main ego of the Black King for a long time, had no intention of handing his spot over. Sage considered this an opportunity to absorb Yi and Wu into darkness and capture this dream's opponent, as well as take back Quirinale and Numa. However, it wasn't easy. I did feel you taking my children. But I didn't know you'd become this powerful after absorbing them. It's hard for me to keep my powers hidden if you come out like this. When Sage eventually revealed his heavenly bracket's 5 elements, he seemed flustered. He had wanted to keep secret the fact that he practiced the arts of the heavenly demon, who was the Black King's mortal enemy. There was no need to reveal his secret weapon. However, Yi and Wu had become quite strong compared to when Sage last saw him, and the bright Tai Chi Pengu sword complete with black Gubatera was enough to make chills run down Sage's back. It was impossible for Sage not to use his secret weapon. Thinking he wouldn't be able to defeat Yi and Wu if he didn't use full power, Sage raised the intensity of his holy power. Swish swish. The darkness trailing after Sage whirled and speeded for Yi and Wu. Clang, clang. Yi and Wu deflected the waves of darkness with 8 extremes of sword thunder and frowned. This guy. The sensation that was delivered through side was familiar. Flowing water was another art that was a part of the heavenly bracket's 5 elements. The art that absorbed darkness and exploded it at once was also part of heavenly bracket, flame wheel. What I felt before was right. Heavenly bracket's 5 elements. This is familiar. With this, Yi and Wu was able to realize the identity of Sage, which had been a mystery until now. Only one being came to mind as an ego of the Black King and master of heavenly bracket's 5 elements. The being was also relatively small compared to the other demonisms. However, Yi and Wu was curious how such a being was able to become the Black King's ego and descend without using many laws of causality, just like himself. But that was something that could be answered later. Right now, he needed to find a way to defeat Sage. Yi and Wu currently possessed 50% of the darkness. It was the result of absorbing several egos after being acknowledged as the true father of night. Of course, Sage also possessed exactly 50%, so victory was hard to tell. Yi and Wu needed another method, a method Sage would never be able to imagine. You must be thinking the same thing as me. Just then, Sage pushed Scythe aside as he spewed out letters. It was impossible to see his face, but he was most definitely smiling. If we continue to clash like this, we'll only wear each other out. You started out as a mere mortal and arrived up to this point. It's truly amazing. So you need a method to turn the tides. Isn't that so? I have a method. Do you? Sage suddenly spread open his palm and brought his hand down in the air. Crack. Fissures began to appear mid-air with a loud cracking sound. Crack, crack. The cracks spread throughout the darkness. Just as space was open for darkness to appear in this world, another darkness appeared through the cracks. It felt ominous. Each of them were pieces of darkness, but they emanated a different feeling from the darkness that Yi and Wu knew. Crash. An army surrounded by darkness began to rain down. Open hollow corner bracket W. What is that? Kronos exclaimed in shock. Army of perished gods has been activated. The darkness is stained into a different color. Open hollow corner bracket perished gods. What's that? Agaras paused watching Yi and Wu and Sage's battles and frowned at the messages that suddenly popped up. He had lived the longest out of all the infernal demons except for Baal, so he knew most things, but he had never heard of the perished gods. Of course, such things had repeatedly occurred after Agaras met Yi and Wu and Jungwoo. The identity of the fearsome otherworld, the relationship between the Black King and the heavenly demon, the wheel, or dream, that was the truth of the universe, the eternal war between day and night, and the information in the revelations that recorded all these events, but they were all hidden truths known by very few beings. What was happening now was nothing like that. They were gods. They were demons. They were dragons, and they were giants. They were all transcendents. However, the important thing was they were all transcendents. The army that appeared through darkness with Sage's summons was composed of transcendents, but they were all dolls empty on the inside. Their eyes had no focus, and they didn't even seem to have any vestiges that dead creatures had. They were perished gods because they had lost themselves. Woof! Fenrir barked. He made a low growl, seeming quite angry. Open hollow corner bracket I know. It seems he's collected them instead of erasing them from the past dreams. Feeling the same as Fenrir, Agar's face crumpled. You dare to treat us revered demons like marionettes on a string? I'll kill you. Agar spread open his hundreds of pairs of wings. Demonic energy trailed after him and the army of demons he brought began to move. Next to him, Fenrir had returned to his large wolf form and dashed toward the perished gods. Crash! Open corner bracket for our god. Open corner bracket victory. Open corner bracket honor. With Valdebeach's boisterous shout, the ghost giants, who were now accustomed to battle after fighting the last 10 years against night, ran forward. Open corner bracket let's go. Open corner bracket HMPH. Always fighting so inelegantly regardless of whether we're in or out of the darkness. The Summer Queen snorted at Kalitas' words, but she flapped her giant wings and spewed a powerful breath toward the army of perished gods. Open corner bracket what are you doing? Step forward, show Master's glory and demonstrate who the true owner of darkness is. Close corner bracket at Boo's command, Shannon, Hanryong, Rebecca, and other ghosts led Pluto at the forefront. The beings of day that came along also moved toward the army of perished gods. The clash of the two armies was a sight that made onlookers shiver. Day, Eros, is illuminated. Night turned anxious. Need to help Father. But which Father? All Father. Choose who our Father. There, not choice, but real Father. They contemplated for a short while, but they all reached the same decision. Even if this was their great father's arms, if they didn't make a choice, they wouldn't be doing what their father wanted. It would be embarrassing to call themselves their father's children if they didn't do anything. Moreover, there were so many of their father's subordinates here that if they didn't do anything, they wouldn't be able to stand by their father's side when he woke up. For Father's glory, they quickly moved to action after coming to a decision. Night Nox descends darkly. Yin Wu's shadow became elongated and the otherworld gods within it came out. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, curses the army of perished gods. The army of perished gods becomes contaminated. Their defense has decreased. More of their attacks are failing. The source of uncleanliness sends an untreatable disease toward the army of perished gods. The immortality of the army of perished gods has disappeared. Day and night, who had been enemies just days before, were fighting together in front of their common enemy, darkness. How foolish. Sage exuded letters of disbelief as he watched the sight. As one who had lived for a long time as an ego of the Black King, he didn't understand the scene in front of him. Of all the egos, Yin Wu was the youngest. Sage didn't understand why the beings of the night were following him. Day should have been furious at Yin Wu for being an ego of the Black King, but they were collaborating with him. This was why Sage thought they were foolish, but he didn't see any way to divide them. I really have no idea. Yin Wu himself was unpredictable for Sage. He'd planned on using Yin Wu to carry out his goal, but no being had ever messed up the order of a dream like this. Heavenly Demon, what are you thinking? Sage wanted to ask the Heavenly Demon. However, he didn't think he would lose here. The army of perished gods he had collected from the disappeared dreams wouldn't disappear no matter how many were killed. Getting rid of unnecessary things and starting anew isn't bad either. Sage could erase the order that was day and night, and wake from this dream again. Since he finally had Numa and Quirinale in his hand, he'd be able to dream a dream he didn't have to wake up from. But Sage wasn't able to continue his thoughts. The son of Day, Eros, has risen. What? At that unexpected message, Sage whipped his head around. Ping ping ping. Magic circles appeared in the air, and countless rays of light poured down, instantly sweeping away the army of perished gods. Open angle bracket wave of light close angle bracket. Open angle bracket random shooting close angle bracket. Above the darkness that destroyed all, Jungwoo looked down at Sage. Standing next to him was Rhea, who was still pale. Long time no see, twerp. Oh, dear, this is awkward. On Sage's left were Yin Wu and Kronos, and on his right were Jungwoo and Rhea. Sage smiled wryly at the holy power the family exuded. Chapter 752 Day and Night 2. Just then, thwack. Ow. Jung-woo jumped at the hand that suddenly slapped his back and turned around. Rhea was glaring at Jung-woo. I said to use nice words, didn't I? Geez, Mom, I was trying to get in the atmosphere. You're going to keep on talking back. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Okay, stop hitting me. Oh. Jung-woo displayed a pleading expression, but Rhea's hand showed no sign of stopping. Her divinity was definitely still unstable, so Jung-woo had no idea where she was getting this strength. However, there was something that made Jung-woo even gloomier. Open hollow corner bracket, you're up. Hung. At that familiar voice, Jung-woo straightened his back and turned around. Greeting him was a brightly smiling Yeon-woo. Open hollow corner bracket, we still have stuff to talk about, don't we? Hung, my vestige body was already beaten up. Can't we call it good with that? Open hollow corner bracket, no. We can't, I mean, that was me too. So we can call it good enough. Open hollow corner bracket, no. We can't. Jung-woo wondered if Yeon-woo had eaten some firm foods, because he had no idea why Yeon-woo was cutting him off so firmly. Open hollow corner bracket, anyway, I'll see you after this. With that, Yeon-woo tightly gripped scythe and dashed for Sage again. Ha! Jung-woo couldn't do anything but sigh. Yeon-woo was still getting angry over something that had happened years ago, and Jung-woo didn't understand how Yeon-woo could be so narrow-minded at this age. Yeon-woo had even lived all those lives as the Black King's ego, so it really didn't make sense. Even if Yeon-woo hadn't become magnanimous, Jung-woo thought that he should have at least become not petty. What a bigot. Open hollow corner bracket, I can hear you. I meant for you too. Jung-woo flinched, but he decided to act brazenly since he was already caught. Whatever he did, he'd be beaten up by Yeon-woo anyway, so it put him at ease to think he had nothing else to lose. Open hollow corner bracket, you want to die? Mom, Hung is threatening me and asking me if I want to die. Jung-woo hid behind Ray's back. Ray's glare turned toward Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo, I told you, stop bothering your brother. Did you keep this up even when I was gone? Open hollow corner bracket, that's close hollow corner bracket. Goodness, I told you so many times to get along with each other since you only have each other to rely on if your father and I are gone. Gosh, you really don't listen. Open hollow corner bracket, close hollow corner bracket. When will you boys grow up? You're both over 30 now. Open hollow corner bracket, it's because that bastard sold me first. You were going to hit me first. Both of you, be quiet. Open hollow corner bracket, close hollow corner bracket. Quote. Anyway, we'll talk more about this later. Both of you are in big trouble. Yeon-woo and Jung-woo both closed their mouths tightly. Who do you take after to fight so much? Open hollow corner bracket, Wifey, you're not talking about me right now, are you? Kronos, who had been watching with amusement at his sons being scolded, jumped into the conversation. Of course, the juvenile husband wasn't able to avoid Ray's glare either. Are you asking because you don't know? Open hollow corner bracket, close hollow corner bracket. It's because you're always like this that the kids are acting the same way. Anyway, we're going to have a chat after this too. Kronos groaned after being scolded because of his children, but Rhea didn't even pretend to hear him. What a mess. Sage exuded letters of disbelief while watching Yeon-woo's family, but he was filled with thoughts about them. Yeon-woo was the executor, Death King, ego of the Black King, and the Master of Night. Jung-woo was the opponent, and Son of Day. Then there was Kronos, the former king of gods of Olympus, and one who had been the closest to reaching the emperor level as a descendant of Numa. And finally, there was Rhea, who had also ruled over Olympus and interpreted the powers of Quirinale the best after the ancient gods. Each of them had shaken universes, and they could all be said to represent this modern age. Sage wanted to have them desperately, but that was why he was also wary of them all being together like this. It was clear things would become difficult. Family bloodline. What are these things for you to create such miracles? Sage didn't understand. His plans had been perfect from the past, present, and future. He created an inescapable trap since he was able to observe and be set apart from the laws of causality. They were his plans to create a safe haven. But why were all his plans crumbling apart? He couldn't help but be confused. If you don't know, the spring of time spins intensely. I'll beat it into you. Whoosh, whoosh, Yeon-woo began attacking again. Rumble, rumble. Open hollow corner bracket, we'll see about this later. Mom, Hung wants me to follow him out into the back alley later. Open hollow corner bracket, this bastard. He's even cursing at me. Open hollow corner bracket, hey. He's even shouting at me. Jung Woo told Rhea everything Yi and Woo was threatening him with, and Yi and Woo became more frustrated. And as Ray's glare just deepened, Yi and Woo thought talking even more would only increase his losses. He contained his anger and swung scythe. Rumble. A more powerful sword thunder than just before came striking down. The tide of the battle was also a lot different. Yi and Woo had been fighting off to one side. Because he was concerned the forces of day and night might get swept up, and Rhea and Jung Woo could get hurt, Yi and Woo had been careful, but he no longer had to worry about what was behind him. Jung Woo would be there to have his back. Sheesh, always using me like this. He does all the cool stuff himself. Jung Woo grumbled, but he spread his sky wings wide apart. He knew what Yi and Woo wanted even if he didn't say it out loud. Open angle bracket sky wings, maximum force close angle bracket. Open angle bracket absolute power space close angle bracket. Whoosh. Jung Woo's sky wings emanated a bright light while the traits of perfect adaptability were released. It felt as if all the laws of this world were at the tips of his fingers. He could feel the darkness. The power of Choironale specialized in sensing and controlling space, and when this was combined with perfect adaptability, the power had new capabilities. It was domination, and manipulation. To be more precise, Jung Woo could force his will and manipulate the laws and order that made up space. Some could think it was no different than what gods and demons could do in their holy territory, but in terms of range and authority, Jung Woo was beyond stronger. This was because the territories of others were included in the space he could dominate and manipulate. Rumble. RRRRRRR. With this, Jung Woo attempted to dominate and forcefully manipulate the space of darkness. Space trembled, and darkness quaked. The demonisms all laughed and mocked him. Kikikik, you're attempting something crazy. He awakened the divinity of Choironale and got his powers not too long ago. But he's trying to attack us. Wasn't Choironale logical and reasonable? They were far from foolish actions like this. HMPH. Things like this were up Numa's alley. Did his temperament change since their blood was mixed? This is fun too. However, the demonisms just watched Jung Woo's actions and showed no sign of interfering, as if telling Jung Woo to try if he wanted to. Or perhaps they thought this was something Sage could overcome. Will you be alright? Rhea turned into a concerned mother from the rebuking mother she had just been. She was worried Jung Woo was overworking himself and that he'd fall in danger like before, especially after using too much holy power. But Jung Woo just looked back at Rhea with a relaxed face. I should ask that. Are you alright, Mom? There was an invisible string that connected the two. Since Rhea had used up all her holy power to save him, Jung Woo connected his soul to hers in order for her soul not to disappear. It was something he did as soon as he woke up. Yes. So, me too. So don't worry. Jung Woo shook his head and smiled faintly. If you're still worried, will you teach me? Teach you? Yes. Please teach me how I can use this better. After all, I was better than Hung at studying, right? Rhea was silent. Of course she knew this was her son being considerate of her. The fact that Jung Woo was already using the power like this meant he had a deep understanding of Choironale's power. He didn't have much to learn from Rhea. However, he was still asking her to teach him. It was admirable how he was trying to ease her concerns. Rhea nodded solemnly. She wouldn't worry about her son any longer. Instead, she decided to teach him that what he knew wasn't everything, especially if Jung Woo was truly determined to follow in Choironale's footsteps. As a parent, she wanted to be a good role model and not fall behind in her duties. Listen well. Rhea slowly spoke of the wisdom of her ancestors that she had stored, organized, interpreted, and improved. Jung Woo's gaze became heavier upon realizing the depths of Choironale were quite vast. Whoosh. As he did, the light he radiated became brighter. The sun of day Eros illuminates the world. Knowledge of Choironale has deepened. Knowledge of Choironale has deepened. You have realized the meaning of space. Your level increases. You have built up more accomplishments. You have gained additional holiness to completely transcend. Your title has changed from successor of day Eros to master of day Eros. Jung Woo projected his will throughout the darkness to control space and manipulate it as he wished. He spread his left hand open on the horizon. The power of Choironale activates. You have dominated a designated area. Something caught in Jung Woo's fingers. Clack, clack, clack. Ki, keek. The army of perished gods, who had been fighting intensely against Yi and Woo's group, suddenly stiffened. Open hollow corner bracket. What is it? Agaras, realizing something was off, raised his head high to look at Jung Woo. Jung Woo brought his left palm down as if pressing something down. Pressure has been applied to your dominated territory. Then, the army of perished gods began to tremble. It was like they were being pulled down by gravity. Their movements became slow, and their holy power scattered. The army had been caught between Jungwoo's fingers, and Jungwoo began to press harder. Pressure has been applied to your dominated territory. Pressure has been applied to your dominated territory. Once, twice, thrice. The longer the power was activated, the greater the pressure on the perished gods. Soon, they all stopped moving. It was a similar skill and form to what Jungwoo had once seen in the tower. Dum, dum, the sound of a bell ringing rang out from somewhere. Open angle bracket Heavenly Demon Reigning Step close angle bracket. Chapter 753 Day and Night 3. Of course, the phenomenon caused by Jungwoo wasn't the Heavenly Demon Reigning Step of Alpharon Vivasvat. They looked similar, but the process of activating the power was entirely different. However, it was true Jungwoo was inspired by Alpharon's skill. Putting pressure on a designated area to stop people from moving and having total control. When Jungwoo had climbed to the 77th floor to find the elixir, he gained a lot of inspiration from Alpharon. The world he saw through his dragon eyes was extremely different from the world he was stepping on. Now that he had reached a level of capability, now that he had gained a great holy divinity, Jungwoo attempted to use the new Heavenly Demon Reigning Step he'd reinterpreted to tie down the army of perished gods. The property applied to your dominated territory has changed to restriction. The property flourishes. The property of restriction had changed to absolute rule. The property is applied. The property is applied. The power of Quirinale shines brilliantly. The restrictive power becomes stronger. You have discovered similarities to the uninterpretable power, reigning step. The army of perished gods was no longer able to move. A few even began to shake like they were unstable and crumbled to pieces. Open hollow corner bracket Open hollow corner bracket. It was possible to copy the reigning step. Even though he isn't related to the heavenly demon. Open hollow corner bracket. Even if he's the son of day and descendant of Quirinale, this is too much. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, enlarges her body warily in case the heavenly demon has suddenly appeared. The source of uncleanliness, expresses strong hostility toward the being who activated the reigning step. The green flame, warns not to touch the being without caution since he's the dim-witted father's younger brother. Night knocks suddenly isn't able to differentiate between friend and foe and turns confused. The beings of day seemed taken aback as well because they didn't know what to make of the situation. Even if they were a part of day and knew of Metatron and Ball's maintenance, the heavenly demon was hard to forgive. The heavenly demon had trapped the free beings inside the tower and forced them to live imprisoned. He was their enemy of enemies. The same went for the beings of night. They held long-standing grudges against the heavenly demon for always disrupting their dim-witted father from waking up. And with Jungwoo copying the ability that symbolized the heavenly demon, the resolve of many was shaken. They doubted whether the heavenly demon reigning step could be copied in the first place. No matter how different the process of activation, the results shown were exactly the same. Now, they were all able to realize truly how great Jungwoo's talent was. Yi and Woo always grumbled about Jungwoo's talent buff, and they now understood. Simply by reading Rei's soul code, Jungwoo had learned Quirinale and raised his own level, making unbelievable accomplishments with just a few teachings. Open hollow corner bracket. That kind of shocking talent. Perhaps it wasn't too far of a stretch that he was the object of envy for all the beings living in the tower. Open hollow corner bracket. To be exact, the Son of Day wasn't meant for a small stage like the tower, but a vast place like this outside world. Mastering magic within a few years of entering the tower and providing simulations of the tower in the pocket watch was something a mortal should never have been able to do. However, their shock didn't end there. The heavenly demon puts down the book he was reading and looks carefully below. Open hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. The heavenly demon, who just watched on when the tower he created crumbled down and didn't appear when his son died, was finally revealing his will. There wasn't a change in atmosphere or some kind of miracle. It was just a message, but that alone was enough to make all the beings in the darkness become silent. The heavenly demon smiles wryly. The heavenly demon says this is pretty incredible. The heavenly demon says this dream's opponent is quite admirable. There was a deep silence. It was something even Jungwoo, who copied the reigning step, wasn't able to predict, so he stared blankly at the message for a while. The heavenly demon says the opponent is still far from completely copying him. The heavenly demon says he's grateful that you understood his son, and that he will give you a gift since you have woken up. The heavenly demon's power has been delivered. It is added to the properties of Reigning Step. The properties of Great Bear and 7 stars are combined. Whoosh! 7 dots that made a dipper shape appeared on Jungwoo's hand. Tamrang, Guman, Nokjon, Mungok, Yumjung, Gok, Pagan. The tattoo of the Big Dipper shined brightly, giving Jungwoo immense holy power. Quote! Quote. Jungwoo felt a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment that almost made him lose consciousness. He had already exceeded his limits after taking in his vestige body, but he had once again surpassed new limits. Your level increases. Your level increases. Current state. Guangwa Brilliant Light. The heavenly demon's blessing follows you. A new title, Opponent, has been given to you. Jungwoo felt the resistance at his fingertips decreasing. With the heavenly demon's blessing, his ability in controlling space had been enhanced. To be exact, instead of mimicking the Reigning Step, he could use it for himself directly. It might not be the Reigning Step Alpharon or the heavenly demon used, but it was a power on that level. Why me? Jungwoo was glad to be acknowledged by the heavenly demon, but he felt wary at the same time. Yianwu was a part of the Black King, who stood on opposite ends with the heavenly demon. But the heavenly demon had given Jungwoo power that opposed Yianwu's. The power that should have gone to Alpharon had been given to Jungwoo. What does this mean? However, Jungwoo had to stop thinking there. Whatever the heavenly demon intended, in the end, he was the one using the power. Since he had free will, he would be the one to decide how it was used. Jungwoo despised his fate being controlled by someone else just as in the past. So, Jungwoo summoned the same amount of holy power into his right hand. When the power of Quirinale was embedded, a new space appeared. The symbol of the 7 stars on the back of his hand shined again. You have dominated a new space. Floating has been applied to the territory. Open hollow corner bracket. This is. Open hollow corner bracket. Is he trying to give us power this time? Eros gives power. Heavenly demon's power. Except, can we? The beings of day and night widened their eyes. Unlike the area of the perished gods, the space around them had become lighter. Their holy power was stronger than ever. Jungwoo had put pressure on his enemies and given strength to his allies. The beings of day and night, who had been slowly contaminated by darkness whether they knew it or not, were able to use their powers more smoothly to attack the army. The army of perished gods was pushed back. They were being returned to the cracks beyond the darkness where they came from. Impossible, Sage exclaimed in shock for the first time after seeing the sight. Even if the heavenly demon blessed him, he allowed the use of the Reigning Step too. Having fought against the heavenly demon his entire life, Sage was shocked. There had been no case when an opponent was this blatantly protected. If they had, wouldn't the number of past dreams be significantly different? The heavenly demon respected free will, and he didn't like that the world was influenced by powerful beings like him. But he had given his everything. The Reigning Step Sage didn't understand. Regardless, the spring of time spins intensely. What? Control of space was already carried out by Jungwoo, who was using the powers of Quirinale and Reigning Step. And when Yianwu combined the powers of Numa on top of it, the time surrounding the darkness became faster, and speed was added to the slowed world. Numa reveals the properties of fixed time, and past, present, and future. Quirinale reveals the properties of emptiness and space. Latitude and longitude have intertwined. Just as strings intertwined vertically and horizontally to create a tight material, latitude and longitude were required to create the universe. The two domains that symbolized these two powers were Numa and Quirinale, so they were the most important factors of each dream. This was the reason why Sage and the other egos of the Black King had been very regretful of their loss of Numa and Quirinale. Without the core of the dream and wheel, the dream they dreamed of would never be perfect. In the end, it had to be repeated again and again as the heavenly demon wished. But these two factors were now combined against Sage. The heavenly demon, who had been silent until now, appeared to make a single move. It was an elaborate move that flipped the board Sage had been scheming. Heavenly demon, is this what you've been hiding? Sage exuded furious letters. He hadn't shown any emotion no matter what happened, but he couldn't do that now. Latitude and longitude had both gone over to the other side. They were both displaying their outstanding power against him. There was no sharper blade than that. No matter how Sage managed and maintained darkness, if he didn't drop Yianwu away from it, there was nothing he could do. Most importantly, the combined efforts of the twin brothers were astonishing. Everything flowed so smoothly and naturally that he couldn't block it. The army of perished gods continued to be pushed back until they reached the cracks they had come from, and Sage's darkness repeatedly swelled high then fell back down. Whoosh! Just when Sage was struggling, Yi and Wu disappeared from in front of him. The spring of time spins intensely as fast as it can. No, to be exact, Yi and Wu had moved so fast that Sage, who was preoccupied with Jung Wu, missed his movements. Hup! Then, Yi and Wu appeared right behind Sage. Sage sensed Yi and Wu and turned around, but Yi and Wu was already stabbing scythe into Sage's heart with a cold smile. Die now, since you were able to do what you wanted all this time. Pwek. Scythe's sharp blade impaled Sage's body and came out on the other side. The spring of death spins at its fastest speed. Erong. With the sound of an invisible spring being wound, dark black shadows spread from where scythe was thrust in. Death is forcefully transferred onto your designated opponent. Starvation of death has commenced. Execution of death has commenced. Poison of death has commenced. Freezing of death has commenced. Chapter 754 Day and Night 4. Really you continue to do things that are impossible. Sage looked at scythe piercing through his chest and released letters of disbelief. His injury dried and cracked, let out an acrid smell, burnt, froze, and repeatedly had different types of deaths on it. The concept of death was from darkness. Sage had been swallowed by his source of power. It wasn't something that should have been possible, but it was happening in front of him. It wasn't enough to push Sage into complete destruction, but the hands of death closing around him was no pleasant feeling. At that moment, Sage had no choice but to acknowledge Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu had only seemed like a card he could use, or a cute little creature trying to save his brother and family, but now, they stood shoulder to shoulder. But of course, this particular realization came too late. Spurt. Blood poured out of what appeared to be Sage's mouth. Sage was made of darkness, but the blood showed he had been injured significantly. The core of darkness is down. Open hollow corner bracket. Unbelievable things are really happening one after another. Father. Stabbed. Father. Then, father. Decided. The beings of Day Eros are shocked at the ego of the Black King who has succeeded in injuring the main ego of the Black King. The beings of Night Nox wonder if the real dim-witted father has now been decided. No, but just then, Jung Woo's voice rang out in the silence. He seemed to be mustering all his strength to speak, but his voice held such an immense amount of holy power that the sound was delivered clearly. It's not over yet, so get yourselves together. The beings of Day Eros collect themselves and begin to push the army of perished gods again. The beings of Night Nox look toward their dim-witted father. Because Jung Woo was controlling space, he knew that even if death had been implanted, it wasn't enough to entirely eliminate Sage. Rather, it could be even more dangerous now. Fine, heavenly demon, I don't know what your big picture is, but I do know I'm being swept up in it. But you must know I'm not a pushover. A safe haven. I need to make it no matter what. With the release of more letters, black light shone from areas that seemed to be Sage's eyes. Confusion has been forcefully transferred back from your opponent. Open hollow corner bracket cuck. I did think he'd have something up his sleeve, but it's really something ridiculous. Kronos grunted as he saw darkness creeping up his sword form. On the surface, it looked the same as the darkness Yi and Wu used, but this darkness had a different color to it. Even its properties were different. Confusion was a basic concept that led to illusions, chaos, and disorder. It was also the power that Sage used whenever dealing with Yi and Wu. While death toppled down its opponent, confusion broke everything apart and made it futile. Divinity, legends, holiness, no matter how great they were all things that would crumble like sandcastles once the dream was awakened. Sage made these qualities into concepts and used them as the main properties of his darkness. Just as Yi and Wu focused his powers on death, Sage did the same with confusion. Naturally, this confusion was used effectively on the other egos as well. Although they were all united as one, they had their own wills and thoughts. Of course, they didn't want to disappear so futilely. It was why they had submitted to Sage all this time. But that confusion was now being moved onto Yi and Wu. Normally, it was impossible to force one's holy power onto someone else unless there was a great difference in strength, but the problem was that Yi and Wu and Scythe were united at this moment. Just as how Yi and Wu used Scythe to injure Sage, Sage was using the same path to force his holy power into Yi and Wu. In a way, it was a battle of pure strength. The spring of death spins at its fastest speed. Death is still being transferred. The spring begins to overheat because of its speed. Warning. The blades of the spring become worn. The damage is significant. It is advised you use it again after some rest. Warning. The degree of abrasion has become severe. It is advised you stop using the spring. Warning. The spring's durability has been depleted. The spring of death begins to break down due to overheating. The invasion of confusion is occurring at a rapid speed. Your divinity shakes precariously. Your holiness crumbles precariously. Your domains tremble precariously. Warning. The confusion has reached deep into your spirit. It is attempting to invade your darkness. Warning. Your title may be in danger if confusion reaches your darkness. Warning. If you don't do anything about the invasion of confusion, you may lose your strength as an ego of the Black King. It is very likely you will become lost in darkness. It is advised you quickly escape. Spark, spark, shack. Yi and Wu's body faded as if there was a bad internet connection. His arm crumbled and was restored. His face turned into a different shape, then returned to its original form. His real body, the giant demonic divine dragon body, appeared and disappeared multiple times. It was proof that all the components that made up the existence of Yi and Wu were being shaken. Who will be swallowed by each other's properties first? I wonder. Sage was still releasing letters in a composed tone, but there was a sharpness lying beneath them. I was a starving ghoul at the very pits of the world, someone who was in darkness but not complete darkness. Why do you think I was able to come this far? Ha ha ha. Sage let out soundless laughter. So just as I did in the past, I'll feel better if I swallow you up too. Your opponent has been poisoned with death. You have received a curse of confusion from your opponent. Sage gripped Scythe and pulled it further inside of him. Spurt. It felt horrible, but he didn't seem to care. Rather, he was enjoying it. The deeper Scythe was connected, the more his properties could be input into Yi and Wu. Spark, spark. The same kind of static appeared on Sage's body. The darkness spinning around the two now tangled randomly, and there was almost no difference in their color. Yi and Wu's eyes flashed coldly. If Sage had been a starving ghoul, Yi and Wu wasn't second to anyone when it came to swallowing his enemies either. Hades' spirit-eating sword is ravenously eating your opponent. The soulstone Superbiagula Luxuria has awakened to grab the flag of victory. Death has been mixed with confusion. It has mixed with your divinity. It has mixed with your holiness. It has mixed with your domains. It is mixing with your existence. Darkness cannot be differentiated. Your ego is repeatedly broken apart and put together. Open hollow corner bracket Yi and Wu. Kronos shouted his son's name anxiously. Being used as a medium, his blade was also becoming dulled as his existence shook precariously, but he felt pity for his son who was putting his all into the fight of holy power. He wanted to tell Yi and Wu to cancel their united form so he'd be the only one to receive damage. Yi and Wu must have known that was what Kronos was thinking, but he seemed to have no intention of doing so. Crash, crash, crash. He's more persistent than I thought. Will we get a chance too? Many demonisms watched the fight between Yi and Wu and Sage with interest. They were prepared to jump into the fight at any moment. Even if one won after taking over the other, they'd be exhausted, so it was a great situation to fish in troubled waters. As countless numbers of gazes continued to turn to their battle, messages that the army of perished gods had successfully been pushed outside the cracks popped up. Boom. The army of perished gods has successfully been returned. The master of De Eros has used absolute power space to block the cracks so the army of perished gods will not be able to come into darkness. Jungwoo quickly turned his gaze to where Yi and Wu and Sage were. Absolute power space has activated again. The power of the 7 stars is added. The blessing of the heavenly demon follows. As if forcing open a sliding door, Jungwoo grabbed the air with his hands and spread it apart. He felt Yi and Wu in his left hand and Sage in his right hand. He didn't dare separate them one by one because their holy powers were too mixed together. Too much of Sage's color was stained on Yi and Wu, and the same went for Yi and Wu's color on Sage. Jungwoo left the identities of the two that clearly differentiated the two and attempted to split them apart again. SSSSSSK. It made a sound that was similar to that of tearing paper. Yi and Wu and Sage were eventually flung away from each other. It was hard to see their shape because of the static, but the darkness that mixed them was also forced apart. Cuck. Yi and Wu glared at Sage with an exhausted expression. Even if they were split apart, the different darknesses were fighting inside of his body. The same went for Sage, who released weary letters. How tiring. I didn't think you'd be this persistent. How can you still maintain your identity when so much of you has been swallowed? Of course, Yi and Wu didn't answer Sage's questions. Well, I suppose it must be the only choice you have. Anyhow, looks like there are a bunch of bastards who are going to wear us out even more. What are you gonna do? Yi and Wu frowned and looked toward the demonisms who were now openly revealing their murderous intent. Kikikik. Hey, yeah, there are two very desirable fruits now. With horrific laughter, the demonisms that had been asleep all this time began to wake up one by one. Chapter 755 Day and Night 5. The demonisms had been quietly observing Yi and Wu and Sage until now, but when they all rose together at once, the atmosphere changed immediately. Various shades of discordant darkness were running rampant, making them look more gruesome. Their unreined auras were filled with greed for Yi and Wu and Sage. Delicious fruit, what are you two doing? Fight with each other like you've been doing all this time, Yeah, don't worry about us. Hurry on, okay. Of course, Yi and Wu and Sage weren't ones to foolishly fall for their words. I know there's a saying that foxes act like kings in mountains where tigers are gone. But there are still two tigers alive and well here, and you're openly revealing your hostility like this. I must look like a fool to you. Sage exuded letters of disbelief. The creatures that weren't able to even meet his eyes were now acting up with drool coming out of their mouths. It was ridiculous. However, Sage understood them. Egos of the Black King were beings who only had instinct and desire left inside them. It was said they were beings full of hatred who were chosen to carry out the Black King's will in each dream, but after being bound to darkness, they slowly began to lose their identities. In the end, all that was left was their hatred that remained as instinct. Time no longer applied to them, the land they lived on was gone, and even if they had a new desire, they didn't have the free will to do what they wished. Their identities were naturally eliminated. It was the reason why the egos of the Black King that Yi and Wu had fought against laughed like lunatics and acted gruesomely. Rather, Yi and Wu was the irregular one for being able to come this far without losing his identity. If there was another irregular, the only other one was probably Sage. No, maybe this is for the better. You won't act up again if I push you back down. Sage muttered coldly while carefully observing Yi and Wu's reaction. This could possibly lead to a three-way battle. Either one of them could be attacked if they showed any weakness. Moreover, the concept of death was still shaking up Sage's body, so he wasn't in the best condition. Death was slowly eating at his darkness. After the battle of strength, as his body was mixed with Yi and Wu in darkness, there were parts of Sage's identity that affected. It would probably take quite some time to rid himself completely of the implanted death. If the demonisms all came at once, he wouldn't be able to buy the time. So, Sage intended on suggesting a temporary ceasefire to Yi and Wu. Since Yi and Wu was probably experiencing the same symptoms as himself, he'd probably want to take care of all these demonisms instead of potentially being swallowed by the other egos. The fight between them could be postponed. Organizing the hierarchy in the world of darkness was very important, after all. Sage thought it was a reasonable decision, and these thoughts were delivered to Yi and Wu. Even if he couldn't use letters or send a message, since they shared the cloud of darkness, it wasn't hard to make the offer. However, there was something Sage was mistaken about. While Sage needed to protect his already established position as the main ego, for Yi and Wu, darkness was only a means of accomplishing his goals. No, I'll retreat from here. What? Sage exuded letters or shock, but when he quickly turned to look over, Yi and Wu was already swiping scythe down. It would be nice to end the battle here, but my family's safety is more important. I don't want them to be swept up in danger. Chike, darkness was being torn apart. The darkness that stretched out infinitely had split right in the middle where Yi and Wu and Sage were. The world of darkness has been divided. It is being separated into two colors. Warning: the interior of the Black King is turbulently shaking. Take caution of the impact. Warning: the cloud is shaking precariously. If complete separation does not occur, the dangers of destruction may follow. Warning: darkness is being forcefully ripped apart. A loss of energy may occur. Take caution. Warning: darkness. Sage belatedly realized what Yi and Wu was aiming for. In the first place, what Yi and Wu had wanted was to rescue his brother and mother. Sage's appearance was just a surprise event. There was no need for Yi and Wu to see the end of things with Sage in this situation. If the other egos came dashing for Yi and Wu, his family and subordinates would be in danger. Furthermore, Yi and Wu was different from Sage. He wasn't bound to the darkness and had to stay here. He still had his real body, the giant demonic divine dragon body, and the dream he was staying in, so he could always escape there. Yianwu would be able to heal himself in the dream. Then, he could return to where the exhausted sage and other demonisms were waiting for him. He'd be able to do things without lifting a finger. He didn't even have to worry about being chased out while he was gone. Half of the darkness was stained with the concept of death, so no one would be able to chase him out. He would be suffering no losses from retreating here. On the other hand, Sage had too much to lose. Is this what you were aiming for? Upon seeing Yianwu's cold smile, Sage realized the involvement of the demonisms had all been a part of Yianwu's calculations. Sage stretched his darkness toward Yianwu, thinking he couldn't let Yianwu escape like this. However, the darkness surrounding Yianwu was already far away, putting distance between them. Kikik, kikikikik, I'm going to eat more. Tasty Sage, I can probably keep on eating and eating even if I'm full. Come into my stomach. What are you talking about? You need to come into my stomach. Me, I'll eat you deliciously, so come here. The demonisms drooled and ran toward Sage. They decided that it would be easier to deal with the exhausted Sage instead of dealing with both of them at the same time, so they chased after Sage obsessively. The darkness that was about to reach Yianwu clashed with the other egos and its direction was lost. Because of the demonism stuck to him, Sage's darkness wasn't able to reach Yianwu. He needed to switch to dealing with the oncoming rush of demonisms instead. You damned bastards. Sage's calm poker face that remained in place no matter what happened cracked for the first time. Darkness is being fully separated. The cloud is receiving a great amount of shock. Please be wary of the aftereffects. The cloud is being forced apart. Data may be lost, so please confirm the original storage. The cloud. Do. The separation of darkness, everyone exclaimed in shock at the strange phenomenon that had never occurred before. Open hollow corner bracket pahaha. Screwing the Black King over like this. Truly, Cha Yianwu, I can't help but want you. How can you think such things? Agariz burst out laughing. It was a laughter that was mixed with lunacy. As a demon whose domain was of lunacy, Yianwu's crazy actions were too amusing for him. Yianwu had done some insane things, but Agariz never imagined Yianwu would screw over the Black King's main ego. Father. Now, too, the beings of night were a bit surprised at this fact, but they thought Yianwu must have plans of his own and return to their shadow without thinking too much of it. Rather, they seemed to be very amused by this situation internally. They had lived in an unchanging world without any stimulation, but they had experienced fun for the first time, so they were enjoying it very much. The green flame shouts that his father is truly great. The source of uncleanliness says he will sing in honor of his father since victory is guaranteed. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young says not to think of making pig squealing sounds. She argues that she will sing herself. Since Yianwu, who took them in, had shaken Sage off and pretty much won, they were also glad. The heavenly demon bursts out laughing at the special situation that has never occurred in all the dreams and cycles. The heavenly demon looks curiously at the new ego of the Black King, who is acting entirely different from the previous executors. The heavenly demon also sent messages. Although Yianwu didn't know where the heavenly demon was, he felt like he could feel the heavenly demon's gaze. Just what was he thinking? Yianwu wanted to know his intentions. The heavenly demon opens the book he was reading. The heavenly demon's messages stop there. Approximately 49.6% of darkness has fallen off. Loss rate 0.4%. Margin of error plus or minus 0.1532%. The durability of this dream is within the margin of error. The present ego's existence is shaken, so the dream is further extended. However, the durability of the dream has fallen drastically. If more shock is given, the dream could disappear completely. Take caution. It has been confirmed that you obtained nearly half of the darkness. You have become closer to staining the darkness with your color. Your title has been changed to Alternative Ego of the Black King. Swish. The pitch-black world spun in Yianwu's shadow. And when Yianwu opened his eyes again, he and the others were back at the boundary of day and night that they had left from. If there was anything different, it was that the territory of night had disappeared and wasn't visible. Phew, we barely managed to return, huh? The beings of day cheered at the fact they had escaped safely from darkness and rescued Jungwoo and Rhea. Jungwoo was among them. He had a blank face, as if he had woken up from a deep sleep, but he soon had a refreshed expression. This air, this feeling, the countless sensations he hadn't been able to feel when he was a vestige, body and soul were at his fingertips. He was truly alive. Jungwoo almost felt like crying. Rhea pulled him tightly to her. At that moment, Jungwoo felt like a 7-year-old child. Mom. Cry if you want. It's not good to hold it in. You've endured some hard times, so it's okay if you cry out loud now. Jungwoo buried his face in Ray's chest. She told him to cry as much as he wanted, but he didn't want other people to see his embarrassing expression. We really returned, right? Yes, it seems we did. We can go back home now. Yes, let's go back. Rhea nodded solemnly. The moment their family had been waiting for had finally come. Rhea also wished to see her other children at Olympus. She'd heard there was a division between the children. She needed to think about how to reconcile them. She also had to console Zeus, who was on a very crooked path. However, the mother and son weren't able to continue their thoughts any longer. They thought Yeonwoo and Kronos would be smiling like them, but the two had stiff expressions. Open hollow corner bracket. When Sage and you were being mixed together, I happened to see your inner thoughts. I apologize, since it feels like I secretly read your diary, but I want to ask you one thing. To be exact, Kronos was very angry at Yeonwoo. What exactly are you thinking, son? Chapter 756 Executor 1. Inside a cave leading to Lee's tomb, Yvilk suddenly opened his eyes wide and coughed out blood while walking down a narrow long passageway. Open hollow corner bracket. What's wrong? The Bull Demon King and Tongtian Jiaoju, who were walking beside Yvilk, frowned as they turned their gaze towards him. Crack, crackle. A static crackle seemed to occur in the body that made up Yvilki's existence. It seemed that something was negatively affecting his powers. Thanks to this, Bull Demon King and Tongtian Jiaoju were able to briefly glimpse Yvilki's soul code. In an instant, Bull Demon King narrowed his eyes. Yvilki's existence had always been shrouded in mystery. Even though the Bull Demon King existed since the beginning and had experienced virtually everything, the Bull Demon King still found Yvilk difficult to properly comprehend. Yvilk was an incarnation. It now became certain that Yvilki's body was a vessel. The vessel was controlled by vestige thoughts from a remote place, with the existence's true body existing somewhere else. However, the Bull Demon King was still unable to see what lay beyond. It seems to possess the face of the heavenly demon, but the strange thing is that it doesn't give off the heavenly demon's aura. The Bull Demon King once formed a relationship with the heavenly demon before the heavenly demon gained his lofty stature. At one point, the Bull Demon King even briefly taught the heavenly demon. Moreover, the signature skill that the heavenly demon was known for, the heavenly demon reigning step, was derived from the Bull Demon King's own skill, Bull Step. The Bull Demon King understood the heavenly demon had gone through many previous lives and reincarnations, and even though these existences all shared the same soul, they each had different personalities, goals, and identities, and each moved separately. However, all those existences essentially originated from the same source, the existence that alighted the first flame and keeper of the light, Dawn Demon Lee. In this sense, the Bull Demon King could not sense that unique characteristic from Yvilk. For the Bull Demon King, it felt as though Yvilk was an existence that had, intentionally, removed the unique properties of Lee and the heavenly demon. Thus, Yvilki's existence did not give off any sort of designated aura or color. It seemed like an empty vessel that did not contain any characteristics that anyone would have. Still, Yvilki's body was a sturdy vessel, and the Bull Demon King could not quite get a sense of what contents lay within. This meant only one thing: some being was hiding his identity by putting his true body in a completely different place while operating with this vessel. The level and power of this existence were so high that the existence could never be read or understood with the average eye. Maybe it's part of the darkness, perhaps that's the case. Did a face of a heavenly demon have a connection in the power of the Black King? This thought was surely absurd and full of contradictions. However, it was not impossible. If this was not the case, then how come the Bull Demon King could not see into Yvilki's true existence with his own two eyes? In any case, the Bull Demon King did not know Yvilki's true identity. Right now, for strategic reasons, Bull Demon King was holding hands with Yvilk, but the Bull Demon King still made sure to keep his distance. Just a moment ago, they were walking without any trouble. Why did Yvilk suddenly show signs of collapsing? It could only mean one thing. It seems that the main body located in an invisible place has been severely damaged. Maybe it was a threat big enough to destroy Yvilki's true existence. This was what the Bull Demon King thought. Open hollow corner bracket. That's an interesting sight to see. The same thought must have passed through Tongtian Zhaoju's mind. Tongtian Zhaoju stroked her chin with her hand and slyly smiled. It seemed that she was considering taking advantage of the situation at any moment. Tongtian Zhaoju was also very interested in Yuvilki's true identity. She felt that if she could somehow get a hold of the vessel, she would be able to experiment on it and obtain some interesting data. She also had some questions regarding Vimalasitra, the being who had ultimately brought her into this dream. However, both the Bull Demon King and Tongtian Zhaoju did not take any action. Although Yuvilki's existence was disturbed, his eyes were still sharp. Moreover, the smell and vicious aura of the various beasts that opened their eyes in his shadow also emanated out. Rumble. The two did not dare to put their private thoughts into action, as they would be placing themselves in danger if the cave happened to collapse from any potential struggle and disturbance in such a narrow, confined place. Of course, beings like them were not really concerned about death, but they were concerned about something happening to Li's tomb, which absolutely could not happen. At that moment, phew, Yuvilk let out a long sigh. The static noise that had shaken his existence fell silent once more. However, Bull Demon King and Tongtian Zhaoju had already noticed that nearly half of Yuvilki's powers, which were made up of various elements, had suddenly disappeared. It seemed that Yuvilki's power level, which had been shrouded in mystery due to its ungaugeable levels, had been lowered by several levels. Of course, even though this was the case, Yuvilki's power level was still at such a high level that normal transcendence would not be able to recognize or gauge it. Still, from this slight opening, the Bull Demon King was able to accurately read Yuvilki's background, which he had previously not known. The darkness. HMPF. I thought it might be, but it really is the darkness. The Bull Demon King felt exasperated. He wondered what kind of backstory this little goblin had that he was fortunate enough to have the face of the heavenly demon but ended up turning his back and serving the Black King. No, based on his power level, he's not just serving the Black King, but at the level of being one of the Black King's egos. He possesses the face of the heavenly demon but also the ego of the Black King. What a terrifying existence indeed. The Bull Demon King gave off an exasperated laugh at the realization. HMPF. Tongtian Zhaoju must have come to the same conclusion. However, her eyes had become quite sharp. She had a history of once lusting for absolute power and pursuing the position as the Black King. The fact that her divine domain was dream was proof of that. Oh, I must apologize for showing the both of you a sorry sight. Yuvilk smiled politely and returned to his previously affable demeanor. Although he had lost a lot of his power, he showed no signs of disorientation. Are you okay? Oh, what are you talking about? The mask you're wearing right now. It seems that you've received some shock to your true body, which has affected your vessel, so I'm asking if it is okay for you to proceed. Yuvilk chuckled to himself while briefly remaining silent. It was because he thought that the Bull Demon King's words could not be more accurate. A mask. Yuvilki's true self was utilizing such a vessel to hide his original identity, so the expression was apt. His real personality and tone of voice were also very different from what he portrayed through Yuvilk. Thank you for your concern. It's not that I'm really concerned about your well-being. If we venture further inside and happen to face some trouble, I'm just concerned whether we're walking into a dicey situation. Oh, you don't have to worry about that either. Yuvilk smiled widely. He lost the Quirinale and Numa right before his eyes. He had also lost quite a lot of darkness in the process, so he was fuming inside. However, Yuvilk also knew that he had other ways of dealing with this unforeseen situation. If the things he was chasing kept running away in all directions, he would have to turn over the existing chessboard and force them all to congregate in one place. I've already taken preparations. Open hollow corner bracket son. I'm asking you a question. Quote, open hollow corner bracket, can you please answer me? Despite Kronos' continued interrogation, Yian-Wu kept his mouth shut and did not offer any explanation. Because of the tense atmosphere between father and son, neither Jung-Woo, Rhea, nor Yian-Wu's familiars dared to intervene. Open hollow corner bracket Cha Yian-Wu. In the end, Kronos shouted out of exasperation. All his life, Kronos felt sorry for his twin sons. He especially felt sorry for Yian-Wu, who he had burdened terribly. Because of how much trouble Yian-Wu was going through, Kronos had held back in saying anything negative to Yian-Wu as much as possible. After waking up, Yian-Wu occasionally did things Kronos could not fathom, and though Kronos observed with concern, Kronos never questioned Yian-Wu's decision. Yi Yanwu was, after all, a good boy and someone who had done well for himself up to now, so Kronos was willing to give Yi Yanwu the benefit of the doubt. However, Kronos was unwilling to let this occasion pass. He had peered into Yi Yanwu's feelings and thoughts when they were united. When Yi Yanwu and Sage's existences were being mixed, Kronos had briefly glimpsed Yi Yanwu's ultimate plan. That plan was too terrifying. Open hollow corner bracket your plan with the darkness close hollow corner bracket. Seeing Rhea and Jungwoo's concerned expressions, Kronos stopped shouting and sent a direct message to Yi Yanwu so that only Yi Yanwu could hear. A message has arrived from Kronos. Message. Did you plan to annihilate yourself? Answer me, Cha Yi Yanwu. Yi Yanwu remained silent. Open hollow corner bracket ah. It seems I'm right. In an instant, Kronos' shoulders slumped down. Various emotions flashed past his face, from anger and sadness to compassion and surrender. Moreover, Kronos felt a sense of disillusionment with himself. As Yi Yanwu's father, Kronos had given his son this fate. In fact, looking at Yi Yanwu's plan objectively, it was not too difficult to achieve. To prevent this dream from being exposed to the threat of ending, I will become the Black King and fall into eternal sleep. When the Black King wakes up, the dream of this world would come to an end. And when the heavenly demon put the Black King back to sleep, a new dream would begin. Facts, memories, and existences would all be reset in the new dream. Following the end would be a new creation, a new dream. Yi Yanwu was planning to get rid of that threat. If the Black King never woke up, the end would never come. Then, this dream would go on forever. Moreover, the dream would no longer possess the threat of night or the confusion brought upon by day. It would be a world where everyone would live in peace, a world where families would no longer have to suffer and could live happily ever after. For that objective, Yi Yanwu was willing to make any sacrifice. As he had always done, Yi Yanwu saw his own life as a tool to achieve his ultimate goals. And because Kronos had read all those thoughts, Kronos had become angry yet sorrowful. He believed that his son had come to this conclusion because of his worthless parents. Do you really think we'll be happy if what you plan comes to pass? Do you really think we'll live happily ever after? You don't have to worry about that. Open hollow corner bracket. You know I'm not talking about whether it can be done. Quote. Once Yi Yanwu fell asleep as the Black King, Kronos knew what Yi Yanwu was planning to do: annihilation. Yi Yanwu's existence would disappear from everyone's memory, and even the fact that Yi Yanwu ever existed in this dream would disappear without a trace. People would not even be able to honor or mourn him. Even though Yi Yanwu's plan was thoroughly absurd, once Yi Yanwu became the Black King, he could carry out his plan easily. Open hollow corner bracket ah. You really? Kronos covered his face with his hands. He did not continue arguing with Yi Yanwu. However, a heavy silence fell upon everyone who was watching. At that moment, Father Jungwoo approached cautiously. He was not stupid. Jungwoo could easily tell that Yi Yanwu was caught trying to do something ridiculous. Thus, with a firm expression, Jungwoo was just about to ask his father what Yi Yanwu's plans were. But right then, bam! Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned towards the direction of the loud sound. It was the place where Day's camp used to be. Olympus and Malik have started a war. Everyone's eyes widened at the sudden unexpected message that appeared in their minds. Chapter 757 Executor 2. Just before Yi Yanwu's party appeared, the war of nerves between Olympus and Malik was tensely ensuing. No, to be precise, the quarrel originated unilaterally from Malik's side. Simpletons. What? You all are so elated and happy to see that your missing master has returned. Your simpleton, subservient nature is so ridiculous. It's hard for me to believe that you're really the fiery woman I once knew. Athena frowned as she watched Michael blatantly belittle her with a smirk on his face. She recalled Yi Yanwu telling her to be mindful of Michael, as it was unknown what he was up to. What do you want to say? I'm just stating a fact. I didn't mean to make fun of you or anything. I must have made our little Athena feel so uncomfortable. I'm so sorry. Michael shrugged his shoulders as he pretended not to notice Athena releasing her divine powers. The more he pretended, the more Athena frowned. The fact was that Athena never felt comfortable with Michael, even when they were facing off against the knight on the same side. They did not just have an awkward relationship. Their relationship was so bad that there were many occasions when Athena considered breaking completely away from Michael and his side. Michael was well known in the heavenly world as being crazed with fighting. Whenever he met a strong opponent, he unconditionally waged a fight. Furthermore, Michael was also famous for treating those who he judged as weaker than him like pieces of trash. If Metatron had not been present as a political shield for Michael, it wouldn't have been strange if Michael had met a sudden death in the heavenly world, as he was universally hated by many societies. However, when the tower collapsed and Metatron was annihilated, Michael ran rampant, as there was no one to rein him in or cover for him. Many believed that Michael had remained on the day's side to fight against night since he owed it to Metatron, but that did not mean he was free from conflicts with his colleagues. Actually, it might have made more sense that Michael was fighting on Day's side because he wanted to release his madness for fighting without restriction. Perhaps following Metatron's wishes was just used as a public cover. In any case, among those who had issues with Michael, Athena showed the strongest hostility. She always valued strict discipline and a firm chain of command, values which were largely incompatible with Michael, who constantly created useless disturbances under Athena's authority. Recently, Athena had not paid much attention to the other heavenly societies, as she did not want to get too involved in their internal conflicts. However, now, Michael was openly arguing and challenging her authority. Even the usually calm Athena was getting annoyed. Even if Yi and Wu had not mentioned anything regarding Michael, Athena had always been wary of Michael. Michael laughed softly, but soon after hearing Athena's following words, his expression hardened. Does it make you feel good when you express your feelings of inferiority? What? It's ugly and childish. You're trying to elevate your self-esteem by demeaning others. You're like a kid saying that you're the greatest, that you're on the same level as others. Do you think your value and self-worth will increase if you shout those silly things? This bitch. No matter how much you scream and shout, no one will treat you like Lucille. Quote! Quote. As soon as Lucille, a trauma-like existence for Michael, was mentioned, the nature of Michael's divine power changed drastically. His fighting aura changed to a killing intent. Just by his response, one could easily see how great of a burden the name Lucille, or Lucifer, placed on Michael. However, Athena's venomous comments continued to pour out. Did you think we didn't know that you had an inferiority complex regarding Lucille? Though they were twins, Michael was able to rise to the position of an archangel after being chosen by Metatron. On the other hand, Lucille had grown up in less fortunate conditions and spent the majority of his life as a mere pawn. However, after he swallowed the first light, the burst of light from the creation of the universe, Lucille became Lucifer. He was called the bringer of dawn, and acquired the power to burn down the entire heavenly world. Although Lucille's wings were clipped after various gods and demons allied together to contend against him, the damage suffered by the heavenly world at that time was so great that everyone knew the name Lucille. Furthermore, at the time, Michael was the one who plunged his sword into Lucille's heart. It was widely known that Michael, while swallowing his tears, had thrust his sword into his twin brother's chest for the peace and safety of the heavenly world. However, the gods and demons who were present when Lucille's wings were clipped knew the real truth. At that time, Michael had smiled coldly. When Lucille, who had been largely ignored by everyone until then, gained great fame, Michael, who felt inferior to his twin brother, approached Lucille with the excuse of intervening as a neutral and stabbed his own twin brother. Thus, Athena, who was present on behalf of Olympus at the time, knew about Michael's true nature better than anyone else. She clearly saw through Michael's childish actions and words, which were self-defense mechanisms he employed to build up his own self-esteem. The reason Athena had not brought up the subject until now was because she knew Michael, who was prideful, would inevitably create a scene. However, since Michael was acting so hostile, Athena decided not to hold back any longer. Just because you have a mouth, do you think you can say anything without any repercussions? As Michael prepared for a confrontation, the archangels standing behind him all raised their wings in unison. The gods of Olympus also prepared for a confrontation. Like Michael's archangel colleagues, the gods of Olympus opened their powers and got into a tight formation. Malak is opening the blessing, determining good and bad. Olympus is opening the blessing, the forces of lightning and darkness. The two godly societies point their swords toward each other. The camp of Day Eros shows signs of division. Hilarious. It's absurd that a heavenly society, whose leader is the Black King's apostle and now one of his egos, is still a part of the Day. If one looks at this situation objectively, it wouldn't be strange if you stabbed us in the back after turning over to the night camp. Michael continued to ridicule Athena and Olympus. If your society's forefather, Uranus, were ever to find out, he'd be disappointed. How would one feel if one found out that one's own society, which was originally the main axis of day, became a pawn for the wretched night? Michael was implying that Olympus, along with Yi and Wu, would eventually flip and join the night camp. You know what, Michael? Athena coolly replied, shut your trap. I can smell your bad breath all the way from here. This bitch. Just as Athena thought, even basic ridicule was absolutely unacceptable for Michael, who was too prideful. Beat red in the face, Michael was about to burst out in a roar. But then, Michael's expression suddenly hardened as he lifted his head up. It seemed that someone had suddenly contacted him. What is Michael doing? Athena looked at Michael suspiciously, but Michael remained focused on communication with someone and did not pay any attention to Athena. With a serious expression on his face, Michael seemed to be having a deep conversation. Moments later, Michael smiled brightly as he returned his gaze toward Athena. Quote! Flash. Athena took a step back without consciously realizing it. Michael's eyes had narrowed and become sharpened. It was as if he had become a predator that was looking at a delicious prey right in front of him. Michael possessed a sense of supreme confidence even though he was standing in front of Yi and Wu's chief apostle, Athena. I was looking for an opening anyway. Since you've given your word, there's no more reason to hide anything, right? Hearing Michael's words, which were probably for the being he was communicating with a moment ago, Athena instinctively pulled out Aegis. Then, let's start right now. Michael smiled as he finished his communication. Then, as if he was expecting it, a line of messages came into everyone's mind. Night Nox begins to set. What? Looking at that unexpected message, Athena turned her head to one side. The realm that Night occupied was slowly disappearing. As if a black veil was being pulled down, the darkness was being sucked into one place at a high speed. Athena could also see the otherworld gods being dragged away. Whoosh! In the vacated space, Yi and Wu suddenly appeared. Athena realized that Yi and Wu had succeeded in bringing all of Night onto his side. However, Athena did not rejoice. This was because the opposite was happening with Michael. Night Nox begins to bloom anew. Then, shall we stop acting and get to the main point? The holy aura of light around Michael faded, and darkness ominously took its place. Michael took something out of his pocket and shoved it into his mouth. At that moment, Athena straightened her back. Without having to look closely, she immediately knew what Michael was swallowing. A soul stone. She did not know how Michael came into possession of such a thing, but one thing was clear. Since Michael swallowed a soul stone, he would become very dangerous. Michael was Lucille's twin, the original owner of the soul stones. Then it was clear that the wavelength of his soul would fit better with the soul stone than anyone else. Bam! Is thus, Athena kicked hard off the ground. The 9-layered Aegis danced in circles as it rotated at high speed, and a sword thunder strike shot out from her sword. Crack! Rumble! The black and red sword thunder strike blazed as if it was about to explode at any moment. It split the air as it crossed the battlefield. Olympus and Malik are at war. Good. Michael burst out laughing in front of the strike. The sword thunder strike was so powerful that it could seemingly annihilate any god that was unfortunate enough to get in its way. However, Michael grabbed a spear that was much larger than his own body and raised it upwards. The phrase, Quis ut Deus, who is like God, which was written on the surface of his long spear, gleamed with splendid brilliance. Michael's, Mont Saint-Michel, his long spear and weapon of choice, had merged with the nature of the soulstone, Temperantia Temperance. As the explosively soaring flames from Michael's long spear collided with the sword thunder strike, lightning flashed across the sky in all directions. It was a breathtaking sight that seemed to foreshadow the beginning of the end of days. Is above Michael's head, the night that had just been sucked into Yi and Wu's shadow was being recreated. Night Nox is in full bloom. Although the color of darkness was lighter and the size was smaller compared to the previous night, the fact that Michael was able to recreate night itself was shocking for everyone. Though Michael had caused a lot of trouble, he was still considered a colleague in day. In fact, Michael had killed his fair share of otherworld gods. However, it became obvious that his previous actions were all a ruse. Having swallowed the soulstone, the story had completely changed. Under the pitch-black darkness whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the archangels, who were completely infected with darkness, lost the focus in their eyes and rushed haphazardly towards Olympus while giving off melancholy cries. The blessing and protection of Night Nox have been given to Malik. That, not, us, different, night, different, smell. Father, do, not, take, wrong, way, not, us, Once Yi and Wu heard the otherworld gods in his shadow shouting that they had absolutely nothing to do with this new night, Yi and Wu instantly realized that the night Michael had recreated was the sages or in this dream, the being named Yavilk. I thought you'd have your hands tied for a while due to the other egos, but I guess you've decided to bring out a hidden card. Yi and Wu was mildly surprised that Sage's hidden card was Michael, one of Metatron's loyal followers and Malik's second in command. It was not immediately known whether the two had colluded in the tower or whether it was while Yi and Wu was sleeping, but two things were certain. One was that the battle with Sage Yavilk was not yet over. As for the other certainty, it won't be as difficult as before since I've taken away a considerable amount of his darkness. I'll show him who the true owner of this dream is. After all, Yi and Wu did possess some recently acquired useful existences of his own. Show them who the real knight is. As soon as Yi and Wu finished his statement SS's whoosh. As Yi and Wu's shadow spread across the ground, the beings of night came out one after another and pounced on Malik. The true beings of night were not planning to lose their title. Chapter 758 Executor 3. Let's talk later. Yi and Wu abruptly cut off his conversation with Kronos. Once Yi and Wu recognized the establishment of another knight, he immediately moved his shadow towards it. Open hollow corner bracket Hey, Yi and Wu. Kronos hurriedly called out to his son, but Yi and Wu had already utilized Shukuchi. In times like this, Kronos usually accompanied Yi and Wu, but now, Kronos showed no intention of assisting him. Yi and Wu's attitude towards his father had gone beyond awkward and became somewhat cold. Kronos, who had been through thick and thin with his son, knew that Yi and Wu was acting outwardly cold because he wanted to hide something. Open hollow corner bracket really you? Feeling sorry for putting his son in this position, Kronos could not continue speaking. He felt guilty for putting his son in such an awkward predicament and began to lament his inability, as a father, to help his own son. Still, Kronos was eager to somehow convince Yi and Wu. With that singular thought in mind, Kronos was about to move. Father. Suddenly, Jung-woo quietly approached his father's side. Unconsciously, Kronos straightened his back and turned his head towards Jung-woo, who was frowning. And behind Jung-woo, Rhea could be seen with a restless expression on her face. Ah, it's all my fault. Kronos couldn't help but cover his face with his hand. He belatedly realized that he had not been cognizant of his surroundings. Usually, in cases like this, one would deal with the issue quietly so as not to worry one's family members. However, Kronos could not overcome the shock he felt at that moment, so his emotional agitation got the better of him. He now regretted shouting so loudly at Yi and Wu. What is Hung planning to do? For a moment, Kronos pretended not to know what Jung-woo was talking about. If possible, he wanted to avoid telling Jung-woo and his wife about Yi and Wu's plan. However, the moment Kronos saw Jung-woo's intense gaze, Kronos intuitively felt that he should speak the truth. Jung-woo's draconic eyes, which had awakened insight, were firmly fixed on Kronos. If Kronos told a lie, Jung-woo would notice right away. Furthermore, it was clear that Jung-woo would relentlessly pressure his father until he told the truth. What's more, Jung-woo's eyes expressed a willingness to sacrifice anything to save another. It was the same feeling Kronos had for his family, Rhea for her sons Yi and Wu for Jung-woo. Jung-woo would do anything for Yi and Wu. Since Kronos could clearly see this determination in his son's eyes, Kronos could not lie. Thus, open hollow corner bracket Kronos took a deep breath before speaking. Jung-woo soon widened his eyes. Night Nox makes a dazzling appearance. Night Nox blooms gloomily. Two separate Night Nox collide. Goosebumps arose for all those who observed the violent scene of night clashing against night. However, Yi and Wu was not too concerned. He knew the other night would collapse sooner or later. If Sage or Yavilk had descended, then the matter would have been different. However, Yi and Wu was facing Michael, a mere pawn who was colluding with Sage Yavilk, so Michael's knight had no choice but to be limited. However, not knowing this fact, Michael ran wild as if he was Lucille from 1,000 years ago. Ha ha ha, yes, this is it, this is it. Michael's divine power, which had been upgraded after swallowing the soulstone Temperantia, was certainly superior to any creation gods or supreme gods. To begin with, Michael had already reached a level where he possessed greater power than Metatron, but his compatibility with the soulstone Temperantia was so ideal that his potential power exploded. Additionally, Michael was now exuding darkness power, which he gained while converting to night. Completely intoxicated with this newfound power, Michael felt as if he possessed everything in the world. A firestorm rained down non-stop. Olympus and Athena had their hands tied as they busily deflected Michael's attack. Moreover, the power of the archangels, who were circling around Michael to defend him, was formidable. Although Uriel and Raphael had their own personal qualms regarding Olympus, they were still fully faithful in carrying out Metatron's dying wish. However, without realizing it, their souls had been sacrificed to Sage, and their bodies, filled with the darkness, divine power, were being used as tools to support the army of perished gods. The godly society, less than Malik greater than, has been infected. Less than Malik greater than has been overtaken by the army of perished gods. While the turn of events was sudden, once the 8 gods of disorder made their appearance, the tides of battle completely changed. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young scoffs at the appearance of the insignificant otherworld gods of the other night. The green flame states that all the insignificant otherworld gods should be thoroughly incinerated and offered as sacrifices for their father. The source of uncleanliness agrees with their sentiments and invades the realm of the other night Nox. Rumble. Michael and Malik initially had the upper hand, but the flow of the battle gradually changed. Starting with the source of uncleanliness, the 8 gods of disorder began to spread their power and influence on the battlefield without hesitation. It was as if they were clearing bits of trash that littered the area. Ha ha ha, do you think that'll make a difference? Michael laughed as he watched the 8 gods of disorder rush forward while ignoring his recreated knight. If his knight easily collapsed, could it really be called knight? Though the 8 gods of disorder were powerful, Michael felt that they were just fools that could not think for themselves. At least, this was what Michael thought until his infected archangels exploded like fireworks one after another. Boom, boom, what is this? For a moment, Michael had a dumbfounded expression. He never thought that Malik would be pushed away so easily. Of course, Michael knew very well how powerful the gods of night were. Though the Day fought tooth and nail over the past decade against night, Day had never been able to take the upper hand, not even once. This fact gave Michael all the more reason to forsake Day and join night. The others in Day had no doubt that Yi and Wu would wake up someday and come to save them, but Michael never believed in this. Even if Yi and Wu did wake up, was there any certainty that Yi and Wu would be able to defeat night? On the other hand, the story would be different once Michael joined night. Once he joined night, Michael would be able to possess and control the ruthless power of the otherworld gods. Thus, he did not hesitate in deciding to join night. But why? The problem was that the level of power Michael gained, which was stronger after swallowing a soul stone, was helplessly futile in front of Yi and Wu. The extent of the difference in power level was so great that Michael could not help but doubt if he really possessed control over the same knight he had fought against for over a decade. Michael was confused because he did not know that the essence of Night Nox had essentially been transferred from Sage to Yi and Wu. Rumble. Yi and Wu lightly waved his hand in the air. Sword thunder strikes are raining down. Sword thunder strikes are raining down. Black-red Gubatera is violently raining down. Yi and Wu's otherworld gods marched forward as the rain of black-red Gubatera sword thunder strikes pushed Malik away. And when the likes of Pluto and Shannon followed like an occupying force behind the main vanguard, the battlefield quickly tilted towards Yi and Wu's side. Damn it. Fuck. What the hell are you doing? Michael screamed at the top of his lungs. He was unable to attack. All he could do was defend against the oncoming sword thunder strikes. After swallowing the soulstone Temperantia, Michael thought that, even if he could not win outright, he would be able to muster an advantageous fight. It quickly dawned on him that the power gap between himself and Yi and Wu would never be reduced. Michael also realized that Yvilk had seduced him with lies. Yvilk, you deceived me. Rumble, rumble. It seemed that Yvilk simply needed someone to grab onto Yi and Wu's ankles, even if it was for just a moment. Michael's realization came too late. Yi and Wu's sword thunder strikes continued to grow stronger. Boom. Seeing a sword thunder strike above his head, Michael deflected the strike using his long spear, Mont Saint-Michel. However, due to the aftereffects of that one shot, cracks started spreading throughout Mont Saint-Michel. It completely lost its function and stature as a divine weapon. Even the magic power that the soulstone Temperantia had constantly been providing him stopped functioning, as it seemingly exceeded its output limit. With just one shot, Yi and Wu had virtually incapacitated Michael. Facing such an absurd and previously unthinkable situation, Michael's resolve completely broke. Where are you looking? Shouldn't you be focusing during battle? Suddenly, Athena appeared in front of Michael as she swung her sword. Like Michael's, Athena's sword was also filled with condensed darkness. The difference was that Athena's darkness possessed a sense of absoluteness. Boom. In the end, Michael was not able to enjoy the full effects of the soulstone temperantia. He was constantly placed on his back foot as he hurried to fend off Athena's constant attacks. This can't be it, right? However, Yi and Wu frowned. For a being like Yvilk, this trap was too simple. Yi and Wu felt it was too wasteful to throw away a soulstone and Michael in such a simple manner. Before anything, I need to quickly take care of Michael and head over to where Yvilk is. Since Kronos had found out about his plans, Yi and Wu felt that he needed to catch Yvilk as soon as possible. After all, Yi and Wu's family members had been secured, and all of Night would soon be recovered and consolidated under his hands. And due to the latter, Yi and Wu felt that his power level had reached that of Sage Yvilk. Yi and Wu felt that it would be good to face Yvilk as soon as possible since Sage Yvilk had probably not yet healed after fighting against the other egos. Once he defeated Sage Yvilk, Yi and Wu would be in control of all the darkness. Yi and Wu also needed to find out what Yvilk was up to at Li's tomb. He felt that he needed to quickly act. And more than anything, once Jungwoo hears everything from father, everything will become a headache. So, I need to hurry. Wanting to wrap up the fight quickly, Yi and Wu swung his sword towards Michael's neck. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, several arrows of light were seen flying across the air. Hu Yi. Realizing the identity of the attacker, Yi and Wu frowned. It was Hu Yi, the one who killed Brahm. Rumble, crackle. When Yi and Wu threw out a sword thunder strike, various lightning bolts spread out in the form of a spider web. The lightning bolts easily connected and neutralized the arrows of light that were approaching Yi and Wu. Meanwhile, Hu Yi quietly landed on the ground. Long time no see. Hu Yi waved his hand as if he was happy to see Yi and Wu. Boom. Yi and Wu was already flying towards Hu Yi while kicking up a dust cloud. Hey, are you attacking without even greeting me? You've gotten quite violent while I haven't seen you. 7th step Dragon Body Awakening. Powers fully open. Sky Wings. Yi and Wu spread his fiery black and red wings as his body became covered in dragon scales. He soon threw out an uncountable number of sword thunder strikes. Well, if you just want to fight, I'm not against it. Yvilk asked me to buy him as much time as possible. As if he knew that Yi and Wu would immediately attack, Hu Yi took out 2 small daggers, arrows of light, from the quiver that hung on his back and clenched the daggers like short swords. Soon, he started a hand-to-hand battle with Yi and Wu. Boom, boom, boom. Yi and Wu and Hu Yi had a series of clashes on the spot. Their weapons, fists, and powers collided. Amid the divine power that rippled out in all directions. The leader of Day, Eros, is descending. Suddenly, between Yi and Wu and Hu Yi, Jungwoo appeared with his sky wings spread wide. If they remained in Jungwoo's vicinity any longer, the two would fall under the power of Quirinale, so Yi and Wu and Hu Yi pushed off against each other. Bam! I've been warned to be wary of the Quirinale descendant. I guess that's you. Shut it for a second. Jungwoo glared at Hu Yi with fierce eyes before turning his gaze toward Yi and Wu. Do you really think I'd appreciate that guy behind you? Jungwoo was about to continue screaming out with a reddened face, but Yi and Wu cut Jungwoo's words with a calm attitude and pointed to Hu Yi, who was standing far behind Jungwoo. He's the one who killed Brahm. Quote! Jungwoo's gaze turned towards Hu Yi. Chapter 759 Executor 4. A vast range of emotions and scenes flashed past Jungwoo's eyes, since Brahm was a name that conjured a sense full of longing. When Jungwoo first opened his eyes as the real Cha Jungwoo, the first emotion he felt was happiness. He was finally able to reunite with his family. Jungwoo was overjoyed with the prospect of being able to touch the face of not only his father and mother, but also his daughter, Sesha, with his own hands. Previously, in his vestige spirit body, Jungwoo possessed no sense of touch. But along with his elation came a sense of disappointment. Brahm, Jungwoo's master and father-in-law, was gone. If Brahm was still alive, what kind of expression would Brahm have had if he had known that his disciple and son-in-law, Jungwoo, had woken up and could finally reunite with the rest of his family members? Brahm would probably join Jungwoo in innocent laughter. At least, Jungwoo thought so. Although Brahm was blunt on the outside, as he was not good at expressing himself, Brahm was very caring for others on the inside. Thus, when Jungwoo was already having these thoughts and feelings about Brahm, the being who killed Brahm, Jungwoo widened his eyes. With his draconic eyes, which had advanced far beyond its previous level, he looked directly at Hu Yi. If the previous draconic eyes simply penetrated the truth that was entangled within the opponent, the new draconic eyes, supplemented with the power quirinale, could read all the information of an existence as well as the space surrounding the existence. The magic eyes of quirinale analyzes its target. The identified contents are as follows. Name: Huyi. Title: Former General of the Chan sect. Current member of Trinity Wonder. Affiliated with the Sea of Time. Yavilki's servant. Divine domain: Moon. Objective goal: unknown. I don't know what you're using, but it seems you're analyzing me, right? With a slightly curious expression, Huyi smiled at Jung Woo. However, seeing Huyi's smiling expression, Jung Woo's own expression hardened. A single line of text caught his eye. To maintain a secret, eliminated Brahm. The one phrase, eliminated Brahm, was enough to make everything clear. Boom. Less than sky wings, maximum power greater than. Less than absolute power space greater than. Jung Woo poured the maximum output of divine power into his sky wings. His light distribution shone dazzlingly before it disappeared. Clang. Jung Woo suddenly appeared in front of Huyi. Attacking without any forewarning. How are you brothers so alike? Huyi had suddenly crossed his two daggers, blocking the sword strike that Jung Woo had struck out with, and smiled. Though Huyi was reproaching him for the one-sided attack, Jung Woo moved continuously without paying any attention to Huyi's words. Jung Woo's Dragon Slayer, filled with wave of light, constantly drew arcs in space without rest. Boom, boom, boom. Jung Woo was filled with only one thought: eliminate Huyi. Huyi was a member of Trinity Wonder, the beings who first built the tower, and though Huyi was also acknowledged as the heavenly demon's right-hand man, Jung Woo did not care. Jung Woo needed to avenge Brahm, Ananta's father and Sesha's maternal grandfather. He also needed to uncover the secret that Brahm had overheard. The sun of day, Eros, is shining brighter than ever. The blessings of the Great Bear and the 7 stars have been bestowed. HMPF. You're utilizing ruling steps. I guess you won't be easily overcome. Jiho, that guy, he doesn't move at all when needed, but he's always in the mix at these weird times. Huyi narrowed his eyes at the constricting feeling brought upon by ruling step, which was trying to restrain his movement. Though his strengths lay in agile movement, his movement was being restricted by Jung Woo's skill. Soon, Jung Woo caught up with Huyi. The firepower that Jung Woo proudly displayed was at a level that even Huyi could not ignore. And if Yi and Woo were to join Jung Woo in attacking Huyi here, Huyi would be put in a dangerous position. Well, I can't let that happen. The only reason Huyi appeared was to grab onto Yi and Woo's ankles and buy some time. Thus, Huyi decided that he did not need to hide his hand. He threw the arrow of light dagger in his left hand at Jung Woo. Jung Woo, who was getting closer to Huyi, hurriedly turned his head to the side to avoid the arrow of light attack. Huyi took the opportunity to open his empty left hand in front of him. Crackle. The space surrounding the two quickly broke into cracks. The cracks spread all over the air in an instant, and as darkness arose out from the cracks, and soon reached the night that Michael had previously opened. The realm of Night Nox has widened. A large-scale advent is coming. Boom. Rumble. Suddenly, black bolts of lightning struck down. The opponent who disappeared in Dream 345,147,832,335 feet has descended, revealing itself. The opponent who disappeared in Dream 65,459,304,596 feet has descended, showing its face. The opponent who disappeared in Dream 12,312,778 feet has descended, raising its huge body. System error. System error. Beings whose information cannot be read in this dream have appeared on a large scale. Law of causality is heavily overloaded. Warning. The strength of spirit pressure placed on the space has far exceeded the allowable limit. The space's coordinates will be depressed. The collapse of space could lead to the creation of a large black hole. Warning. The laws of the space are collapsing due to the massive emergence of unreadable beings. Quickly remove the irregularities or viruses. Otherwise, the end of days may come. Warning. Insufficient system memory regarding the designated space. The information processing speed of the network, connecting the server to the client, has been markedly reduced. Green Flames tilts its head as if confused by how remnants of an old dream could still exist. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young looks with an annoyed expression at the unpleasant yet familiar opponent faces. Source of uncleanliness states that the opponents seem to be remnants left by the other father. The black goat of the woods with 1,000 young strongly protests that the being's source of uncleanliness is referring to should not be referred to as their father. Source of uncleanliness admits its mistake and apologizes. Green flame states that the opponents' existences are a mockery of them, the 8 gods of disorder. Green flame is of the opinion that punishment should be imposed not only on the opponents, but also on the fake father. The harbinger expresses a strong intention to eliminate the opponents once and for all. The 8 gods of disorder of night Nox show strong hostility to the previously disappeared dreams beings. All the beings of night, including the 8 gods of disorder, prepared to fight as soon as they saw the appearance of the various opponents. They all felt exasperated by the sudden appearance of the opponents from past dreams. The beast-like opponent existences of past dreams were naturally adversaries of the 8 gods of disorder and the beings of night. For the beings of night, who retained their knowledge of past dreams, the opponents represented evil beings. Moreover, these beings dared to appear under the banner of night, and the opponents' appearance was made possible by the main ego who they previously thought and served as their previous father. Naturally, the beings of night had no choice but to feel betrayed, and those feelings naturally led to anger. Any remaining feelings of guilt for Sage, who they had long served as their father, were completely erased. The opponents and 8 gods of disorder soon clashed. The battlefield soon fell into disorder as the beings, boasting sizes much larger than most planets, openly displayed their full power and fought. System error. System error. The system gave up on trying to analyze the phenomena. Open corner bracket he. There's no better shit show. And there's no better shit than bunny shit. Cute and cuddly, rabbit punch. On one side of the battlefield, Laplace, exposing his wriggling copper-colored muscles, ran about wildly. The beings who would normally say something about Laplace's looks had no time to comment, as they were all focused on fighting. However, the larger issue was that Huyi's efforts did not stop there. The adversarial opponents from previous dreams have appeared in large numbers at Olympus headquarters. The adversarial opponents from previous dreams have appeared in large numbers at L'Infernal's headquarters. The adversarial opponents from previous dreams have appeared in large numbers at Niflheim's headquarters. A large-scale war is taking place all over the heavenly world. As if he was planning to wage a complete war with not only those of night but also those of day, Huyi was revealing all the power, plan, and cards he had hidden so far. Open hollow corner bracket what? Agaris could not help but feel bewildered at the messages. Bark, bark. Only the bare minimum number of forces had been left at L'Infernal's Great Holy Territory, just in case of an emergency. Most of L'Infernal's forces had come to this place. If the power level of the beast-like opponents who appeared at the demonic society's doorsteps were anything like the ones who appeared here, L'Infernal's Great Holy Territory was bound to become a wasteland. Fortunately, Fenrir and Loki had been left behind at Niflheim's Great Holy Territory, so the situation was relatively better for Niflheim. However, they were also in danger. Open hollow corner bracket Agaras. Open hollow corner bracket if we leave things as they are, we'll fall into danger. Please hurry back. Open hollow corner bracket please give us your orders. The East Demon Army and the other Demon Kings of L'Infernal urgently sent out messages all at once. Agaras frowned and yelled at them. Don't be scared, don't you know that they want us to be scared? Idiots. Agaras growled. His manner of speech seemed to state that he would rip any of those under his command to shreds immediately if they dared to disobey his command. Halphus, who was left behind at the Great Holy Territory, will take care of the situation. Anyone who doesn't follow my order to the letter will be immediately killed and used as fertilizer for the fruit of good and evil. Open hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket understood. Open hollow corner bracket I see. Open hollow corner bracket why yes. Open hollow corner bracket alright. The various demon kings nodded in a daze before refocusing on the war. Whereas their former leader, Baal, ruled with overwhelming charisma, Agaras ruled through maddening violence and sheer terror. Moreover, the East Demon Army was famous for their absolute loyalty. If they did not follow Agar's orders down to the letter, they felt that they would truly be killed and used as fertilizer, so they had no choice but to follow Agar's orders. There was no option for them to run away or leave L'Infernal. Agaras was a madman who would chase them to the ends of the universe and cut off their heads. In the end, looking at his subordinates following his orders, Agaras let out a deep sigh. He understood that his threats were only a temporary workaround. Even if a demonic society had a strong hierarchical order, in the end, demons put their own greed and self-interests first. If the Great Holy Territory was destroyed, and if there was a possibility that their personal self-interests would be better served elsewhere, the demons would react differently. Open hollow corner bracket. Is he trying to induce the end of days right now? If Hu Yi and his side truly meant to induce the end of days, they had a better opportunity when the tower first collapsed, so Agaris wondered why they bothered with a delay. From Agar's point of view, Yvelk did not seem like an existence who wanted the end of days to come. No, even if Yvelk wanted it, there was no reason to start the process right now. Though Agaris did not know exactly what Yvelk was aiming for, he was certain that Yvelk had a different purpose. Yvelk was the type of being who would achieve his goals before bringing the end of days. It was weird that he was resorting to such a dangerous move. Even though there was a great risk that the dream would not be able to withstand the spirit power pressure of such a mass appearance and collapse. Does that mean that you're feeling the heat? Agaris felt that he stumbled on the crux of the issue. Yi and Wu had recently taken away a tremendous amount of darkness from Sage Yvelk. Night, which had always stood as a central, absolute support base for Sage Yvelk, had also turned to Yi and Wu. Though Sage Yvelk was still in a favorable position, that position could easily be overturned. This meant that Sage Yvelk felt threatened by Yi and Wu. Thus, Yvelk probably wanted to achieve his objective before being caught by Yi and Wu. If Sage Yvelk were to lose anything at this point, they would probably fall. Their objective is to probably find something in Li's tomb. It became clear to Agaris that Yvelk was taking a gamble to grab onto Yi and Wu's ankles to slow him down. Since Yvelk needed the dream to last a bit longer, Yvelk would never jeopardize the stability of the dream. Thus, while making Yi and Wu busily fight, Yvelk was probably trying to accomplish his own purpose and objective quickly. The easygoing and carefree Yvelk has been pushed into a corner. Yvelk, as the High Guardian of the tower, had ridiculed the gods and demons countless times. Thus, Yi and Wu's ability to make such a being scramble and feel cornered was simply amazing. Agar's gaze was firmly fixed on Yi and Wu, who was still confronting Hu Yi. He juxtaposed Yi and Wu and Zheng Wu. Open hollow corner bracket. If things continue, my greed will only grow greater in scope. Agaris lightly licked his lips. Chapter 760 Executor 5. An opponent from Dream 98,564,875,443,134 feet has descended on the great holy territory of Olympus, Urinum. An opponent from Dream 342,342,368 feet has descended. The great holy territory of Olympus has plunged into chaos. What the hell is all that? After feeling the great holy territory shake chaotically, and having read the subsequent message windows that filled the air, Poseidon rushed outside. After serving his confinement punishment, Poseidon had joined Olympus' Senate and was living a relatively quiet life, like many of the first-generation gods of Olympus. Currently, though, his Senate duties were the last thing on Poseidon's mind. It was the same for the other gods in Olympus' Senate. Startled by the sudden messages, everyone ran out of the Senate building to look up into the sky. Above the several layers of barriers that surrounded the great holy territory, they could see beasts that boasted enormous bodies. Bam, 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 rumble. The beasts, each with bizarre appearances, endlessly pounded on the barriers. Their claws left large scratch marks on the barrier, and as their powers and skills exploded on the barriers, dark soot-colored spots appeared. The barriers had recently been strengthened with darkness by Athena. Even though the barriers were many times stronger than they were before, it seemed as though they would shatter at any moment. The large barrier, Brilliant Spring, is in danger of being shattered. The large barrier, Sunny Summer, is in danger of being shattered. The large barrier, Cold Winter, has been shattered. The shockwave has spread to the other large barriers. As soon as the first barrier was shattered, large cracks began to appear on the other barriers in quick succession. A sense of urgency rippled throughout the gods of Olympus. Their major forces had all left the society to carry out Yi and Wu's orders, so the great holy territory was essentially an empty nest. What the hell? How did they avoid our surveillance network and open a portal? The gods of Olympus were not idiots. They had made various preparations since they expected other societies to conduct surprise attacks. Thus, the gods of Olympus were at a loss on how so many large beasts were able to magically appear around them without triggering any of their warning mechanisms. However, they did not have time to dwell on this question. Open hollow corner bracket. What are you all doing? Hurry up and repair the barriers. Are you all going to stand around and welcome your own deaths? Poseidon roared aloud. His voice was amplified with divine power. Though he should have been mindful about using his divine power reserves, as he was not at the same power level as before, Poseidon did have time to care. Olympus was Poseidon's hometown, where he was born and raised. Although Poseidon was currently not on good terms with his brother, Yi and Wu, Olympus was still a place he had to protect. Even if he had to die fighting, he would not let foreign beasts from sullying his hometown. The other elder gods of Olympus felt the same way. All at once, they released their divine powers up to the sky. Open hollow corner bracket, authority of the heavens. Open hollow corner bracket, open modulation. Open hollow corner bracket bolster the barriers, weak points. Most of the elder gods had long since retired from active duty and were weaker compared to the days when Uranus reigned. At that time, many of these elder gods had traversed the expansive universe and often complained that the universe was too small. As if they seemed to have momentarily returned to their heyday, their collective output of divine power was considerable. However, boom, boom, bam, all the barriers have been critically damaged. Rumble, the opponent beasts were existences that had been around for much longer than any of Olympus' gods. No matter how much the gods of Olympus resisted, there was bound to be a limit in blocking the beasts with their barriers. Terrifying heads, like a dragon's or lizard's, pushed through the shattered cracks in the barrier. Their eyes, which were larger than the sun in the sky, rolled about as if searching for something. Seeing the beasts with their mouths wide open and flames forming in their dark throats, Poseidon shouted out, "Get into your positions." But before anyone could process Poseidon's words, the breath of the leading beast exploded in the middle of Olympus. Boom! After that single breath, a large portion of the great holy territory was instantly swept away. Furthermore, the gods who were in that part of the great holy territory had also been swept away. Rumble, boom, the first beast that pushed its head through the barrier landed in the middle of the great holy territory. Bam, as it fully spread its wings and cried out, the ground rumbled violently, rose up into the air, and overturned. The remaining pieces of the large barriers shattered like glass. The gods of Olympus could not help but be in shock and astonishment. That doesn't make any sense. Among the injured gods was Poseidon. With his shaky vision, Poseidon saw the lead beast head towards the temple located in the very center of the great holy territory. The less shocked and uninjured gods of Olympus tried to utilize their powers to stop the rushing lead beast, but the other beasts that followed blocked their attacks. Bam! As if looking for something, the lead beast swung its gigantic claws at the temple and repeatedly slammed its snout deep inside the claw-marked crevices. Then, a being riding atop the head of the beast jumped down. What? No way! Though the being was too far away for Poseidon to see the being's face properly, judging from the being's physique and the aura of its divine power, Poseidon felt he knew the being's identity. And if Poseidon was right, everyone would be in trouble. Poseidon felt that he needed to do something, anything. Thus, he forced himself to get up and move towards the beast. However, Poseidon's insides instantly started to churn. He was on the verge of collapse as he pushed his physical limits. At that moment, "Brother, you pretended to be so high and mighty, but look at you now." Once Poseidon approached the area, his worst fears turned out to be true. He soon heard Zeus' voice as Zeus stepped out of the temple with the being's assistance. The being who released Zeus was an existence with a dull expressionless face and the appearance and temperament of a giant. Poseidon knew the being well, Atlas, a loyal follower of Poseidon's father, Kronos. From the early days of Kronos, Atlas was famous for being the most decorated general and right-hand man for the king of gods. Even amid Kronos' downfall, Atlas had remained a loyal follower until the end. However, at some point, Atlas had disappeared. Many suspected that Atlas had been annihilated in an unknown place, but Atlas had not been annihilated. He was alive and well, and he had come to save Zeus. Atlas looked at Poseidon with a solemn and expressionless face. It was the same aura that Poseidon and his siblings had felt and feared as children. "You, ha ha ha, I never thought I would be saved like this. Wait, this isn't right." Zeus forcibly squeezed out his divine power to speak using divine speech. Open hollow corner bracket. I never considered this possibility. It seemed Zeus thought that, even if his body was severely damaged, he should speak using divine speech to maintain his dignity as a god. Anyway, how about we brothers support each other? What are you talking about? Open hollow corner bracket. I'm asking if you're willing to provide nourishment for this ill little brother of yours. There's a very nice process called spirit eating that I can utilize. No, is spirit dining a better term? Quote exclamation mark quote. When he heard Zeus openly state that he was planning on killing and devouring his own brother, Poseidon hurriedly tried to pull himself back. Flash. Zeus was about to step forward to catch the backpedaling Poseidon, but before he could take a step, he was stopped by Atlas' outstretched arm. Zeus frowned before looking at Atlas, who was blocking him from his prey. Atlas shook his head. Moreover, at the same time, Zeus felt Atlas' will, which seemed to state that Atlas would leave Zeus behind if he decided to act on his own accord. Open hollow corner bracket HMPF. Zeus scornfully laughed while clicking his tongue. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, there's no one who can chase after me here. After speaking those words, Zeus turned around and got atop the beast. Atlas looked at Poseidon with his dull, emotionless eyes, then climbed back onto the beast's head. Atlas, large body covered Zeus. Rumble. The beast roared loudly, flapped its wings, and rose high into the air. Throwing strong gusts of wind in all directions, the beast took off. Another beast took its place as it continued to wreak havoc on the surrounding area. I must stop them somehow. Poseidon instinctively knew that he could not let Zeus escape. He felt that allowing Zeus to escape would bring constant bad fortune to Olympus. But in his current state, Poseidon was out of options. He thought of sending Yi and Wu a message, but Poseidon was sure that Yi and Wu already knew what was happening at Olympus. And if Yi and Wu was not making a move, then it must mean that Yi and Wu was having a tough enough time on his side, wherever he was. Poseidon clenched his jaw at his inability to do anything. And then, SS's, your divinity is being consumed. In return, your divine power has increased. As Poseidon gave off a bright light distribution in return for his whittling soul whoosh. Poseidon flung himself towards Zeus and Atlas. Father, come quickly. For the first time in his life, Poseidon called out for his father, an existence that Poseidon had always resented. The opponent of Dream 232,115,675 feet is descending. Open corner bracket again. The leader of the ghost giants, Valdebek, gave an exasperated sigh as he saw the appearance of another descending beast. As long as he was in Yi and Wu's shadow, Valdebek could be resurrected at any time, but he still faced a limit due to mental fatigue. Nothing good would come about by prolonging this seemingly endless fight. But there was something else that concerned Valdebek. Jung Woo. It was the fact that Valdebek could only look at his emotionally shaken friend without the ability to provide any support. Over the past decade, Valdebek had conversed often with Jung Woo. Occasionally, Leonhardt, who came to the day and night battlefield along with the rest of Arthea, drank together with Valdebek and Jung Woo. They talked and cleared up many of the misunderstandings and prejudices that each of them had regarding the past. They had apologized and rekindled their friendship. However, Valdebek still felt he owed Jung Woo. Valdebek felt guilty that he was not able to be by Jung Woo's side during the most critical moment. This absence lingered in his heart and remained a heavy burden. And now, seeing Jung Woo, who had been completely resurrected, being swayed due to sorrow rather than enjoying a sense of happiness, Valdebek felt heartbroken. He wanted to help Jung Woo. As he was having this thought. Open hollow corner bracket Valdebek. Valdebek heard Yi and Wu's voice through their pairing. Open corner bracket yes, my lord. Open hollow corner bracket I need to ask you for a favor. Open corner bracket question mark close corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket it has to do with Jung Woo. I need your help. Open corner bracket how? Valdebek widened his eyes. The god he worshipped, Yi and Wu, was a being that gave commands and not a being who asked for favors. Wondering what Yi and Wu was planning, Valdebek gulped. Open hollow corner bracket a little later close hollow corner bracket. Valdebek could not help but widen his eyes even more after hearing what Yi and Wu had to say. Yi and Wu planned on slipping away while Yi and Jung Woo were occupied in battle. If he wasted any more time, Yi and Wu felt he would not be able to catch Yavilk. Power, Shukuchi, is operating. Yi and Wu was just about to go to Yavilki's location. Boom, where do you think you're going? Space transition has been cut off due to the intervention of an external force. Shukuchi has failed. As if reading Yi and Wu's mind, Jung Woo intervened and immediately cut off Yi and Wu's Shukuchi. Since Jung Woo was one step ahead of Yi and Wu in the ability to handle space, it was possible for Jung Woo to forcibly cancel any skill or power related to space transitioning. Jung Woo was dealing with a mortal enemy and an older brother who had some unknown other ideas, so Jung Woo planned to keep them both in front of him. Although it was like facing off against two opponents, his perfect adaptability was operating at full capacity. So, if Jung Woo put his mind to it, there did not seem to be anyone or anything that Jung Woo could not face. The ability to deal with space was that formidable. Yi and Wu became desperate. It can't leave things like this. Aside from knowing that he would have no chance in convincing Jung-woo, Yi-in-woo also knew that Kronos was also looking for an opportunity to constrain him to prevent him from escaping. However, Yi-in-woo could not sit by idly and allow Yvilk to have his way. Yi-in-woo had to become the main ego of the Black King. Whatever Yvilki's ultimate objective or goal was, it was clear that this dream would soon come to an end if Yi-in-woo did not do anything. Yi-in-woo was determined to not let that happen. I didn't want to do this, but the only remaining method was the one that Yi-in-woo wanted to avoid using until the very end. Of course, if Yi-in-woo was willing to fight his family members, he probably would be able to escape, but he did not want to hurt his brother or father. Yi-in-woo felt that, if anyone were to get hurt, it was best if it was himself. With that in mind, he came to a decision. The alternate ego of the Black King has discovered a hidden possibility and fate that he had always possessed. Sensing that Yi-in-woo was up to something, Jung-woo, Kronos, and the others quickly turned their heads towards Yi-in-woo. Your destiny as the executor has begun. The end of days apocalypse has begun to accelerate. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. Jung-woo, Kronos, and even Hui had shocked expressions as the unexpected message popped up in front of them. They all turned their attention toward Yi-in-woo. Chapter 761 Executor 6. Hung, what the hell is this? Jung-woo was at a loss. An executor was an existence that brought the end of days and woke the Black King from his dream. Although Yi-in-woo had been designated the executor early on, as he became the Black King's ego, Yi-in-woo postponed this fateful action, but now, he had resumed and reawakened the process. Moreover, the awakening of the executor meant only one thing. World Quest Block the Execution has been created. The wheel of the end of days apocalypse had begun to turn. World Quest Block the Execution. Description: the eternal war between the heavenly demon and the Black King, between the dream and the wheel, has been taking place from the beginning to the present with too many iterations to be counted. And this shall continue well into the future. Furthermore, like the inevitable fate met in previous dreams and wheels, the countdown towards the end of this dream and wheels has begun. Moments ago, an executor was selected to turn the wheel of the end of days apocalypse. The executor receives the protection and represents the will of the Black King. Every action the executor takes leads to the fate of awakening the Black King from his dream, and freeing the Black King free from the wheel. And when the executor's life and fate reach its end, the dream will vanish, and the wheel shall be scattered. All beings, truths, and phenomena that had existed within the dream will become non-existent. Thus, the beings living in this dream and wheel must block the executor from executing his fate so that one's life achievements do not disappear. Otherwise, everything shall be locked away in this iterations, dream, and wheel. Constraints: all existences. Time limit: until the end of days. Achievement conditions: 1. Block the executor's intentions. 2. Eliminate the executor. Reward: survival. A world quest was the first quest of its kind for Jung-woo. The quest was self-explanatory. This dream, that is, the beings living in this world, from gods and demons to humans and other races, were given a universal objective. They were all existences in the current dream, and therefore, to protect and continue the survival of their families and livelihood, they must somehow stop the executor. Even if one did not receive this quest directly, one would be unconditionally affected by it. The fact that the system gave such a direct quest like this meant that the will of the executor was firm. In other words, Yi-in-woo had just become the enemy of the world. Perhaps the same applied to the familiars and associates under his rule. Thus, the beings of day and night had no choice but to panic. Open hollow corner bracket what kind of crazy? Open hollow corner bracket Death King. Is he attempting to do something crazy? The beast-like opponents who had descended felt the same way. Though it was true that they were steering the dream towards its end, they were not really hoping for the end to come. Of course, since they were not originally from this dream, it did not really matter what outcome came about in this iteration of the dream. Still, they could not let this dream crumble until their purpose was fulfilled. In other words, their goal was to prolong the end until Yvilk could obtain the thing he sought in Lee's tomb. Thus, at the moment, they had no intention of starting the process. But Yi-in-woo had started the process. In a way, this was like setting fire to oneself and rushing to the enemy to die together. I heard from Yvilk to watch out for this guy because he isn't normal, but this I didn't know he was insane to this extent. He's endangering his family, but perhaps he doesn't care. In the end, the beast-like opponents wavered, going back and forth without being able to do anything. They wondered if they had to continue battling with those of the day and night, or choose to somehow stop Yi and Wu from taking this drastic, insane action. They could not come to a decision, since Yvilk had never mentioned this option in any of his scenarios. Naturally, even Yvilk had not expected that Yi and Wu would take such drastic measures, no matter how crazy or mad Yi and Wu was. Moreover, Jung Woo received an additional quest window. Scenario Quest Opponent. Description. From time immemorial, the opponent has been ordained to prevent the executor from carrying out his will. Since the executor completed the awakening just now, the same fate has started. From now on, stop the executor from carrying out his will. If you are successful, this dream and wheel shall continue as you wish. Limitations. Opponent. Time limit. Up until the execution of the end of days. Reward. 1. Survival. 2. Title of Creator. The description and content of this quest were short compared to that of the World Quest. However, the weight of the message it contained was by no means light. The quest was essentially giving Jung Woo an order to immediately kill Yi and Wu. The blessings of the Great Bear and the 7 stars follow. The heavenly demon is closely observing you. Jung Woo raised his head toward the sky with a distorted face. His expression was filled with a sense of anger and resentment. Up until recently, Jung Woo was largely glad that he had been chosen by the heavenly demon, but now, he felt the exact opposite. Open hollow corner bracket. Was it because of this that you gave me the ruling steps? Jung Woo shouted angrily. Even though he shouted out to no one in particular, Jung Woo knew that the heavenly demon would be able to hear him. However, the heavenly demon offers no response. The heavenly demon did not respond to Jung Woo at all. Forcefully containing his boiling insides, Jung Woo shouted out once more. I don't know what you're thinking, but it won't work out the way you want. The heavenly demon offers no response. Even though Jung Woo, the being designated as his right-hand man, was screaming out right in front of him, and even though his chosen opponent's actions were close to betrayal, the heavenly demon showed no response or signs of action. This non-response infuriated Jung Woo and further fueled his anger. He ignored everything, opened up his sky wings, and flew towards Yi and Wu. Though he still wanted to avenge Brahm, for now, the more urgent priority was to stop Yi and Wu. The title of Creator, which was presented as the second reward in Jung Woo's scenario quest, did not even catch Jung Woo's eye. Since he had a deep understanding of space, Jung Woo was well aware of the infinite possibilities of possessing the divine position of creation more than anyone else. And although he knew that the title of Creator was superior and much higher rank than creation, Jung Woo did not care at all. What would Jung Woo do if he became the creator? What would he do if he became the administrator of these dreams and wheels? Without his brother, all these things were useless to Jung Woo. The sun of day Eros shines brilliantly. Thus, Jung Woo attempted to somehow restrain Yi and Wu. According to the executor's will, the wheel of the end of days apocalypse speeds up. The law of causation is taking effect and being imposed for the apocalypse process. The law of causation is taking effect and being imposed for the apocalypse process. Darkness provides the necessary amount of the law of causality to execute the apocalypse process. The reason why Yi and Wu could awaken as the executor in the first place was that he already acquired the necessary law of causality needed. If he followed the conditions as the executor, then, no matter if it was Jung Woo or the beast-like opponents from previous dreams, no one would be able to deal with Yi and Wu, who essentially took the place of the Black King. The darkness of night knocks covers all the light. Whoosh! A black mist stretched from Yi and Wu and began to swirl. As the whole world was dyed in deep darkness, all of Jung Woo's light distribution, which had seemed ever glowing, was swallowed. No, though Jung Woo tried to stop this, the incoming black tsunami swept over him at once. It was the same for Hu Yi and the beast-like opponents. Realizing that Yi and Wu was about to run away, they immediately tried to move towards Yi and Wu, but they had already been caught up in the darkness and became disoriented. Even Yi and Wu's familiars were not an exception. The power that Jung Woo sprayed out had no effect either. It was as if there were no laws of time or space in the darkness. In the end, Yi and Wu took advantage of this opening and disappeared using Shukuchi. Whoosh! After wading through the darkness and arriving at Yi and Wu's last known location, Jung Woo realized he was too late. All traces of Yi and Wu's divine power were gone. Jung-woo had no means of figuring out where Yin-woo had gone. Damn it, only Jung-woo's curse words could be heard. The heavenly demon continues to look down at the opponent without saying a word. The alternate ego of the Black King is descending on the great holy territory, Hundo, of the Chan sect. Time was running out. With that thought in mind, Yin-woo immediately moved to the Chan sect's great holy territory. Though he could have gone directly to Lee's tomb, Yin-woo did not know what to expect, so, in order to avoid making any mistakes, Yin-woo decided that he needed to make some preparations. I need to figure out the level of the Bull Demon King's powers. The Monkey King's Exuvi also mentioned that Yin-woo should seek the Monkey King's true self, the great sage or Sun Wukong. If Yin-woo could find Sun Wukong, who likely was another face of the heavenly demon, Yin-woo would be able to figure out 7 Demon King's plans and inflict a fatal blow on Yavilk. This was why Yin-woo had told the Chan sect to find Sun Wukong. However, just as I thought, he's here. Contrary to their promise to Yin-woo, all the major beings and powers of the Chan sect were concentrated in their great holy territory, and not at Lee's tomb or where Sun Wukong was supposed to be. This was because a significant number of beast-like opponents had descended here as well, essentially making the territory a wasteland. They must have decided to come back before the damage was even greater. No matter what anyone would say, protecting one's great holy territory was the most important thing for a heavenly society. In the godly and demonic societies, the meaning of the Great Holy Temple, at the center of a great holy territory carried great weight. It was the epicenter from which a society's main god could spread its power and influence throughout the wider world, and it was also the gathering place of all the faith collected from existences influenced by the society. It also represented the class and formidability of one's society. If such a place were to be ruined, the possibilities and opportunities afforded to one's society would be ruined commensurately. The opponent of Dream 76,543,545 feet has found the alternate ego of Black King. The opponent of Dream 4,345,645,738,764 feet expresses hostility towards the alternate ego of the Black King, who is trying to interfere. Open hollow corner bracket. Why is the existence who should be on the border here? Open hollow corner bracket. Ask questions later. Stop him first. Quickly. Open hollow corner bracket. Die. As soon as the beast-like opponents found Yin-woo, they all bared their vicious teeth. Some of them waved their long whip-like tails, to try and tear the space where Yin-woo was. However, so annoying. Night Nox spreads thickly throughout the great holy territory. Without giving the enemy an opportunity to do anything, Yin-woo's shadow instantly covered the entire sky over Hundo. Soon, otherworld gods poured down in abundance. Whoosh, whoosh. Open hollow corner bracket. Ack. Open hollow corner bracket. Hey, don't grab onto me. Let me go. The beast-like opponents tried with all their might to shake off the 8 gods of disorder, but the more they did so, the tighter the bizarre-looking tentacles which came out from the darkness squeezed them. Night Nox guides its enemies, who should have disappeared long ago, to where they belong. Open hollow corner bracket. And no. They still had not found the safe haven. They could not die in vain until then. Having these thoughts, the beast-like opponents resisted, but the night took their opponents' vitality and destroyed them one by one without exception. Quote quote, quote quote, quote quote, all the gods of Chan sect look at the beings of Night Nox with dumbfounded expressions. All the gods of Chan sect look with fearful eyes at the alternate ego of the Black King, who easily and seemingly effortlessly removed the powerful enemies. All the heavenly gods who had been fighting to the death just moments earlier had no choice but to stare at Yin-woo with trembling gazes. However, Yin-woo did not care what they thought or felt. He stood in front of the exasperated Erlang Shen and Crown Prince Nezha. Did you find Sun Wukong? Erlang Shen had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he had no choice but to nod immediately when he saw Yin-woo's fiercely shining eyes. Yin-woo's gaze seemed to dare Erlang Shen to speak a bit of nonsense so Yin-woo could tear him apart. Chapter 762 Sun Wukong 1. Where is it? The intensity in Yin-woo's eyes made Erlang Shen blurt out a reply with a bewildered expression. Erlang Shen felt as if he had no other choice but to answer. Earth. The light in Yin-woo's eyes intensely shone. Where the hell did he go? Jung-woo barely stopped the curse words that were at the tip of his tongue from coming out. He forcefully calmed himself down and tried to sort out his thoughts. Others might say that the world would come to an end if he pursued after his brother, but who cares about the end of days? Yin-woo wanted to preserve the world wherein his family could live happily ever after. Thus, Yin Wu had concluded that he had to sacrifice himself to realize his objective. Perhaps there was another solution other than the erasure of Yin Wu's existence, an option where Yin Wu would not have to be forgotten in the world. And Jung Woo planned on finding that alternative solution. However, since Yin Wu was not an idiot, he probably already came up with various hypotheses and scenarios. He must have concluded that his current plan was the most optimal. And since he knew how his family would react, Yin Wu had hidden his plan from the rest of his family. And just as Yin Wu expected, Jung Woo immediately protested. From Jung Woo's point of view, his family was going through a crisis because of his actions. Since Jung Woo decided to enter the tower, their father had subsequently been detained by Alpharon, his mother had to sacrifice herself, and his older brother had to become the Black King's ego. Of course, the ultimate plan was put in place by Sage Yvilk, and Jung Woo had reacted to the best of his abilities under the circumstances of that time, but it was still true that all these happenings and hardships were occurring due to his initial action. And it was his older brother who had suffered and was planning to suffer the most. To have such a brother suddenly disappear forever, this was not an idea Jung Woo was willing to entertain or tolerate. Yin Wu clearly wanted to preserve this world's dream and wheel. However, Yin Wu wanted to do it by completely erasing his identity. Jung Woo was unwilling to accept that. Even if it meant that this dream would come to an end, or if chaos would be brought from the violent spinning of the executor's wheel spin, Jung Woo couldn't care less. What meaning would there be in a dream without his older brother? Even if Yin Wu was not the designated executor in the first place, Yin Wu, along with everyone else, would have disappeared anyway during the end of days. However, the only reason the end of days had not come yet was because Yin Wu was holding it back. Thus, since Yin Wu calculated that he would have to sacrifice himself in either scenario, he was trying to make sure that he would get what he wanted out of the exchange. The heavenly demon silently looks down at the opponent who has a positive opinion about the end of days. Therefore, Jung Woo planned to stop Yin Wu. He wanted to talk to Yin Wu and change Yin Wu's mind. Even if they could not see an alternative solution now, Jung Woo had no doubt that they would be able to resolve the issue. If he and Yin Wu worked together, Jung Woo felt that there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome. So, stopping Yvilk and forcing yourself to sleep should be something of a last resort. If Yin Wu continued to pursue Yvilk and became successful in devouring Yvilk, he would become the Black King's main ego. At that point, everything would really become irreversible. Having thought up to this point, Jung Woo focused on where Yin Wu could be. Immediately, I should focus on narrowing down the possible places Hung could have gone to. Naturally, the first place that came to Jung Woo's mind was Lee's tomb, where Yvilk supposedly was. But he's probably not there. Even though he's pursuing Yvilk, Hung is not someone who would rush into pursuit. Even if one had one's opponent in a corner, things could still go wrong if one recklessly pushed one's advantage. Moreover, it was clear that the other side had the Bull Demon King and Tongtian Jiaoju, who seemed to have come from a different dream. Rather than being afraid of them, Jung Woo was concerned that there would be a greater chance that the dream would end once a fierce battle took place. Whether the fight brings the end of days lay with Hung's decision on how much power he decides to utilize. Hung probably wants to definitively end the fight. Thus, to definitively end the final fight and still maintain control, Yin Wu was probably making some preparations. Wondering what those preparations could be, Jung Woo did not have to think for long. Hung will probably try to weaken the 7 Demon Kings and forcefully separate them from the others on their side. Yin Wu's connection with the 7 Demon Kings was straightforward. It was through the Monkey King's exuvie. Great Sage, I'm certain Hung is seeking Sun Wukong's true body. Lee was the first face of the heavenly demon. Considering that Sun Wukong was also the face of the heavenly demon, Jung Woo was certain that he would find his brother where Sun Wukong was located. He quickly made some deductions. Where can I find Sun Wukong? This was the main issue. Jung Woo had no idea where Sun Wukong may be. If he utilized the power of day, Jung Woo would probably be able to find it eventually, but he was too short on time at the moment. Since this was the case, Jung Woo eliminated that from his options. So all that was left would be, is it just a full frontal assault? Jung Woo narrowed his eyes. He was still engaged in battle with Hu Yi, who was working hand in hand with Yvilk. Considering that Hu Yi was considered the right arm of the heavenly demon and a founding member of Trinity Wonder, who established the tower, the battle should not have been simple. I have to completely overwhelm him. Jung Woo was not just planning to defeat Hu Yi but forcefully overwhelming and subduing him. Only then would Jungwoo be able to force Yavilki's plan and purpose out of Huyi's mouth and guess Yanwoo's path. Of course, it was much more difficult to subdue than to kill one's enemy. Jungwoo had to display an overwhelming power gap. At times like this, I envy Hung's set of skills. If Jungwoo possessed Yanwoo's ability to force the soul of a target to be subordinated to him through a soul collection and manipulate the soul at will, Jungwoo would not have to think so much. But what could Jungwoo do? He had to do the best that he could with what he had. And, as if he read Jungwoo's thoughts, Kronos transformed into Scythe and flew into Jungwoo's hand. Characteristic, perfect adaptability, shines brilliantly. Tuning the frequencies of all channels you possess to seek the most optimal connection with Scythe. Kronos was able to achieve unity with Yanwoo because Yanwoo absorbed his body and realized his divine factor, and since Kronos was also once an apostle of the Black King, the wavelength of their souls matched well. On the other hand, although Jungwoo was Kronos' son, it was impossible to achieve unity because the attributes they possessed were completely different. Regardless, Jungwoo did not concern himself with the restrictions. Jungwoo was able to utilize absolute power in a specific space, and he had an overwhelming talent to decipher and analyze the data contained in a divine being at once. It was the same in this case. Just like when he had to quickly decipher and implement Rei's data when Kronos turned off the firewall surrounding his divinity, Jungwoo was able to read his father's data completely. The son of Day, Eros, shines brilliantly. Based on his findings, Jungwoo was able to find a way to unite with Kronos and finally achieve what he wanted. Whoosh! In an instant, his cognitive domain expanded and multiplied several times in size, and Jungwoo tasted the ecstasy that came with the sense of spreading his powers throughout the universe. Open hollow corner bracket wake up. Jungwoo had been in danger of losing his consciousness and becoming part of the natural law. He only woke up after hearing Kronos' warning. Bam! Jungwoo rushed towards Huyi while holding the Dragon Slayer in his right hand and side in his left. Boom! Huyi was once more restricted through ruling steps, so he was forced to raise his sword to block the incoming attack. He was just barely able to manage a block. HMPF. The ruling steps of the heavenly demon and the aggression of the Black King. This is a bit difficult. Huyi gave a bitter smile as blood ran down from the side of his lips. Originally, I was just trying to buy some time, but it seems I may have to risk my life. Huyi did not forget to glance up towards the sky, where the heavenly demon was probably looking down from. Even though the situation had turned into such a mess, his harsh master had no intention of coming out. However, Huyi stopped worrying about his troubles. He reached out towards his left shoulder, where his son's shooting bow was hanging from. His two eyes shone sharply. It was difficult for Huyi to counterattack because he kept getting restricted by Jungwoo's ruling steps. Since this was the case, Huyi had no other choice but to show off his overwhelming firepower. Rumble. The duel between Jungwoo and Huyi grew more and more intense. Earth. Yanwoo gave a bitter smile since he did not expect to return to this place. He recalled that the Monkey King's Exuvi once mentioned that Earth was a popular destination for Sun Wukong. However, since this was the case before the tower was established, Yanwoo did not consider the information very highly. Why the hell did he go there? It was time for Yanwoo to find out. Sesha and Ananta were residing on Earth. Yanwoo had to be cognizant of hiding his existence as much as possible lest he gets recognized by making a foolish mistake. Power, dream transplantation, is unfolding. The divine power is locked. The divine power is locked. The divine power is locked. Existence is locked. Yanwoo chose one of his most appropriate identities and placed its image on his face. Then, his divine powers were condensed before falling into his shadow. Soon, a seemingly ordinary human being appeared. Bang! Yanwoo was in the middle of a crossroad where two avenues intersect. A line of cars suddenly formed as the cars suddenly braked due to his appearance in the middle of the road. The sound of cars honking could be heard. Hey, are you crazy? Get off the road. Fuck, what the fuck are you doing in the middle of the road? Yanwoo glanced at the drivers, then tapped his toe and disappeared. Wait, did I see something wrong? The drivers blinked in confusion, wondering if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At the same time, Yanwoo walked along a street with sparsely populated trees. Your face is very unfamiliar. You feel like a completely different being. Erlang Shen walked alongside Yanwoo. Since someone had to guide Yanwoo to Sun Wukong, Erlang Shen decided to accompany him. Erlang Shen glanced up and down at Yanwoo with curious eyes. It was easy for a divine being to change one's face, but it was almost impossible to change one's presence and aura. I brought out a being from a past dream. Does that mean you're an existence that should not exist in the first place? The Black King's ego that I've only heard of, should I understand it as you taking the identity of one of the ego fragments? It's similar. What about you? Where did you get your body? Although Erlang Shen had a similar appearance to his true body, Yian Wu hardly sensed Erlang Shen's divine presence. Yian Wu thought that Erlang Shen obtained a mortal body somewhere and imbued his thoughts into it. One of the candidates to become my apostle. I guess you haven't chosen an apostle yet. No one has caught my eye. I've been busy, too. Yian Wu quietly nodded. Considering that many societies had paid attention to Earth around the time Yian Wu woke up, it was not strange that Erlang Shen had secured a few apostles and followers. Yian Wu felt that this situation was fortunate. If Erlang Shen's true body descended, it would attract the attention of many societies around the world because of his spirit aura. For now, Yian Wu wanted to contact Sun Wukong as quietly as possible. But what is the great sage doing here? Yian Wu tilted his head as he glanced around. All he could see was a forest of gray concrete buildings. Seeing that the signs were written in Hangul, it seemed he was in a Korean city. Judging by the way people spoke, it seemed to be somewhere in Gyeongsangdo. Blue Sea Festival, guest singers, Will, You and Me Band, Shin Am I Young, large banners were hung up everywhere and swayed in the wind. Yian Wu could faintly smell the sea. What is the great sage doing here? I don't know. Based on my apostle candidate's words, he's surfing. Well, he seems to be enjoying his time here. So, the great sage was resting and playing. Yian Wu nodded and was about to ask where they should go when he suddenly stopped his footsteps. Single quote exclamation mark single quote. We need to go to the beachfront area called Hyundai. What's wrong? Erlang Shen stopped his explanation on where they were headed and tilted his head. He saw that Yian Wu's gaze was fixed on the crosswalk leading to their side of the street, where numerous humans were seen passing each other. He was about to ask what was wrong, but his eyes soon grew wide when he overheard Yian Wu muttering, "Heavenly demon." In the place where Yian Wu was looking there was a man with the same appearance as the heavenly demon, who Yian Wu saw in the Chang'an library, crossing the crosswalk with a guitar over his shoulder.